You're listening to Temple of Flames, Koven Chronicles Book 3 by Andrea Pearson. Copyright 2018 Andrea Pearson. Dedication to Heather Hayduke. 1. The morning after the masquerade ball, I jerked awake, covered in sweat. My dream had been so vivid, so real. As I took deep breaths, trying to control the panic that lingered, I realized the nightmare wasn't the only thing that had awakened me. What else had caught my attention, though? It took several minutes for my breathing to return to normal. I looked around my bedroom, trying to figure out what could have caused the stress. My 9mm CZ was on the nightstand next to me, the clothes I'd been wearing the day before on the floor where I dropped them, and my cat sleeping soundly next to me, her gentle purring floating on the air. The whole house was quiet, but still, I was on the verge of springing out of bed to defend myself against something. I put my feet on the plush rug by my bed, an overwhelming need to move, to run, to get going filling my soul, but I was unable to pinpoint why I felt that way. The pressure made me yawn and stretch my jaw, trying to get my ears to pop. I was still exhausted. I couldn't tell if I'd even slept at all. A quick glance at the clock told me that yes, I had. It was 6 in the morning. That meant I'd gotten at least 5 hours. The day before had been absolutely insane. I still couldn't believe the shade amulet wasn't working. It was the one thing that was supposed to keep me alive, and I couldn't help but feel betrayed. And Governor Boggs was a hound, the very thing I'd been hired to kill. Not only that, but a guy I'd kissed and gone on 2 dates with had been my best friend's ex and was in fact a leader of said hounds. Even though it didn't function completely, I'd worn the amulet while sleeping anyway. Old habits are hard to break. I grabbed it, realizing for the first time that it was warm. Was that what had awakened me? The pressure continued to build all around me, the hair on my arms zinging with unseen electricity. I wasn't imagining it. I blinked, trying to clear my still fuzzy thoughts. Was the amulet warning me? What would it be warning me about? And why would it be helping me? The thing was broken. It refused to do anything. I petted Sia as I brained through the situation. "You're overreacting," I whispered. I had no reason to be worried. My house was protected against hounds. Still, I had to force myself not to go berserk. Sia meowed, looking up at me, then jumped to her feet, arching her back. She pressed up against me, her eyes huge and her ears facing straight forward as she looked around the room, completely alert. I wasn't imagining the pressure. Sia felt it as well. Like me, she obviously couldn't pinpoint where it came from, though. I gasped when it finally dawned on my tired brain. The hounds knew the amulet wasn't working. If I were one of them, I would do everything in my power to prevent the magical device from getting fixed. If I were in charge, I would grab every single hound interested in destroying me, and do all I could to break into the amulet owner's house and kill her. The shade amulet might not be working correctly, but it was working well enough to sense if 100 or so hounds were trying to reach and destroy me. In a split second, I flipped off my bed, freaking out Sia, who dashed into the closet and pulled my suitcase from under my bed. Flinging the top up, I yanked drawers open and tossed random items and articles of clothing at the case. I needed to get up to Alaska, and fast. A noise from my living room reached my ears and I froze, my heart almost stopping, before remembering that Abel, a coworker of sorts, had spent the night on my couch. He rushed into my room, wearing only gym pants. I lost all thought as I stared at his perfectly sculpted pecs and abs. Holy Hannah, this man was hot. Did he even realize it? I doubted it. If he noticed me staring, he didn't let on, instead joining me in shoving things in my suitcase. "Give me that," I said, yanking the case from him and finishing the packing job. "Sorry. We're in a hurry." "Yes, I know." I didn't hide my frustration. I usually didn't where Abel was concerned. He was super talented in that he could irritate me endlessly without really working at it. Maybe it was his pig-headedness. Or his perfect confidence. I flushed, realizing I was irritated now because I'd just ogled his chest and stomach. Even if he hadn't noticed, it was still embarrassing. Regardless, he'd obviously sensed the building pressure. Was it because he was an arate, or would it have been evident to anyone? It was so strong now, it pounded against my head and sternum. I couldn't concentrate, couldn't think. A horn honked outside once, twice, then the driver really bore down. I glanced at my CZ regrettably. I wouldn't have time to deal with it at the airport, and grabbed my phone, charger, and suitcase, and started lugging everything out of my room until Abel took the suitcase from me. He snapped it shut, then slung it over his back, acting as if the hard shell didn't bother him. He grabbed his jacket from the couch in the living room. I couldn't see his shirt anywhere. Instead, I saw a shape appearing in the middle of smoke in a corner. Unsurprisingly, it was a hound. Before Abel or I could do anything, though, the hound shifted into a man, and Alexander, a friend, stepped toward us. I put a hand on my heart. "You freaked us out." Alexander grabbed my arm. "Get out of here. They're coming, all of them. My devices won't stand up to everyone." I nodded, and Abel and I rushed outside. Chief O'Hare, Lehigh's police chief, released the horn when he saw us. He opened his door. "Eleonora called. She couldn't reach you. Something's coming and you're in danger." I nodded. Eleonora was the previous Fire Impeder. She lived about 15 minutes away and had always been a lot better than I was at sensing magical creatures. "I have to get to the airport, fast as possible." Chief gave a curt nod. "I'll take you." He turned on his lights and siren and indicated for us to get in the car with him. I'd assumed we would take Abel's car, but a glance at Abel showed that he was fine going with Chief. He pulled the door open, picked me up, and hopped in the back of the car, setting me and my suitcase next to him. We were already moving, tires flinging rocks everywhere by the time he pulled the door shut. "Picking me up wasn't necessary," I murmured. "Too slow," Abel responded. I rolled my eyes, but put my irritation aside. Chief was older, but his reflexes were still spot on. I looked behind us, hoping Alexander would be okay. Sia would be. The hounds weren't looking for her and she was hiding. But Alexander? I watched as he rushed around the yard, grabbing the magical devices he'd set up to protect me a long time ago. It looked like he was deactivating them, probably a good idea. Better to do that than let them get destroyed when the hounds broke through. I turned to Abel, feeling my panic rise again. "Alexander." "Crap. Only a hound can kill a hound." Abel gave a curt nod. "He'll be fine." "How do you know?" Chief glanced back at us. "He's smart. He'll get out of there before anything happens." I knew Chief and Abel were right, but I still couldn't help worrying. Needing something to distract me, I powered up my phone. It showed several calls from Eleonora and Chief. Why hadn't I left it on, as usual? I must have been so tired the night before that I'd been unable to think straight. My muscles and joints still ached from barely getting out of the mansion that had been rented for the governor's ball. Speaking of which, what are we going to do about the governor? Chief frowned, gripping the steering wheel and looking at me in the rearview mirror. "Not a lot for now. We have no proof that he's a hound, and we can't exactly take down the governor of Utah." He had a point. "We need to follow him," I said. "Yes, Detective Cole volunteered to do that for the time being. Until you get your amulet fixed anyway." I nodded. "Okay." I turned back to my phone and started shopping for a flight to Alaska for both myself and Abel. There was no way I was going alone. 2. We hadn't been on the freeway long when Chief said, "We've got company." I looked behind us. A car was on our tail. I ducked down instinctively when I saw a gun in the front passenger's hand. A faint pop sounded, and something struck the back window of the car, little lines erupting across the glass. "They're seriously shooting at us?" I shrieked, covering my head. Abel produced a gun from his jacket, rolled down the window, and started doing some shooting of his own. I stared at him, mouth open, ears ringing, totally frozen before common sense hit me. "Stop it," I said, grabbing his arm. He yanked me off him and began shooting out the window again. I grabbed him once more. "Dude, knock it off. Let me handle the guns. It's my job." It really was, and he knew it. He grumbled at me, obviously unhappy to be stopped, but pulled back inside. I lay on the seat, curling up next to him, needing to be as comfortable as possible before getting to work. I almost focused on the guns, but at the last second, I pushed my magic to the engine in their car instead. At the speed we were going, one spark plug misfiring wouldn't be an issue. The pistons were moving too quickly. I'd have to stop as many of them as I could, and for as long as possible, in order for it to do anything. Eyes closed, I took a deep breath and mentally and magically grasped the spark plugs, sensing where the little explosions were taking place. And then I began preventing them from firing. I was only able to do it for a couple of seconds, before almost losing consciousness from the exertion. At this speed, the spark plugs were sparking several thousand times a minute, which was well above my ability to handle for long, but a couple of seconds was enough for the engine to die. The car dropped away from us, and I glanced back to see it swerving to avoid losing control as the driver panicked. I gave Abel a satisfied smile. I'm all for shooting bad guys when they deserve it, but if I can do something about it with magic, that's much more efficient. It'll save the bullets. But not your mind. He put a hand on my arm, then glanced at my face. How does that feel? I shrugged. I couldn't really tell it was him touching me without looking. That'll come back. He didn't respond, and Chief thanked me for the assistance. A couple moments later, Abel moved, and I finished buying the plane tickets. A part of me ached to take Abel's hand, but the more dominant side of me said no, not now. Not while we were under so much stress and had an audience. Of course, the old me would have said that would make the perfect setting. I sighed inwardly, missing how flirtatious I used to be, but grateful I wasn't there anymore. The rest of the drive was quiet, but I was a complete basket case in the airport. I knew it wasn't my imagination when I sensed multiple people watching. Would they dare do something in a crowded place? I didn't know, and I didn't want to find out. Abel and I rushed through security and onto the terminal, ignoring the odd looks at our pajamas. Maybe I imagined the odd looks. People wear pajamas in public all the time. We barely made our flight. I knew the hounds couldn't find us on planes, but I still struggled to relax while buckling up and waiting for takeoff. When the plane left the ground, I finally leaned back against the seat and shut my eyes, letting the stress drain from my system. The flight attendant came around, and Abel and I got as many snacks as possible, filling up on pretzels, nuts, and those little cookies they give out. We were only a half an hour from landing in Alaska, when I realized I hadn't used the bathroom since I'd woken up. I obviously wasn't getting enough water, if I hadn't needed to use it until this point. "I'll be back," I told Abel before hopping out of my seat and hurrying down the aisle, wanting to return before the seatbelt light came on. Just as I was reaching the bathroom, the captain announced that we would start our descent soon and asked everyone to return to their seats. I sent the flight attendant an apologetic smile, stepped inside, shut the door, and took care of business. While washing my hands, though, I noticed a hound taking shape in the middle of smoke in the little corner above the toilet. Before I had a chance to react, the dog sprang at me, teeth aiming for my throat. I barely held it off. The space inside the bathroom was way too small for the two of us. It was too small for the one of us. The dog snarled, snapping at me. I screamed. Someone knocked on the door. "You okay in there?" "Help!" I shrieked. The dog barked, growling as it continued snapping at me over and over again. It was so much stronger than I'd thought it would be. Up to this point, I hadn't really had to engage in hand-to-hand, hand-to-paw combat with one. Abel always did. I checked for its flame, but it wasn't there. Stupid amulet. The flimsy door crumpled in half behind me, folding in on itself. The dog and I became wedged in the doorway. it growling and snapping while I grunted with the effort to keep those sharp teeth away from my face. Spittle landed on my cheeks, and horrible breath enveloped me. I was vaguely aware of screaming passengers behind me. "Lizzie, move." "I'm trying," I grumbled, leaning away from the beast. Abel reached around me, grabbing the creature by the throat and yanking it out of the bathroom. It landed in the little area where the flight attendants usually sit. Abel lurched at it, barely missing it, as the thing sprang to its feet and snapped at the flight attendant who had somehow gotten between me and the dog. She screamed, jumping away. Abel grabbed the beast by the back leg, but it twisted out of reach. I hunted around, trying to find a weapon of sorts. The only thing I could get my fingers on, though, was a can of Coke. Yeah. If I had a couple of days, I might have been able to dissolve the dog to death, like my teacher had done to a student's newly lost tooth back in elementary school. Time wasn't on my side, though. Instead of the Coke can, I grabbed a bottle of water and swung it at the animal, knocking its jaw away as it again lurched at me. It was enough of a distraction that Abel could finally wrestle the beast to the floor, where he promptly snapped its neck. His chest heaved for several moments, and he didn't get up, probably making sure the dog really was dead. Then he glanced at me. "Are you okay?" "Yes, it only freaked me out." I looked at the flight attendant. "How are you?" She was examining the tear in her skirt where the hound's teeth had snagged her. I think I'm okay." Her voice was quiet and shaky. "I'm so sorry." She looked at me. "It's not your fault. Right?" I closed my eyes. "Sort of." "It's not," Abel said. "Without you, these sorts of things would be happening all the time. They're drawn to you and are leaving other people alone. If they succeed in killing you, you can bet they won't go home quietly." He sighed. "We're definitely not safe on planes." He glanced at me. "Do you think the amulet will work well enough for you to destroy the hound?" I shook my head, my heart still racing. "I don't know. I'll try." The flight attendant finally noticed the other passengers who were standing in the aisle, watching us. "I'd better do my job," she said. She turned and began instructing everyone to get to their seats, leaving us with the dog. I could still feel people's eyes on me, though, as I got to my hands and knees next to the big creature, my nearly forgotten fear of dogs rising up inside. "Come on, amulet. Please help." It didn't matter how close I got to the thing, though. The little flame never appeared. I shook my head, giving Abel a dismayed look. "It's a no-go." Abel muttered under his breath, scowling at the necklace. "Piece of trash." Hopefully not for much longer. Hopefully, the amulet's creator would know what to do. Hopefully, whatever was wrong was reparable. The flight attendant returned, her hands still shaking, and stepped around the hound. It obviously wasn't something they'd ever had to deal with before. "It's not a regular dog," I said when the woman's eyes kept moving to Abel and the creature. He was still sitting on it, watching its face carefully, ready to kill it again if need be. If she thought his behavior was weird, she didn't say so. She shook her head slowly. "I'll say. You went into the bathroom alone. The dog didn't follow you, so it must have appeared while you were in there." "But how?" Her expression was troubled. She was probably wondering if she and the rest of the passengers were in danger of this happening again. I needed to reassure her that she was safe, or would be once I left. It came through a magical link. "You don't need to worry about it again, though. It was following me. As soon as I'm gone, you won't be at risk." "What was it?" "The less you know, the better. If I give you too much information, they'll be attracted to your curiosity and will seek you out. It's better not to start down that road." The woman looked like she wanted to ask more, especially when I said they, but she didn't. I shouldn't have clued her in on there being more than one dog. It slipped out before I had a chance to think it through. "What now?" she asked. I glanced at Abel, trying to decide. "We'll take it up to our row. We won't leave it back here with you." It's too dangerous for us to allow it to come back to life while the plane is in the air. Okay. The woman's shoulders slumped in relief. Then her eyes grew huge. Wait. It'll come back to life? Yes, Abel said. Which is why we'll keep it with us in the meantime. I glanced at him. But I started, not sure how to explain. Once the plane lands, we'll be running as quickly as possible. The dog will have to stay behind because once he heals, and he will heal, he'll do everything in his power to destroy me. You won't be in danger as long as you stay out of the way. I'm who he wants. The woman nodded. I gave her my number and asked her to let me know when the dog healed. She agreed to do so, then visibly steeled herself before turning her attention to getting ready for landing. Abel and I dragged the beast up to our row, shoving it under the seats in front of us. Abel kept his foot on the creature's head in such a way that the neck wouldn't be able to heal without him releasing the pressure. As soon as the door opened, we raced off the plane and on to the car rental agency. The flight attendant texted me as soon as the dog woke up, letting me know it had left and they were safe. I began watching everyone with suspicion. I hadn't even checked to see if the dog was male or female and had no idea what to watch for. One thing was certain, though. I'd never look at an airplane the same again. Now that I knew they weren't safe, as I'd originally thought, I highly doubted I'd ever fly again if I had a choice. Luckily, most cars didn't have that perfect corner needed for the beasts to travel through. Automobiles jumped to the top of my list of preferred modes of transportation. 3. The trip to Mount Koven went quickly, mainly because Abel really sped. Chief must have called ahead and warned the local authorities because we passed several cops and no one stopped us. Agnes was waiting on her porch as if she knew we were on our way, and it only took 20 minutes to get to the door of the Akashic record. I hadn't been inside for long when the shade who'd created the amulet approached me. I'm so glad you're here, he said. Last time you came, I knew something was wrong, but because you weren't seeking that information specifically, I couldn't let you know. I closed my eyes, feeling exhaustion seep into my system. That's really good to know. And it sucked too. All the stress and frustration I'd been experiencing, not to mention the near-death experiences, could have been prevented if I'd only known to ask. Sigh. The man took the amulet from me, inspecting it. He shook his head, grumbling. Kanon, the previous owner, didn't give you the whole thing. He pointed at the amulet. See? I looked closer. A little sliver of metal was missing. I just assumed that was because the amulet is old. He shook his head. This device does not wear out. I designed it to be nearly indestructible. And when damage does occur to it, it pulls minerals from the air and earth around it to heal itself. If only I could do that as well. That would be handy. What do I need to do? The shade appraised me. I'm impressed you already know it is you who must do it. I shrugged. I figured as much since you're pretty much stuck here. I knew some shades wandered around, swapping places with others for a time, but something about this guy told me he didn't have that option. Maybe it was because he seemed to know so much more than everyone else. The shade nodded, no sign of regret or longing on his face. My duty is a different one from most. And I don't mind that. He closed his eyes briefly, then gazed at me. You must seek out Kanon where he dwells in a graveyard in Holland. An odd sort of pressure thumped against my heart, and I hesitated. The thought of looking for this demon thing must have really freaked me out, if I was already having reactions to the new task. The ghost continued. Once you get there, a shade will help you. The amulet is not yours, and it won't be until Kanon gives all of it to you. I felt that pressure against my heart again. It made breathing painful, and it occurred to me that I shouldn't be having physical pain. Not when I wasn't in my body anymore. I gasped, putting my hand against my sternum. That really hurts, I said. What was going on? The shade frowned, then closed his eyes. Your body is in danger. Your partner can't fight them all off. I didn't have to ask him who he was referring to. The shade started mumbling under his breath. As he did so, I felt the amulet heat up. It got so warm that it became uncomfortable, and I had to pull it away from my skin. Finally, the pressure on my heart stopped just as the shade quieted. He gripped my arm, startling me. "I've granted you safe passage to Holland, where Lord Canaan dwells. You must find him and demand that he give you all of the amulet." His fingers dug in as he emphasized his point. "The amulet won't function properly even after he gives it to you. You need to know that I'm borrowing future power from it and current power from ghosts to keep the hounds away. Until it pays itself back for this time it's protecting you, it won't work again." "Wait a second," I said, not totally grasping what he was saying. "Explain that again." I was still too preoccupied with the thought that the hounds had found my body and attacked. Was I in pieces? Was Abel still alive? "If it takes you 10 hours to reach Lord Canaan, the amulet won't function for 5 more. If it takes 20, you'll be unprotected for another 10. He shook his head, a sad expression on his face. "I wish I could borrow completely from shades, but we lack that sort of power on our own. Without the amulet's help, we can't protect you from the hounds at all." "I appreciate any assistance you can offer," I said, wanting him to know I didn't blame him. "Take care that you not place yourself in any precarious situations until the amulet is functional again." I almost snorted at that but stopped myself just in time. No sense offending the shade who had helped me so much, but hello, Mr. Obvious. The shade closed his eyes again, then looked at me. "The passage is ready for you. Go. Now. And quickly." I didn't need to be told twice. I whirled, rushing from the room, dodging shades who watched me with concern and interest. They usually ignored me, but this time, they had reason to pay attention. I could feel power swirling in the room, converging on me, flowing to me, making my whole spirit tingle as it protected me. The moment I stepped through the door and my spirit entered my body, I knew I was in trouble. 4. I gasped as pain radiated through my entire body. It was so intense, I think I blacked out for a moment. Long enough, anyway, for me to stumble against the cold stone wall of the tunnel just outside the door. I braced myself against it, trying to concentrate through the sharp, pulsing pain that originated from, well, pretty much everywhere. What on earth had been happening while I was talking to the shade? Something warm trickled into my eye, and I wiped my face, discovering blood on my hand. Great. I looked around. Hound and human bodies were strewn across the ground. Most were unconscious, but several glared at me, frozen in place by an almost unseen force. The air was sticky and thick, and it took me a moment to realize that everywhere there wasn't something physical, like tunnel walls, ground, and bodies. There were shades occupying that space, pushing down against the hounds, keeping them in place. Someone lurched through that thick air toward me, backlit by the sun, ghosts dissipating and reappearing as he did, and I screeched until I recognized Abel's outline. Something was wrong with his left leg. "Lizzie," he said, taking me into his arms. I was so worried. I didn't know when you'd be back, and with all of the hounds attacking, I thought I'd never fight them off you. He brushed my hair out of my face, gazing at me, the dim lighting making his blue eyes look almost black. "Are you okay?" I shook my head, barely able to do that much. The movement made me almost pass out again. I hurt like crazy. "We can't do anything about it right now, though. I've got to get to Holland, and the sooner the better." "Holland?" A confused expression crossed his face. "Why?" I glared at the hounds, then immediately regretted doing so as pain exploded across my scalp. The stupid demon, Lord Canaan, didn't give me the whole amulet. It's never fully been mine, and until it is, it won't function. "Well, that sucks." "Understatement," I mumbled, closing my eyes. "We don't have much time. The amulet is going to keep the hounds away, but the longer it takes us to get it in my possession, the longer it'll take until it functions for me." Abel nodded, then put his arm around me, and we helped each other out of the tunnel. Once we were in the light of day, I glanced down at his leg. Blood trickled through his pants and stained the top of his shoe. "Are you okay?" I asked. He shook his head. "I probably could use stitches or something." He looked me over, his face turning white. "Oh, Lizzie. You look awful. Do you need me to carry you?" I took stock of myself, inspecting my arms and legs. Scratches and bite marks were everywhere, but other than that, nothing felt broken. Just tons of horrible, superficial wounds. Well, some deep wounds. A few of those bites were really bad. I hoped I didn't get herpes or rabies or whatever that disease was. I couldn't think straight. "No. Not with your leg looking like that. I don't have any sprains or broken bones. Just lots of bad owies." He smiled. "Glad to see you still have a sense of humor." He looked down the hill to where our rental car would be visible once we got through the scant forest. "We should keep going." I agreed, and helping each other, we headed down the hill and neared the car. I wasn't surprised to see a stream of dog prints flooding from Agnes's house, deep in the mud leading back up the hill. Stupid hounds. Abel and I reached our car, and I groaned. The windows had all been shattered, the windshield, back window, everything. Miraculously, only one tire had been slashed. They must have gotten tired of doing that, and decided to come after me instead. Abel swapped out the tire for the donut. He tried to start the car, but nothing happened. Not even a clicking sound. He hit the steering wheel with his fist, cursing, then jumped from the car and lifted the hood. I joined him and stared at the engine. The battery was disconnected, and the spark plugs had been pulled out. They were strewn across the gravel road. Abel gathered them up, while I reconnected the battery. "How did they look?" I asked, hoping nothing was wrong with them. While studying in the specialty training school in California, I'd had to learn how to create enough sparks to start an engine. Even with fire being my natural ability, it was still exhausting, grueling work, much worse than stopping an engine since it had to be done over and over. I never wanted to do it again. "They all look fine." "Oh. Except this one, I think it's toast." "Yeah, it is. The thingy is cracked." "Seriously? Couldn't I get a break?" "Thingy? See?" He held it out to me, and I nodded. "Yup. The thingy is cracked." He ignored my sarcasm. "Do you think you can do it?" Resigning myself to the stupid task, I shrugged. "Probably, but not for very long. It's going to be a rough ride. Don't go over 1,000 RPMs. I knew from school that 1,000 RPMs meant that each individual spark plug was sparking 500 times per minute. Absolutely insane. A car like this probably idled around 600 RPMs, which meant we'd practically have to coast our way. Luckily, Petersville is uphill from Anchorage. Mostly. I continued. "I'm going to be absolutely useless, and I won't be able to hold on for very long." "You're saying we won't make it back to Anchorage?" "Definitely not. We'll have to go to a place that's down the street away. I got food there my first time here. We'll see if they have a car we can borrow, or if we could pay someone to drive us." He nodded. "All right, get comfortable then. Let me know when you're ready." I put my seat all the way down, did up my seatbelt, sort of pointless with me reclined, but hey, I'm nothing if not a law-abiding citizen, and closed my eyes. I gathered my magic around me, then nodded. "Go ahead." As was usually the case when I worked with magic, time slowed down just enough for me to sense when he tried starting the engine. The pistons moved back and forth, compressing gasoline into a tight area where the spark plugs, using electricity from the battery, would ignite and give power to the engine. I commanded the plug to create the spark, and accelerated the action as fast as I could. The engine started, and I gasped. Once I told my magic what to do, it would do it without me having to think about each individual step. But boy, would it cost me. I couldn't even tell Abel to go, but he already knew what to do. The car lurched forward, and I nearly passed out when he barely touched the gas. I gasped again, and he put his hand on my arm. "I'm so sorry, Lizzie," he murmured. Then we both fell silent, as Abel headed down the hill. 5. The ride was one of the longest I'd ever endured. In college, I only had to create sparks for 30 seconds, nowhere near 15 minutes. I felt myself losing consciousness as Abel told me we were almost to our destination. By the time we parked, my eyes wouldn't stay open. My magic stopped flowing to the engine, which meant Abel had turned the key, but by that point, I'd exerted so much magical power I couldn't feel anything. I couldn't sense the seat beneath me or the temperature of the air around me. I couldn't even feel my limbs or the pain anymore. "You stay here," Abel said. "I'll be back." I couldn't respond. The door opened and closed. The temperature was dropping as night approached, and I was grateful I couldn't feel it or the broken glass under me. The sunny Alaskan summer night wouldn't get very dark, but the temperature would still reach the mid-50s. My Utah weather-acclimated body wasn't used to those temperatures, but I wouldn't know any different. I must have either fallen asleep or gone unconscious, because what felt like only 2 seconds later, Abel was opening my door and undoing my seatbelt. "I found us a ride," he said. "I'll get you there now." He lifted me out of the seat and something brushed against my face, his jacket probably. For all I knew though, it was the skin on his chest. Until my ability to sense what I touched returned, I would be pretty crippled. I came in and out of consciousness as Abel put me in the backseat of a car and sat up front with the driver. Once we were moving, I relaxed and drifted off to sleep. I must have slept the entire way to Anchorage because when I woke up, we were pulling into the airport. The driver, a woman, looked back at me, concern on her face. "How are you feeling?" she asked. I almost tried to sit up, but decided against it. "Better now." Her worried expression didn't leave. "I hope you didn't do permanent damage." "Me too." She smiled, and for the first time I noticed she had a slight wave of magic around her. "You're in REIT?" I asked. "Yes. I even went to Caton University. Didn't end up doing much after graduation, but I'm grateful for what I learned." Abel helped me out of the car. We paid her cash to cover the cost of the gas, cleaned ourselves up as best we could in the restroom, then approached the rental agency. I still hadn't regained my senses, and that told me just how much damage I'd done. 2, almost 3 hours to heal. I really hoped the damage wasn't permanent. We explained the best we could to the manager what had happened, without giving details that would cause them to be curious. Our car was attacked, we weren't sure who had done it. They were gone when we got there. Abel showed them pictures and told them that I, as a fire REIT, had kept the car running long enough for us to find another ride. He handed them the keys, emailed them the pictures he'd taken, and we filled out a bunch of paperwork. And that was it. Honestly, it ended up being a lot less of a big deal than I'd thought it would be. I was grateful we'd arranged to use the rental company's insurance. I bought tickets, and Abel and I headed through security. Once on the other side, we found a first aid station, and the worried nurse there helped us clean and dress our wounds. We promised we'd get checked out as soon as possible. I had no idea when that would be. Once we were covered in antibiotic ointment and all bandaged up, we found a shop and swapped out our tattered pajamas for clean clothes that screamed tourists. There wasn't much to choose from. We chuckled at each other, then headed to our terminal. While waiting to board the plane, I looked up Holland. I laughed while reading. "What?" Abel asked from where he'd leaned back in his seat, not opening his eyes. Since when was Holland actually the Netherlands?" I probably should have been embarrassed that I didn't already know this. Abel chuckled. "How did you not know? That's pretty basic." A need to defend myself had me talking before I could think my way through. I knew of the Netherlands and I knew of Holland, but I never put 2 and 2 together about them being the same place. Elementary school geography lessons, for the win. I glanced at him. Boy craziness hit me early, and I was probably too distracted to pay attention. We boarded the plane and sank gratefully into our seats. The nurse at the first aid station had given us painkillers, and I drifted off to sleep once they finally started working. I couldn't believe how much my body had endured. I was exhausted, and every inch of me ached in some way or another. Abel and I slept almost the whole flight from Anchorage to Chicago, where the next leg of our journey to Amsterdam would begin. It was well-earned sleep. 6. When I finally woke up, I was groggy and in pain, but super grateful to find that I could sense the things I touched. Thank goodness. I hated the confusion that came with that loss. Abel was still out cold, and I leaned back, hoping to get a bit more shut-eye, but the old lady sitting next to me noticed I was awake. "Oh, wonderful," she said. "I thought you were dead. If you didn't move soon, I was going to alert the flight attendant." Judging by how the flight attendant kept sending us worried glances, the old lady probably already had alerted her. Either that, or the woman had also been keeping an eye on us. "Nope, not dead," I said, sending the elderly woman a smile. "Just very, very tired." "You look like you've seen better days," she said, her tone of voice telling me she hoped I'd fill her in. "We've had a bunch of half-crazed demons from who knows where hunting us. We're trying to get that resolved now." A sparkle entered the woman's eyes. "I hate it when that happens." I laughed. "Where are you heading now?" she asked. "If you're trying to get away, that is." I might have been tired, but a direct question like that had me on edge immediately. "Here and there," I said. "The less you know, the better, honestly. They feed off knowledge." The woman nodded. "Good to know." She glanced at Abel. "You're both Artes?" I looked at him too, wondering how she'd guessed. Nothing about him appeared out of the ordinary, other than his crisp new clothes, and I already knew she wasn't magical, so she hadn't sensed the pulses that surrounded us. "Yes, we are." "How'd you know?" She shrugged. "You get as old as me, you notice things. Artes carry themselves differently." I raised my eyebrows. "We're both injured and exhausted. It's not something you're aware of, it's how your body is built. You react to things around you differently than normal people do." I wasn't sure how to respond to that. The woman was far more perceptive than most. I hadn't noticed it. "My sister was an Arete," she explained, "so I was exposed to your kind a lot. She got really good before she died." I bit my lips. "I'm sorry to hear she passed away." The woman placed her hand on my arm. "You're sweet." She was doing what she loved, fighting against those demons who tried to take over Earth several years back. I nodded. It saddened me to know how much that event had affected people. The woman motioned to Abel. "Is he your," she started. "Boyfriend?" She chuckled. I was going to say husband, but sure. "Boyfriend?" "No." I started shaking my head, then stopped, not positive that was correct. "Maybe. I don't know. We haven't had much time to figure it out. We hadn't even kissed, for crying out loud. Not like that defined a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but it definitely helped. Plus, my emotions and stress levels had been all over the place lately. Trying to define a shaky relationship when life was as messed up as mine wasn't a good idea." "I can tell he cares a great deal about you." I glanced at her. "Really?" "Yes. By the way, he stayed near your side and made sure you got on the plane okay. I saw the two of you back in the terminal, and he's very protective of you." I stared at her. How had I not noticed? I'm usually very good at recognizing those sorts of things. That doesn't mean he feels anything toward me other than affection. And affection goes with all sorts of relationships. That's true. She didn't pursue the topic though, and I had a feeling she had her mind made up. I'd need to tuck the conversation away for later retrieval so I could study her words and see how I felt about them. I knew Abel cared for me, but he hadn't made a whole lot of advances, especially after he'd seen me kissing Connor. I still felt awful about that whole situation. To be fair, Abel hadn't exactly had the opportunity to do much where I was concerned. We'd been on the run constantly since our paths had joined again. That wasn't his fault or mine, just a product of our circumstances. Besides, I said, I don't even know what I want. I rested my head in my hands, staring at the floor by my feet, willing a new headache to go away. Things are so muddled right now. She patted my back. Give it time, honey. It'll fix itself eventually. I hope so, I muttered. Neither of us said anything more, and I wondered if I should try to sleep again. I doubted I'd be able to at that point, not when we were so close to landing. What do you do for work? She asked. I straightened, grateful for the change in conversation. I'm a fire impeder. Fire impeder? She said it as if she'd never heard of the job before. She probably hadn't. What exactly do you do in that line of work? I work closely with government officials and volunteers to stop sparks before they happen. Fires, bombs, guns, all of that. Oh, that sounds interesting. And dangerous. I nodded. It's definitely both. Never boring, that's for sure. And I was so grateful for that. I don't know what I would have done if I'd ended up teaching dance, the type of employment my mom had so badly wanted me to have. Bless her heart. And what about him? What does he do? I panicked for a moment. I wasn't sure how to answer. He was an assassin. Normal people aren't okay with that line of work. He's employed by me, I started, then decided to leave it at that. I still wasn't sure how I felt about what he did, and I wasn't ready to confront that topic just yet. He's a silver, isn't he? She asked, motioning to his hair. My sister was one. Oh, she was so proud to finally reach that point. It took her years and years. Her hair actually turned gray around the time a regular person's hair would. We were so happy for her. The woman's voice had taken on a sad note, and I could tell she seriously missed her sister. Yes, he's a silver, I said. He's a different sort, though. What do you mean? She asked, her curiosity piqued. The pilot informed us over the intercom that we would start our descent into Chicago, and I made sure my seatbelt was on. His hair was already gray before he restarted. She frowned. Wow. That's rare, isn't it? I nodded. Incredibly. He can't even control his powers yet. He falls unconscious any time he does something with them. That's not helpful. I remember my sister struggling like that when she used her magic. She lost her sense of direction when she overdid it, and I had to go with her to practice sessions just to make sure she got home. It's definitely frustrating. But, and I hope you don't think I'm prying, how does he work for you if he can't use his magic? It gets hard sometimes. I'm not very powerful magically. Thankfully, he's got a lot of experience and can usually figure something out that doesn't involve magic. She didn't seem to notice what else I'd said, having gotten stuck on the first part of my response. You aren't powerful? How did that happen? Doesn't it drive you nuts every day, wanting to master your powers? That's how it was for my sister. I understood why her sister felt that way. Most Arates did. It had taken me a while to get there, though. Magic wasn't a huge draw for me, and when I started to focus on it, it didn't come easily or naturally. At least not like it did for my friends. I decided to focus on things in a different way instead, and so I became a fire impeder. My magic flowed naturally that way, and it's been a great career choice. She nodded. I can understand that. Have you considered training him? I raised an eyebrow. Abel was training me, at least when it came to fighting and defending myself. Of course, I hadn't considered training him. No. If he works for you, you could say he's got a right to receive training for his position. Maybe you could help each other. I blinked. Huh. I'd never considered that. I'll give it some thought. Thanks for the idea. She smiled at me. Knowledge shouldn't be guarded as closely as some believe. I used to hold it tightly to myself, but I've since let go of that control. I missed the understanding I had, but I wouldn't ever go back to what I was before. I frowned, studying her face. She'd gone cryptic on me. I opened my mouth to ask for clarification, but the flight attendant asked me to have Abel return his seat to its upright position. Abel started awake, and from then on he kept me preoccupied. I couldn't stop thinking about what the woman had said. My first guess was that she was a hound, but how? She was old, she had a sister, and she didn't seem to know much about my situation. Besides, if she were a hound, the amulet would have kept her away, right? We landed not long after, but my mind returned again and again to the woman, what she'd said about herself, and also me training Abel. I decided to talk to him about it when I had the chance. 7. Abel and I were absolutely famished when we got off the airplane in Chicago. And because we had a 4-hour layover with no threat from hounds, we relaxed for the first time in a long, long while. We found our terminal, dumped our stuff, which was really just my suitcase and Abel's jacket, and headed off in search of good food. Maybe we should have been worried about my suitcase getting stolen. I honestly didn't care any longer. I hurt everywhere, I had maniacal beasts trying to destroy me, and I just learned I needed to approach a freaky, terrifying guy and demand that he give me a little piece of metal that belonged to my necklace. Steal my suitcase, people. It's yours. Before we picked a place to eat, though, we found another first aid station. The nurse there wasn't as kind. He probably saw a bit more in this airport than the Anchorage lady saw, but he still checked out our wounds and let us know they weren't getting infected. And then he made us promise we'd go to a hospital the minute we landed in Amsterdam. Are the hospitals there any good? Abel asked. I turned to see the nurse's expression as he answered, since I'd been about to ask too. I don't know. But they can't be any worse than what we have here. It's not like the Netherlands is a third-world communist country. I glanced at Abel. We should probably drop by a facility. We need to get our bearings and figure out where we're headed anyway. He grunted in reply. I wasn't sure if that meant okay or not on your life. I assumed it meant okay. After giving us painkillers, the nurse sent us on our way, and we visited restrooms before finding a nice sit-down restaurant. Once we'd ordered our food and started eating, I brought up the conversation I'd had with the elderly woman. I hadn't been sure if he'd been awake, but judging by his surprise to know there'd been a lady next to us at all, I could tell he hadn't been. She said we should practice together, work on our magical abilities, and get your powers figured out. Abel grunted again. To be fair, this time he had a huge piece of steak in his mouth. I thought it was a good idea, I said. I mean, I don't know how you feel, but if it were me, I'd hate to go through life as a silver, but completely unable to do anything about it without falling unconscious. It's not convenient. His response encouraged me. So, as soon as we get back from all of this, let's practice together. He raised an eyebrow. When we get back? Why not now? Because we're eating. And I really just want to have a normal meal without anything crazy or magic-related happening. Not now. When we get back to the terminal. We could find a quiet corner and practice there. Sounds good. I was grateful he'd adopted the idea so easily. I doubted we'd find a quiet corner in this place, though. That settled, I decided it was high time I learned more about this man I was spending so much time with lately. Where did you grow up? I asked after swallowing a bite of steamed and buttered veggies. He did a one-shoulder shrug. Besides Kansas and Oklahoma, all over. My dad was in the Navy, so we went where he was stationed. I motioned for him to continue. Places like Guam, Japan, Seattle, Connecticut, San Diego, and a few others I can't remember. Was it hard? Not having a place to call home? Abel lowered his fork, gazing at something over my shoulder, and a sad expression crossed his face. Home was wherever my family lived. Because we moved so much, sometimes only staying in one place for 6 months, we became very tight. My brothers and I were inseparable. My sisters were the same. We did everything together and rarely fought. I raised an eyebrow. How is it possible for siblings not to fight? He shrugged. I don't know. Maybe my memory is off, but I don't remember us squabbling all that much. He picked up his fork again to take another bite of steak. What about you? Where are you from? I snorted inwardly. This was insane. How much time had we spent together, especially recently, and we didn't even know the basics. I grew up in Dallas. Like you, I'm really close to my family, and we spent a lot of time together. Unlike you though, we fought all the time. He smiled. I'd love to get in an argument with my family now, believe me. I'm sorry you're having to spend so much time with me. I really appreciate it though. Abel waved me off. Even if it weren't my job, I'd still do it. He stared at me across the table, an intense expression in his blue eyes. You're different, Lizzie. When he didn't continue, I asked, what do you mean? When I first saw you, I was smitten. I'd heard of you already, almost everyone had, where I was living. But it had been years since I'd seen a redhead. You'd heard of me? I shook my head quickly, trying to get that bit of information to settle. How? The prophecy is well known in that hole you rescued me from. Why? That doesn't make any sense. He shrugged. I don't know. But even if it wasn't for that prophecy, I knew there was something about you I wanted to understand, to learn, to find out. I couldn't bear the thought of killing you without knowing what made you tick. I tried not to show any alarm to the casual mention of him possibly offing me. When Nicole and I had found him, he'd definitely wanted to destroy us, but he'd been so sick and weak, he hadn't been able to do it. We'd ended up rescuing him, so in a way, he'd been in my debt. By the time we left the planet, though, he no longer had a reason to destroy me. I'm still grateful for that. Abel reached across the table and picked up my hand. Sparks immediately raced across my skin, and I had a hard time looking at anything but his intense blue eyes. When things calm down, Lizzie, I'd like to spend some good time with you. I could hear the unspoken statement there. Take time to see if our relationship had a chance. But when would things calm down? Do you mean when we get the amulet figured out? Yes. And these hounds? I can't think about romance when I'm constantly trying not to get killed. My heart dropped about a foot, but I refused to show my disappointment. Sounds good, was all I could manage. Getting the hounds sorted out could take years, and I wasn't going to wait around for years. Of course, I wouldn't push him into a relationship. I'd decided a long time ago I wouldn't take on that much control. If he needed time and space to figure things out, fine. But as I already stated, I wouldn't wait around. Abel withdrew his hand to finish eating, and my thoughts went to Cole. I couldn't help but wonder how he was doing and where he was. Following Governor Boggs, probably. Had the governor come after me too, and if so, had he gotten stuck up in Alaska? I'd have to check the news and find out if anyone noticed a random absence. Our conversation petered out at that point, and we finished eating in silence. My heart ached a bit, but I knew it was for the best. A little heartache now was better than a lot later. Besides, Abel was right. Things were insane, and insanity didn't lead to smart relationship choices. I gritted my teeth, resolving to put my feelings for him aside until he wasn't the only guy I first spent time with. We weren't the last man and woman on the planet, and I didn't have to date him. Being stuck with him forced those feelings to come earlier than they would have naturally. It was like a choir tour romance. You're off on this adventure-filled trip with the same people, and random couples always get together for no reason other than the fact that there isn't anyone else available. Said couples never lasted longer than a few days, or sometimes a couple of weeks after getting back home. If Abel noticed my reticence, he didn't say anything. I was grateful for that. We finished eating, then headed back to the terminal. I pushed my sadness away, actually surprised to find I was looking forward to practicing with magic. It had been a long time since I'd done it, and with my senses back and my brain fed and alert, I was ready. 8. Miraculously, my suitcase was where we left it. I grabbed it, Abel picked up his jacket, and we found a corner that was nearly empty. A married couple, probably in their 40s, and their snoozing teenage sons were the closest. I plugged in my phone, grateful I'd brought my charger, and nearly sat in the chair next to the outlet. Abel surprised me by sitting on the floor instead. I hesitated, then joined him, crossing my sore legs under me. "All right, teacher, teach me," he said with a half-smile. I blinked, swallowing down the sudden nervousness that came because of his direct attitude. "Okay. What's the first thing we need to do?" I racked my brain, trying to remember what I'd learned back in college. "Well, we need to figure out what your sub-ability is. That's always the best place to begin." Abel tilted his head. "Sub-ability? As you know, all arites have a natural power, which is based on their color of hair. Well, a sub-ability is a smaller scale ability related to that element. It's different for everyone. I'm a fire arite, and my sub-ability is to create a spark. My friend Nate's is to grow fire. He can't start it. For Nicole, it's stopping sound. We need to figure out what yours will be." Abel frowned. "I probably don't have one." I shook my head. "Everyone does. I'm willing to bet, since you were already gray when you restarted, that you'll have a sub-ability in each of the 4 elements." "Why?" "Because none of the elements is your primary one. It would make sense that you would have 4 sub-abilities." Abel nodded. "All right, I'll buy it. If that's the case, we should choose one element and work with that." "Exactly," I said, glad he picked up so quickly. "Which element are you most comfortable practicing?" "None of them." He looked around, obviously feeling like he had an audience. We'd caught the attention of one of the teenagers, who was trying to look like he wasn't watching. His parents were both involved in their tablets, and possibly, hadn't noticed us yet. I didn't like having an audience either, but we wouldn't have a chance to practice again for a while, depending on how things went with the demon. Besides, we were in relative safety right then, and it would be a long time before I felt secure enough to practice without constantly looking over my shoulder. "I vote we practice with air or earth," he said. I nodded. Fire and water would potentially cause damage to our surroundings. "Let's go with earth, for you at least. It's easiest to monitor." "What about for you?" I shrugged. I didn't know. There's a natural way of things for arites, depending on their main ability. I can't remember what it is. Nicole would. It's something like, fire arites can master earth next and water arites can master air next. Yeah, I can't remember. "We could Google it," Abel suggested. I shook my head. Even if we found out that earth wasn't it, it's still better for us to focus on earth for now, because it has potential to cause less damage. If it comes naturally to me, then yay. If not, we'll have to try one of the other elements later. "Okay, teach, let's get started." I stared at the carpet, thinking about beginning there. It was worn out, and I didn't have to lift it to know it would have plenty of dust underneath it. We'll pull the dirt from the carpet. But I wish we had someone here who already knows how to do it. Why? Because sometimes it's easier to follow another's magic, make your own power do what theirs is doing. It leads to a smoother process. I see. We'll do our best. I nodded, then indicated for him to begin. He didn't say anything for a moment, and I waited. Nothing happened. Finally he said, "I give. What's the first thing I need to do?" Whenever I've used my powers in the past, I've gone unconscious almost immediately after. First, you need to gather them to you. Can you feel them around you? You might be calling on too much too quickly. I could feel mine, they waited within my grasp, ready and willing to do whatever I needed them to do. He nodded. Gather a little of them, just a tiny bit. It's better to start really small, too small, than to overdo it and knock yourself out. I sensed it as the magic swirling around him came to attention. A little wisp of it drew near to him, floating close to his chest. Okay, done. Now what? Send it to the carpet. Ask it to pull some of the dirt out and pile it in front of you. I felt as he did just that. The magic left him, drifting down. Little streams of dirt and dust pulled out of the fibers, floating toward him. At this point, both teenagers were watching, as were their parents. We hadn't caught anyone else's attention, though. Just as the dirt started piling in front of Abel, his eyes rolled up and he slumped against the empty chair behind him, then slid over onto me. I grunted under his weight. Both teenagers jumped to help me, and soon we had him lying on the floor. It didn't take long for him to come to, and a bright flush of red crossed his cheeks. He brushed me off, rolled to a sitting position, and stared at the dirt that had fallen in front of him. Not even a teaspoon's worth was there. Ridiculous, he muttered. A teaspoon of dirt knocks me out. I put a hand on his arm. It could be worse than that, I promise. How are we supposed to find out what my sub-ability is? We experiment. Pulling the dirt to you was difficult. We'll try putting it back next. If that knocks you out too, it's not your sub-ability. He snorted. And if it is? What's the technical term for that? He who pushes dirt back into carpets? I laughed. I couldn't help it. Sorry, that's hilarious. And no, it's not what you'd be called. Probably dirt pusher or something, though. Better than drug pusher. Abel glanced at the teenagers. Don't do drugs, kids. I raised an eyebrow. You're funny. Abel finally smiled. Let's get back to work. He didn't wait for me to reply before he gathered a wisp of magic and again sent it to the dirt in front of us. This time, he hadn't replaced the dirt. As before, though, he passed out almost immediately. When he came to, I said, "We still don't know which sense you lose when you overdo it." Isn't it obvious? He asked. I lose all senses. It's why I fall unconscious. Is that possible? He shrugged. Why else have I never lost my sight or hearing or anything else? He had a point. The next thing I had Abel do was gather flecks of metal from around the screws and joints of the chairs behind us. Like before, though, he was only able to do a little bit of work before passing out. I glanced around. A few other people had noticed by now. It was time to take a break from Abel and focus on me for a little while. See if we couldn't lose their interest by my lack of dramatic responses to overdoing it. When he came around, I told him, and he agreed. At least when you overdo it, only you know, he said. It's a good thing for now, I responded quietly. I started where Abel had, with the dirt in the carpet. I gathered a little bit of my magic, feeling it draw around me, and then sent it to the dirt in the carpet, asking it to pull a tiny bit toward me. Like Abel, I was only able to do a little bit before I couldn't feel the surface below me. And that's as far as I can go, I mumbled. Look at us, we're quite a pair, huh? The dad was watching me. You seem to know a lot about being an arte. What's your natural hair color? I could hear his underlying question. Why couldn't I do earth magic if I actually was a brunette? Red. I'm a Fire Impeder by profession. The man's eyes widened in excitement. Are you serious? My mother wanted to become one. She never got there. What's it like? While waiting for my senses to return, I told him about the training I'd received and a few of the tasks I'd been assigned to, including stopping wildfires and a few shootings in Salt Lake City. Where do Fire Impeders train anyway? The man asked. There are a couple of different locations in the country. The one I went to was in California. Do they teach anything other than fire abilities? Yes. I had to learn a lot of the other elements, mainly earth. For example, I needed to learn the specific ingredients that make up bombs. And there are a lot of things that can create a bomb. I needed to learn all of them, so I could sense when an explosive was nearby. That also involved a bit of water and air, since both can be used in bombs. "This is so fascinating," the man said. He and his sons were quite animated as they listened to us, and even the mom appeared mildly interested. Unfortunately, we'd caught enough of the wrong sort of attention, and soon a couple of security agents approached. Apparently, it was against policy for Arates to use their powers for any reason in the airport. Disappointed, Abel and I promised to stop, and got up from the floor, taking seats in the empty chairs behind us. We had an hour left before boarding, and I found myself somewhat bitter that the airport had such a ridiculous rule. Oh well. I couldn't control it, and getting to Amsterdam was more important than making a point about freedom and protection and bigotry. Yeah, that's right, bigotry. I smiled to myself at the joke no one else would ever hear. Resigning myself to a boring hour, I leaned back in my seat and listened as Abel talked to the teenagers about his restart. They loved every minute. The mom watched with pride and love on her face. She came and sat next to me, motioning to her sons. "We tried so hard to have a third and fourth, but it never worked out." "I'm sorry to hear that." She nodded. "We were sorry too. I'm grateful I've got these two, but it would have been fun to have an Arate. They would have loved it." I laughed. Or they would have teased and tortured their younger sibling. Good-naturedly, of course. And that younger sibling would tease them back in every way she possibly could, once she restarted. I smiled at the wife. "I'm not speaking from experience or anything." She laughed. "Thank you to the both of you for talking to them and showing them your abilities. I've never gotten into it myself, but I can understand the draw it would have for a teenage boy." Definitely. I dated plenty of guys who were only interested in my powers. Many were genuinely interested in me too, but plenty were only around because I was an Arate. Finally, it became time to board the plane. The teenagers thanked us again, then we separated from them and got in line. 9. The moment the plane landed in Amsterdam, I felt a new sort of pressure and urgency wash over me. Over a full day had already passed since I found out what to do about the amulet, and that meant it wouldn't work for at least 12 to 13 hours after the demon gave me the missing piece. A lot could happen in 12 hours. A lot. Borrowing against the future is never a good idea, especially not with so much at stake. We rented a car and headed to a restaurant where we grabbed a bite to eat. I couldn't even begin to describe my feelings of jet lag. If I never had to go on another plane again, I would die a happy death, regardless of how it happened. Once we'd finished eating, Abel and I went out to wander the streets, trusting that someone would find us. We were in Holland, but had no idea what to do next. The amulet wasn't working, and I wasn't sure how I'd find a ghost. Hopefully, they'd be watching for me and would know what we needed. We hadn't gone far when a woman walking in our direction caught my eye. Her steps were determined, her expression serious. She looked, acted, and dressed like a model, and judging by the fact that Abel didn't even glance at her, I knew she was dead. I never knew what to expect when interacting with ghosts. It was always somewhat of a surprise. This woman was completely gorgeous. I wondered if she'd taken extra time to prepare herself before approaching. I appreciated it. I would have appreciated a cute old man too, as long as no one looked the way Agnes had that one time, face rotted, skin falling apart. Not pleasant at all. The woman stopped in front of me and asked, "How can I help?" "I need to find the previous owner of the shade amulet," I said, showing her my necklace. Abel glanced at me, then looked around, unable to see the woman. Then he shrugged and leaned against the building next to us. The woman hesitated. She closed her eyes, breathing deeply. "I know who you seek, and I know why you seek him. I will not take you there, though. I do not dare enter his prison." She opened her eyes, meeting my gaze with an intense one of her own. "If it wasn't necessary for you, I would warn you not to as well." Before I had the chance to respond, she said, "Seek out Dr. Faust. He was the last to work with the previous owner. You'll find him in the Vardenberg castle. I cannot help you beyond giving you this information." She lowered her head, still meeting my gaze. "I wish you luck. Dr. Faust sold his soul to the devil. Take care when conversing with him. He knows things none of us should ever know." Without giving me the opportunity to thank her, the woman turned and walked away again. I looked at Abel. "We have to find the Vardenberg castle. There's a ghost there who was the last to work with Lord Canon. He'll supposedly be able to tell us where to go." Abel shook his head slowly. "Why couldn't she just tell us where to find Canon? Or at least take us to Koven? Ridiculous." I agreed. We turned and walked back to the restaurant, grabbing our rental car. I hopped in the driver's seat, and Abel looked up the address for the castle. I entered the coordinates into the GPS, then drove as he read to me what he gleaned from the internet. It's one of the only castles where the exact date of its construction is known. He read ahead, then summed up. It was first built of wood in the 13th century, then soon after remodeled into stone. It's been passed back and forth between families and received quite a bit of damage during World War II. It's mostly an office now and is controlled by the group that monitors castles in Europe. He looked over at me. "It's supposedly haunted." "Supposedly?" He snorted. I rolled my eyes. I no longer have a hard time believing if something is haunted or not. Abel chuckled softly. "I imagine not, after everything you've been through and have seen." "So, how do we get in?" I asked. Abel shrugged. "Break in." Why is it that every time we need to go somewhere, your first reaction is to do something illegal? It drove me nuts. I mean, it's not exactly your most endearing trait. And to be honest, it pushes me away from you. "I know I'm not perfect, Lizzie," he said. I could tell from his tone of voice that what I said had offended him. Whether it was because he was just mad or because I'd struck too close to home, I didn't know. I didn't exactly have a perfect upbringing like you. I frowned at him, gripping the wheel. "What leads you to believe I had a perfect upbringing?" "Oh, you know. The fact that your parents had enough money to put you in dancing lessons. That you went to college, didn't get sold into slavery, and were actually able to finish your education. Oh, and also because I'm positive you've never once been starving in your entire life." I shook my head. "Abel, I'm not arguing with you. You've had an awful life. Anybody who knows you would agree. But that doesn't mean you have to choose to do illegal things now. You can actually do something with your talents and gifts." Abel grunted, turning to stare out the window. We fell silent, me trying to get over my frustration and annoyance with him, and him lost in his own thoughts. We still hadn't decided how to get into the castle as we were nearing it. Abel had been buried in his phone for the past 15 minutes, and I was trying not to get impatient again. "Why not just call them?" I asked. "See if we can take a tour?" "Don't need to. From what I've been reading, the offices include one for local Arate history. We should be able to contact them, make an appointment, and discuss Arate stuff, including what we need." Abel dialed the number, and I listened while he spoke. He introduced himself as an Arate from the States, who wanted to get information on a Dr. Faust who'd reportedly lived there at some point. He also told them who I was. After talking back and forth for a moment, he hung up and looked at me. "We've got an appointment in 15 minutes. "Awesome. They're also going to give us a tour of the place." Double awesome. I looked forward to seeing the inside of the castle. Did they seem suspicious? Abel shook his head. "They probably don't get a lot of visits from Arates. Europe has fewer than the States." I nodded. For whatever reason, Europe had been hit with the curse harder than America had. No one ever figured out why, but I know it was disappointing to many who lived there. Just made Arates all the rarer and more precious. It took us about 10 minutes to arrive at the building. I looked up at it, finding myself a little disappointed. Abel was the one who'd seen all the pictures. I'd been imagining a crumbling, magnificent edifice with dark gray stone and tons of turrets and towers. Instead, the building before us, while imposing and tall, was orange in color and fairly unoriginal, box-like, without tons of cool additions. Still, it was a real castle, and I couldn't wait for the tour. A man was waiting near the front doors, at the top of a small staircase. He introduced himself and shook our hands. His accent was strong, but his English was good. I didn't catch his name. It was something at least 5 syllables longer than my own and had an art and a hey in it. At least, it sounded that way. But he was friendly and eager to meet foreign arites. I decided to refer to him as Art. Just in case I'd been too far off, I'd keep that to myself. As we walked, Art made small talk about the weather and our flight over. In his office, he seated himself on a corner of his desk and told us a little about the castle, reiterating things Abel had already mentioned. After we'd gotten through a few more pleasantries, he glanced at me. "What can I do for you, Miss Ashton?" "I need information on Dr. Faust, as Abel told you over the phone. We'd like to see the tower where he died." Art nodded, looking eager to show us. "We'll head there now?" If taking us on a tour was out of the norm, he didn't say so. I suspected it was. Most private offices don't offer tours. As we walked, Art gave us a history of Dr. Faust. There is not a lot of reliable information available on him, he concluded when we reached the top room of the tower. There are several sources that argue about where and when he was born. His name was Johann Georg Faust. He was a German who hadn't been here very long before dying. What was he known for? Abel asked. I glanced around as I listened. I was positive that the way the place looked now wasn't how it had been when the doctor had supposedly stayed there. The place was full of boxes and discarded furniture. Various topics. Mostly things that don't hold up under scrutiny today, such as astrology, alchemy, and magic. He didn't exist, at least not how the legends say he did. A man groaned. I did exist. 10. I jumped at the new voice, turning until I spotted where it had originated. A man stood in the corner, covered in blood, his clothes completely tattered. His eyes were enshrouded. He says he did exist, I said to Art. Art glanced at me, an eyebrow raised. How do you know? Do you see him? I nodded. Ghosts talk to me. It's part of my job. I didn't elaborate on that. It wasn't necessary for him to know about the amulet or the hounds, and my role where ghosts were concerned. Not only that, but it didn't matter if he didn't believe me. I wasn't there to convince him. Dr. Faust shuffled toward us, the expression on his face making him appear to be in agony. I had to glance away when I realized that what I'd assumed were shadows were actually holes where his eyes should have been. I made a vow with a demon, Faust rasped. Many people said it was the devil himself. He gave me knowledge. I held up a hand when I realized Art and Abel were watching me closely, and relayed what Faust had just told me. Continue, I said to the doctor. He didn't seem to be bothered by the interruption. Of course, his expression didn't show anything other than agony. I hated looking at him directly. Lord Canaan sent a guardian of knowledge to make sure I upheld my end. My guardian posed as both a servant and a dog, thereby allowing him access to many circles and a lot of information. But when I decided I no longer wanted to have part in the demon's evil plans, his hound destroyed me. Faust waited as I told my companions what he'd just said. He continued. He left my eyes here in this room and dragged the rest of me to the courtyard, where I was consumed by carrion birds. That would explain why you don't have eyes, right? I winced as the words left my mouth. I'd never been very good at filtering myself. That was definitely not tactful, and besides, it was fairly obvious. Yes. Art nodded. That's what the legend says. Dr. Faust continued. Lord Canaan consumed my family and all who knew of me, forever tainting the history books where my name is concerned. I relayed that as well and turned to Dr. Faust, ready to get to the purpose of my visit. I need to find Lord Canaan. The demon who did this to you, he owes me something. Dr. Faust stumbled away from me until he hit the wall. He sank down, his hands and body trembling, until he curled his legs against his chest. Lord Canaan is not someone you should seek. Not you, a person so pure. I rolled my eyes. I have to. I need the amulet. I pulled out the necklace, showing it to him. My number one role is to protect humanity from the very thing that destroyed you, the guardian Lord Canaan set on you. I have to destroy them before they continue wreaking havoc on innocent lives. Dr. Faust raised his head, his eyeless face pointed in my direction. You can destroy them, he whispered. I nodded. Yes. And I have already. Several of them. But no one can. He tilted his head and asked, Are you sure you destroyed them permanently? That you didn't just kill them, and they returned to life later? I shook my head. No. The Shade Amulet, when it's functioning properly, gives me power to completely extinguish their fires. I'm the only one who can do it, outside of other hounds. It's my calling. My destiny. It was a bit dramatic, but hey, the occasional harken back to one's youth is a good thing. And I'd been a very dramatic teenager. Dr. Faust hesitated. Are you the one the prophecy is about? It was almost not a question. He was too incredulous to be curious, but I answered anyway. I am. Then I shall help you. He got to his feet using the wall for support and said, There's a little town called Austerlitz about an hour away by horse and buggy. Once you reach it, you must enter the forest north of it on foot. You'll reach his graveyard after 15 or 20 minutes. Bear in mind, though, that if you cross the highway, you've gone too far. I thanked him, knowing that if anything happened, I would be able to find a ghost closer to Austerlitz to help. I hoped. Word seemed to be traveling, and more often, ghosts had been approaching me, even when the amulet wasn't functioning. Abel and I left then, thanking Art and Dr. Faust, and promising to give Art information if we found out anything more about the castle. Luckily, it didn't take an hour to reach Austerlitz, because my internal ticking clock was getting stronger and stronger. I needed to get this stupid amulet figured out fast. We parked our car in a little church's parking lot where it hopefully wouldn't be in the way, then started out on foot, entering the forest. Neither of us spoke much, and I was fine with that. I had a lot on my mind, after all. Who exactly was Lord Canaan? Abel had Googled his name, and the only person who'd pulled up was a biblical dude by the same name, but without the Lord. There hadn't ever been a man called Lord Canaan. My stomach turned as I thought of him and who or what he could be. The trees began thinning, and a little graveyard with a tiny run-down church appeared. I turned to Abel. Okay, let's get this figured out. Abel glanced at me in confusion. Shouldn't we wait until we know what we're actually dealing with? I glanced at him, then turned to the graveyard. How much more can we know than what we're seeing right now? I mean, sure, let's enter the graveyard. But I don't want to go very far into it without a plan. Abel frowned, looking at me like I was crazy. You can't see the graveyard and the church? I asked. He shook his head. Just trees and more trees. I rolled my eyes. Great. Okay. I guess that means I have to go alone. No, it doesn't. I'm not letting you go without me. All right. I was fine with that. Let's see if we can go together. I started forward, pushing the little gate open and entered the graveyard. The moment I stepped through, nighttime fell over me, covering the world in blackness with only a faint light from the stars and the moon above. I turned to Abel. He wasn't there. What the crap? I stepped back through the gate and was blinded when the sunshine hit me again. Abel started. So much for going together. I ignored his comment, reaching for his hand. Maybe I can pull you. He took my hand, his large one enveloping my own, warm and comforting. I had to resist the urge to sink into his arms and rest against him. A sudden need for comfort nearly overwhelmed me, and I blinked back tears of homesickness. Whoa! I was seriously stressed out about all this. I'd earned at least 20 bubble baths and 10 Little Caesars pizzas, coupled with just as many house reruns from my recent experiences. Seriously? We soon discovered that Abel couldn't follow me into the graveyard at all. I ended up having to go alone anyway. Totally not something I was thrilled about. After making sure he would be comfortable without me, and him getting annoyed at me for fussing over him, then me getting annoyed when he did the same, I turned and faced the gate again. I took a deep breath and stepped into the graveyard. An eerie silence fell over me that I hadn't noticed before, probably because I'd been so surprised at the lack of sunshine. I walked around the headstones, taking care not to step on any of the areas where people were most likely buried, wincing from the sound my feet made as it rustled up against dried leaves. Wait. Dried leaves? In the summertime? I glanced back, surprised to see that the forest looked barren and dead from here. Yet again, Abel wasn't visible, but neither was all of the greenery and the beautiful, lush vegetation that we'd been walking through. It was as if the graveyard and surrounding areas were in a perpetual state of November. A little creepy. I started toward the church again, determination in my steps, trying not to concentrate on what I was about to do. Instinctively, my hand wrapped around the amulet. "Take me to your previous owner," I whispered. The amulet warmed, surprising me. It hadn't done anything in so long, and vibrated slightly with nervous, excited energy. It wanted to be there. It longed for its previous owner. I didn't need to feel the vibrations and the warmth to know what its emotions were. Stupid traitorous thing. Straight. The church was straight ahead. I'd been expecting the amulet to take me to one of the graves. Why did the demon live in a church? Without stepping across the threshold, I pushed the door open, watching as cobwebs broke and trying to calm my heart when the hinges creaked loudly, echoing through the empty building. At least, I hoped it was empty. It occurred to me then that I hadn't seen any ghosts yet. With this place being a graveyard, it should have been full of them. Instead, I was met with an eerie silence and the feeling that I was completely alone. Not even ghosts came here. No wonder the model chick hadn't been willing to bring me. I finally stepped across the threshold. The moment I did, a weird sensation washed over me. It felt as if I'd entered someone else's home. A home where I wasn't entirely welcome, but not shunned either. It gave me the heebie-jeebies. My feet left tracks in the thick dust on the floor, and I glanced back at the open door, half expecting it to shut behind me. It didn't though, and I breathed a sigh of relief. The large room was lined with rotting pews, and the air inside was musty and stale. The high stained glass windows were mostly intact, letting in a little light. Enough for me to see a door behind the pulpit. Straight. I walked down the aisle and got a quiet fit of giggles when the thought entered my mind that I'd always wanted to walk down the aisle in a little country church. Okay, seriously freaked out here if that sort of thing made tears spring to my eyes from held-back laughter. The shade amulet seemed indifferent to my off-hinged emotions. It guided me to a little room behind the pulpit, an office of sorts, I guessed. The door to it was wide open, thank goodness. I hated thinking about startling anyone. Like him. An old table and chair made of elaborate but somewhat rotted wood were in the center of the room. Both looked to be several hundred years old. Shelves lined two of the walls and were covered in old books, boxes, and odds and ends that I would have ached to explore if I'd been there under different circumstances. A quill and parchment were on the desk, words written on the parchment that I couldn't read in my casual glance. How had this place not been ransacked already? I immediately answered my own question. If regular people weren't allowed to enter, no one would have known it existed. I was probably the first visitor the church had seen in years and years. There was a door opposite the one I entered through. The amulet told me to open it. I did so, revealing a set of stone stairs leading down. My heart began doing funny palpitations in my chest at the thought of heading down practically unarmed. Okay, completely unarmed. The amulet was so excited now, it was hard to think past its emotions. It was obvious we were about to meet the demon it still belonged to. 11. I hesitated at the top of the stairs, contemplating turning and running. What would happen if I did? Would the amulet continue to keep the hounds away, or would it reach a point where it was no longer willing to do that? The shade hadn't given me a deadline, only a warning that the amulet wouldn't function immediately when I got it, and to go quickly. Was it possible for me to shirk my responsibility? Could I step away and have a clean break? Or any break at all that didn't involve me or my family and friends dying? The amulet jumped against my chest, making me jump and waking me up. It belonged to the demon who lived in this basement, and he would eventually seek me out. He knew he hadn't given me the complete amulet, there was no way he didn't. And whoever this Lord Canon was, dangerous could definitely be used to describe him. Better to get down there now and make him give me the rest of the amulet. A moment of doubt entered my mind. Why hadn't he given me the whole thing? My already frantic heart began beating way too quickly, and I had to take several breaths to calm down. I tucked my question away. I could only handle so much freaking out at once, and the stairs and what lay below were enough right then. Cobwebs covered the stairway, and I looked back into the office for anything to clear them with. I spotted an old cane leaning up against the corner of the room, and picked it up. I'm a wimp when it comes to spiders. The idea of going down those stairs was terrifying enough without having spiders crawling all over me. Using the cane, I got rid of the cobwebs right in front of me. They were sticky and made a crackling sound as they broke. The amulet was increasingly impatient. It vibrated anxiously, almost too warm to continue wearing. Swinging the cane around and holding my phone so the screen shone downward, I descended. The farther I went, the colder the air became. By the time I reached the bottom, I wished I'd brought a coat. A feeling of dread almost choked me. I knew I'd entered the realm of a very evil creature. I wasn't surprised to find a narrow room, roughly the length of the church. The tops of the walls were made up of little windows that, combined with my phone, let in enough light to see that each side of the room below those windows was lined with crypts. I closed my eyes, trying not to let my imagination get ahead of me. It wasn't hard to picture dead bodies walking toward me, reaching for me. "Okay, Lizzie, knock it off," I said. Better to alert the demon to my presence than to surprise it, potentially putting me in danger. My voice echoed off the stone crypts. No one came out to meet me, and I finally started across the room, following the amulet's directions. It continued to say, straight. Very uncreative. At the end of the room was a large crypt, with an open, elaborately carved stone door. I'd only gotten halfway to it when I saw something shifting in the darkness beyond the doorway. My heartbeat increased again as that creature stepped or glided into view. I knew who it was immediately. It was the same demon that brought me the amulet. I wasn't surprised by this, but for some reason I felt much more helpless now than the first time I encountered the creature. Perhaps it was because I knew what I was doing. But maybe it was also because I realized that I was about to ask for help. I hated being in this sort of position, vulnerable and needing assistance from something that was clearly evil. I stopped about 10 feet from Lord Canon. I stared at him, feeling as he inspected me in return. He reminded me of Imhotep from the Mummy movies, the Brendan Fraser ones. All gross and rotted and ugly and leathery. "Dorothy Elizabeth Ashton," he said, his low voice echoing around us. "I have been expecting you." "I'm sure you have. You require full access to the amulet." He paused. "And I require you to complete a task. And if I refuse?" He wanted me to do a favor for him? No way. Even as I rebelled, I realized I'd known all along he wouldn't just give me the peace. He would have done that already if he planned to do it at all. You don't have a choice. I sighed, wanting to get to the point. What do you need? The demon hovered slightly to my left, indicating an unlit torch on the wall surrounded by candles that were also unlit. Many years ago, hundreds of years, a special flame was stolen from me. This fire gave light to me, my church, and my graveyard. Without it, I will never feel warmth again. And without it, the sun refuses to shine here. Okay. This was going to be easier than I thought. You want me to relight it? The demon laughed. Worthless human. You lack the power and authority. He turned to face me. There's a great tower, a temple, from ancient Mesopotamia. I need you to go to it and steal back the flame for me. Why can't you do it? I am unable to hold it. And I'm unable to remove the torch without destroying the spells on it that keep the flame continually alive. He paused. And I can't enter the tower. You could have led with that one. I rubbed my face, thinking things over. My heart was still beating rapidly, and I'd broken out in a cold sweat, despite the chilliness of the basement. My instincts were telling me to run, to get as far away from this beast as possible. But I couldn't. I had a job to do, and I couldn't do that job without the amulet. Those hounds weren't going to kill themselves, after all. How difficult will it be to steal the flame? The amulet will hide and guide you. With it, your task will be hard, but possible. Speaking of the amulet, how much control do you have over it? The demon floated a foot or two toward me, and the amulet warmed against my skin. I am its true master. I had no reason to argue with that. The amulet obviously wanted to be with him. If I do this for you, assuming I will, I haven't agreed to it yet, will you give me the rest of the amulet? 100%? And before I leave? I will. Do you swear? One of the demon's wings flicked. You do not trust my word? He laughed again. A ridiculous question given the time you are from, when man's word counts for nothing. The creature hovered closer to me, and I involuntarily stepped back. I couldn't help it. It was as if my body was still trying to run. It took all my willpower not to give in to that instinct. Dorothy Elizabeth Ashton, the moment you agree to my task, I swear I will give you the missing piece. The amulet will obey you, as if it had never known me. Okay. I suppose I believe you. The demon laughed. He obviously thought I was being quaint. I waved him off, trying to sound as casual as possible. In order to get here safely, or at all, I had to borrow powers from the amulet's future. Can you undo that? Make it so that when the amulet is mine, it immediately functions the way it should? The demon shook his head. No, but I can ensure that the hounds leave you alone until the amulet functions. I remembered Dr. Faust and his hound servant. If this was indeed the demon that Dr. Faust had sworn his soul to, he would be able to command the hounds. What would keep him from having them destroy me too? And why on earth did they obey him anyway? I didn't want to ask. I really didn't want to know. I probably should have found out, but at that point, I still subscribed to the belief that knowledge where the hounds were concerned was bad, and the more of it I had, the more danger I was in. How do I find this tower? The amulet will guide you, along with the shades you'll have power over. I frowned at him. He'd said earlier that the amulet would guide me, but how? The stupid thing doesn't work for me, as you're well aware. Allow me to resolve that for you. Give it to me. I hesitated for a moment. Did I dare trust that he'd give it back? What choice did I have? With an inward sigh, I removed the necklace and handed it over, feeling as its small connection to me was severed when it was back in his hands. 12. The demon hovered to the side, stopping near the torch, where he picked up a sliver of metal and put it in place. The amulet started glowing with flames, smoke puffing away from it. When it cooled and the fires died, the demon turned his attention back to me. Swear an oath to me, Dorothy Elizabeth Ashton. Swear you will return with the flame in 2 days or less. Are you serious? Why do I have to make an oath? The danger of the temple is not to be taken lightly. I have sent one other to complete this task. His fear kept him from finishing. I must assure that you do not back out. Why a time limit? I have waited centuries. And you can't wait another few days? The demon did not respond, and I had no desire to push the issue. Fine, he was impatient. I'm not comfortable taking an oath. Lord Canaan chuckled. Then I make an oath with you. I will destroy every single person you love, followed by all who know you, if you don't return with my flame in 2 days. That would do the trick. I didn't even need to ask how he would accomplish it. He had access to hounds, Dr. Faust's body being example A. Fine. Whatever. I'll do what you ask. The demon hovered toward me again and dropped the amulet at my feet. Dorothy Elizabeth Ashton, I bequeath thee the shade amulet. May it serve you faithfully and remain with you until the day you die. The day I die? I didn't like the sound of that. With a sigh of annoyance covering my fear, I bent and picked up the amulet. Unlike the previous time I'd first touched it, I felt an enormous sense of familiarity, friendship, and love run over me. It warmed in my hand. Mine, it said. I sensed the possessiveness behind the amulet. It was now 100% mine, and we both knew it. Yes. Glad it's official now. Excitement flooded over me. I couldn't wait to get home to practice. If it could do what Eleonora said it could, help me with my natural abilities, bringing them out, then it would be very powerful. I hoped so anyway. I was a wicked good dancer. Maybe that would equate to wicked good fighting. At the very least, it would equate with extra fluidity and grace, both of which I knew were important to skilled fighting. The amulet cooled, returning to its former lifeless self, and I was reminded that it wouldn't function again until I glanced at the phone still clenched in my other hand, 14 or 15 hours from now. Great. I couldn't believe so much time had passed since the shade had told me I'd need to go to Holland. And I'll be safe from hounds until I return the flame to you? He shook his head. Until the amulet is functioning again. If you'd asked for safety until the flame was returned, I would have granted it. You did not ask, however. Are you serious? Jerk. I'd had no idea what my options were. Of course, he wasn't going to give me bonuses I didn't ask for. The demon didn't respond. He turned and walked back into his crypt. I glared at his back until he drifted out of sight, then made my way to the stairs and up to the first floor of the church. Somehow, the empty building wasn't so creepy now that I'd finished my task. Abel was waiting for me where I'd left him, on the other side of the gate. He turned as soon as he heard me step outside the graveyard. Oh, thank goodness. He ran his hand through his hair. Did you get the amulet? I nodded. We need an internet connection. And a hotel. Why? Let's get out of here. You can get online when we're home again. It's not going to be that easy, unfortunately. We started back, and I explained to him what happened as we walked. Mesopotamia? Are you serious? You do realize that Mesopotamia is the Middle East, right? Iran, Iraq? We can't exactly go in and out at will. Especially not you. I didn't respond. I couldn't deal with the information now. I needed food again, and to come to grips with the fact that I still wasn't finished with this stupid quest. 13. We returned to Amsterdam, where we grabbed a bite to eat before picking up first aid supplies from a little pharmacy and clean tourist clothes from a street vendor. After that, we found a hotel and checked in, deciding to take care of ourselves, including getting in a nap, before doing anything else. We were both exhausted, and my body had no idea what time it was. Neither of us wanted to go to a hospital. Abel fell asleep on the couch bed immediately, and I took a quick shower inspecting my wounds. They looked good, only a couple of them would scar. I would have appreciated it if none of them had. Sigh. I applied antibiotic ointment and fresh bandages, then pulled my hair into a high ponytail so it wouldn't completely frizz before tucking myself into the queen-sized bed opposite Abel's couch. I just about drifted to sleep when a sound in the hall set my nerves on fire. Sitting up, I stared at the door, something telling me we were about to receive a visitor. A ghost floated inside, coming to a stop at the foot of the bed. "Dorothy Elizabeth Ashton?" the man asked. I nodded. Why did everyone have to call me by my full name? There was a reason I went by Lizzie. Yes? I was asked to take you to the Akashic record. I glanced over at Abel. He hadn't woken up. I grabbed my purse, making sure it had my phone and key to the room in it, then looked back at the ghost. Okay. Let's go. He led me out to the hallway, down the stairs and out of the ancient building. Turning to the left, the ghost took me into a quiet alley to the side of the hotel. We followed this for a good 2 or 3 minutes before it ended at a T. The ghost motioned for me to take that to the left, behind the hotel. Am I about to get ambushed? It wasn't that I didn't trust the ghost. I just, didn't trust him. The ghost shrugged, giving me a half smile. Not that I know of. But anything's possible, I suppose. A ghost with a sense of humor. Nice. I took a deep breath, then stepped into the alleyway, holding on to the amulet and wishing it was functioning already. At the end was the door to Koven. Somehow, that didn't surprise me. Once my spirit was inside, I looked around, unsure what I was supposed to be searching for. It took a couple moments of wandering before the appropriate shade found me. I must have been seeking with the correct question. What the crap was I doing there? It was a woman who spoke to me. She appeared to be in her late 60s and wore polyester pants and a ruffled button-up blouse. I couldn't tell if she died in the 70s or if that was just the way she regularly dressed. My grandma back in Texas still wore polyester pants. "We're familiar with your new quest," she said. "It will be difficult." The flame was separated into 7 parts to protect it. "Miss Ashton, you must gather all 7 and return them to 1. Wait a second. The flame Lord Canaan wants me to get was separated." The ghost nodded and grabbed my shoulder. "Do not do it, Dorothy Elizabeth Ashton." There it was again. I swear I was going to change my name. He'll kill my family and loved ones if I don't. My thoughts flew to Abel, and that surprised me. Did I count him as a loved one? Death is not to be feared. It is only the beginning of a new adventure. I rolled my eyes to myself. Of course a ghost wouldn't understand why I didn't want my family to die. Maybe so, but something tells me if he's the one to do it, the adventure won't be fun. I didn't want to think of the torture they'd probably go through to get there. The ghost didn't reply, and something in her expression made me pause. Would it be better for my family and friends to die? I shook my head again, trying to clear my thoughts. I couldn't believe I'd just thought that. Who was I kidding? I'd do anything to keep them alive. But still. Wait. You said the fire was separated into 7 parts? Yes. But 3 of them have already been gathered. You'll just need to find where those ended up. My mind was flitting all over the place. What can you tell me about Lord Canaan? Only that he consumes the souls of ghosts to maintain the darkness in his graveyard. That's dark. I knew my verbiage was repetitive with what the ghost said, dark and dark. I didn't care. Either way, that explained why there weren't any ghosts in the demon's graveyard. But why had Lord Canaan led me to believe the flame being gone was the reason the place was constantly dark? Of course he'd be dishonest with me. He wanted that fire back, and was willing to do and say what it took to get it. Steeling myself, I asked, "Where are the flames?" The ghost seemed saddened by my question, but I could tell she understood why I asked it. I couldn't very well let my family get destroyed. The first is under the control of a magician. When you are ready, he'll call you to him. Just so you are aware, he is a trickster and loves playing jokes, but he will not kill you. Is that supposed to reassure me? The ghost ignored my question. The second flame is in an ancient cave in Hungary. The third, fourth, and fifth have already been gathered, as I mentioned. Only Sir Christopher knows their location. You will have to find him and have him tell you what he knows. Sir Christopher? Didn't I already know him? Unless we were talking about a different Sir Christopher. Is this guy a former owner of the amulet? Yes. And he's been hired? I couldn't think of a better way to say it. To train me on the amulet? Yes. The ghost waited for me to say something else, then continued. Flame number 6 is in an ancient tower, the Temple of Flames in Babylon called the Atemenanki. And the location of the 7th and last fire will be revealed when you combine the first 6. I blinked. Babylon? Seriously? At least it made sense that the fire was kept there, if it was called the Temple of Flames. Okay, so the person who has the first flame is going to call me to him, and the second flame is in a cave. The third, fourth, and fifth have been gathered already. And the sixth is in a temple. I'm guessing it's the one the demon talked about. In the Middle East, right? The ghost only stared at me with her big brown eyes. I continued. And the last will be revealed when I combine the first 6. Why go to so much work? Why separate the flames in the first place? Especially since the demon can't get them back on his own. He doesn't even know it's been done. The ghost closed her eyes, swaying on her feet. If I were you, Miss Ashton, I would let your family die even at the hands of this demon. What kind of a hero would I be if I did that? I asked. The whole point of getting the amulet is to protect people. Those I love, yes, but also everyone else. If I don't have the shade amulet, I can't do that. And if I don't get the flame back, he'll kill them anyway. So either he kills them now or the hounds kill them later. I don't see that I have a choice here. The ghost nodded. I understand. The sadness in her eyes told me that she did, but she was still upset by my choice. Maybe I was being too flippant about this. But seriously, what else could I do? I thanked her, then left Mount Koven and returned to the alley behind the hotel. My escort wasn't there anymore, and I hurried to the front of the building and entered. I had no desire to run into any more supernatural visitors. I was done with ghosts. I let myself back into the room, surprised to see that Abel had folded up the couch bed and was sitting on it, staring at the door, elbows on his knees and hands clasped. The expression on his face was one of irritation and worry. He sprang to his feet the moment I walked through the door. Where did you go? A ghost found me and took me to Koven, where I got more information. I told to him what I'd learned. The magician will call you to him when you're ready? How are we supposed to know when you're ready? I shrugged. I don't know, but with how life has been going lately, now is as good as ever. Abel grabbed my arm, holding it tightly. You shouldn't have said that, Lizzie. We don't know what rules this guy goes by. For all we know, he's listening now and even giving casual permission. Laughter entered my mind, making it impossible to hear the rest of what Abel was saying. He's right, Miss Ashton. Your wish is my command. Prepare yourself. Before I could react, Abel and I were both whisked away. It was as if the walls of the building didn't exist. We zoomed upward and then shot across the sky, Amsterdam fading in the distance faster than I thought possible. We were going much more quickly than an airplane, so fast that my eyes started to go crazy trying to keep up with the details zooming underneath us. To keep myself from throwing up, I closed my eyes tightly, willing the trip to be over soon. Tears from the wind poured down my face, and I clutched onto Abel with one hand and my purse with the other. My sense of direction didn't leave though, and I could tell we were heading southeast. What our final destination was, I didn't know. 14. The sun began setting as we continued zooming across the skies, and rain started dropping all around us. We were flying through clouds now. Heavy, dark ones. Surprisingly, no moisture landed on or touched me. It would have really hurt if it did. And then, as quickly as we'd started moving, the ground was underneath our feet again. I stumbled, falling to my butt in a puddle. Abel somehow maintained his stance, naturally, and pulled me to a standing position. I grimaced. My tush was soaking wet. Of course, with all of the rain, the rest of me would be soaking soon too. He held me in his arms, keeping me steady as we surveyed the area around us. For a moment, I nearly forgot my fear and surprise. The feeling of being held by him was wonderful. I relaxed into his arms, letting the sensation erase away the stress I'd been under the last several weeks. Abel didn't say anything, but he must have noticed because he tucked me against his chest, resting his chin on top of my head. I turned my attention to our surroundings. "Where are we?" I said, raising my voice to be heard over the falling rain. He mumbled a reply that sounded vaguely confused and unsure. He didn't know any better than I did. We clung to each other as we stepped tentatively around the rock outcropping we'd landed next to. The rain was falling in torrents, and it was impossible to see more than a couple of feet in front of us. The ground was rocky and uneven, and we stumbled trying to peer through the sheets of water. "I wouldn't explore too far if I were you," someone said. I spun. A man in a bright orange and blue jester suit stood where we'd landed. I shook my head, mouth popping open as I took him in. Before I could say anything, the bright clothes flashed away, replaced by a dark business suit. "Is that better?" Rather than getting involved in this random conversation, I said, "I seek." He waved me off impatiently. Yes, I know. The flame. Do you have the key?" I frowned. "Key? What key?" "All flames, save for those already gathered, require a key to be unlocked. Not all flames will have a traditional key. This flame requires a coin. It is found in England. You must bring it, else I can't give you the flame." Before I even had the chance to respond, Abel and I were suddenly flying up and across the skies again. Like earlier, my eyes streamed with tears, and I had to shut them to keep from getting dizzy. We landed back in the hotel. "What the crap?" I said. "What just happened?" Abel shook his head. "They didn't mention anything to you about keys?" "No. Not a word." I started pacing the room, resisting the urge to kick the furniture and throw things. This is so frustrating. I'm so sick of being jerked around like this. Abel took my hand as I passed, tugging on it. "Let's figure out where that coin is and then go from there, okay?" I sat on the bed, putting my face in my hands for several moments. "Okay. Good idea. I'd better find another way to Koven, though. Why couldn't the magician have told us where the coin was?" "I don't know. It's stupid, though." Abel pulled me to my feet, and we left the room. The same shade from earlier had the correct information for me, though it wasn't easy to get it from her. "You only asked where the flames were," she finally said after we'd argued for several minutes. "You didn't ask where the keys for them would be as well." "Because I didn't know I'd need keys to get the flames. I would have asked had I known." The ghost rolled her eyes. "Wow. Attitude." "The coin is located in the sewers in England that service the Marriott Hotel on King Henry's Road. The same one that is near the London Zoo." Okay, that was specific. Thank goodness too. "How will I find the sewers?" "Use your amulet." I glared at her. Very funny. It won't work for a long time still. "A shade will find you then." I turned and left Koven. No, I didn't thank her. Yes, I'd probably feel bad about that later. She was being difficult on purpose though, and I didn't feel like she deserved any gratitude at the moment. Abel and I were on the very next flight to England. We didn't even stop by the hotel to check out. The hope was that we could get the key and its flame, see if the demon would accept just the one and get in a bit of sleep. If Lord Canon would accept just one. Well, I really wanted to get home as soon as possible. We pulled up in front of the Marriott Hotel the ghost had told us about. It was a huge building. Yeah, Marriotts aren't nearly that big where I'm from. We left the car with valet parking, then started wandering the streets looking for a ghost. 5 minutes after starting, one approached us. It was a ghost I'd met before, but I couldn't remember exactly where or when. I was so tired. He motioned for us to follow, and we did. It took us an hour to reach a pump house, and Abel and I exchanged a glance. If we'd known how far away we'd need to enter the sewer system, we wouldn't have gone to the hotel first. The ghost turned to us. Only she can follow. Abel glowered. I'm not leaving her. I put a hand on his arm. I'll be fine. We can meet up after. You promise you won't go off to get the flame without me? Of course. He ran a hand through his hair, then rubbed the back of his neck. Okay. All right. I'll be back in a couple of hours. I'm going to find food. Abel skulked off, and my stomach growled as I watched him. Food sounded really, really good. Yet another thing I would have addressed had I known it would take us so long to reach the entrance to the sewers. I turned to the ghost. Let's go. 15. The ghost motioned for me to follow again, and we entered the yard of the pump house, walking toward a set of stairs. I was surprised we didn't need to break through any doors or pick any locks. The way down was unguarded and open. Maybe the idea of being in sewers was enough. Or maybe the ghost had prepared the way ahead of time. I honestly didn't care at that point. It didn't take long to notice something. This place was very, very old. I didn't know anything about London or its sewage system, but judging by the extensive brickwork in the staircase, it had been crafted a long time ago and would last for centuries to come. The stairs continued for at least 2 stories. It got darker and darker the farther down we went. I pulled a flashlight from my purse, wishing I hadn't even brought my purse with me into the sewers. So disgusting. Once we reached the bottom, I pointed the light in front of me. This part of the tunnel was dry. I had no idea why it was that way, but I was grateful. The tunnel stretched out long in either direction. My ghost friend indicated for me to follow him to the left, and so I did. I noticed that he disappeared when the light was directly on him, so I took care not to do that often. I didn't want to run the risk of losing him. As we walked, I gazed at our surroundings. The walls were circular, like pipes, which they obviously were. Water lines were about thigh-high, indicating that this tunnel hadn't always been dry. The old bricks were reddish-pink and still in fantastic condition. Seriously impressive. The farther we got, the nastier it smelled. I hadn't even considered the aromas I'd discover, just the water I'd have to walk through. And soon I discovered the two went hand in hand. A little strip of water appeared in the center of the tunnel, and the smell that came with it was atrocious. It was easy to avoid for a while. I just walked on the side of it. But the farther we got, the more water there was, and the less I was able to avoid it. Eventually, I was forced to walk in it. I couldn't gain traction on the sides of the tunnel anymore. They were too circular. But walking in the water. Oh gosh. I cringed when I finally gave in and stepped in it. The ghost paused and looked at me, a sad expression on his face. I'm truly sorry you must experience this. If you'd like, we can make arrangements for you to die and return in spirit form. At least then you wouldn't need to worry about diseases. Geez. Diseases. Okay, that's another thing that hadn't occurred to me. No, it's okay. I'd rather see how far I can get before I start contemplating death. Very well. He continued forward, and I did the same. I was tempted to plug my nose, but didn't want to get in the habit of touching my face in case anything got on my hands. Even though my purse wasn't designed to do so, I strapped it over my head and one arm, where it was a little too snug for comfort, but at least I could be reasonably certain it wouldn't get wet unless I fell in the water. Oh, please, please don't fall into the water. The water rose until it was thigh-high. I sloshed forward, keeping my hands up, doing my best not to splash too much. The smell almost made me pass out. I tried not to think about what was in that dark, murky water. Eventually, the tunnel started splitting left and right. I soon became disoriented. There was no way I'd ever find my way out. Before the ghost got any ideas of deserting me down there, I said, "Promise me you'll lead me above ground once we have the coin? Please?" He paused, glancing back at me for several moments. "Very well." And then he continued forward. I breathed a little better after that, figuratively speaking. Definitely not literally. I'd never ever get over the smell of raw sewage from millions of people. And why did they call it raw sewage? Did they really cook it at some point? I couldn't imagine how horrible the stuff would smell during that process. I'd have to look it up later. Or not. This experience was probably enough. Finally, after about an hour, the ghost paused. By then, the tunnel was much larger than the one we'd entered. "We're almost there," he said. "Just a little farther." He took a few more turns, then pointed to a little hole carved in the bricks of the tunnel. It was about chest-high on the right side. I sloshed over to it, again doing my best not to splash, and hesitated in front of it. I flashed my light into the hole. It was full of coins and random knickknacks, marbles, tacks, an old whistle, a pet collar. I glanced at the ghost. "Which coin is it?" "You must sort through them. Do not lose any. They're all important for various reasons." I closed my eyes, trying not to get impatient. "What does it look like?" "It's gold. One side has a man on an elephant." "Gold. Easy one to search for. Most of the coins were brownish in color." I got to work, sorting the coins into gold and not gold, and pushing the knickknacks to the back of the hole. Rather than checking every gold one I came across, I sorted as quickly as I could, knowing it would be easier to check them once I had them all together. And it was easier. There were only 10 total, and finding the one with a man riding an elephant happened quickly. I turned to my guide. "Is this it?" I held it up, pinching it between my thumb and forefinger to show him the elephant. "Yes, it is. Are you ready to find your friend?" "Definitely." "Very well. Follow me." I left the hole as it was, hoping having things organized like that would make it easier for the next person who needed something. The ghost led me about 100 paces from the hole before we came to a staircase, similar to the earlier one, which we ascended. I rolled my eyes when we reached the top, and the ghost pushed a gate open, letting me out and onto the streets of London. The Marriott was across from me. "Are you serious? We couldn't have come this way before?" He shrugged. "My job is not to make the way easy for you. None of us are allowed to do so, regardless of how much we want to." "Good to know." It seemed like I was in for a lot of excitement. "Well, thank you." He tipped an imaginary hat at me. "It was my pleasure." And then he turned and walked away. I was grateful I hadn't gotten anything on my hands, but that didn't mean I wasn't covered head to toe with bacteria and diseases. I carefully pulled my purse from where I'd put it over my head and arm, then dug out my phone and called Abel. "I've got the coin," I said as soon as he answered. "I'm back at the Marriott." "You are? Are you above ground? I can hear traffic." "Yes." He led me right out onto the streets. "Okay, I'm about half an hour away. I'll meet you there." "No way, I'm not hanging around waiting. Let's meet in the middle. I'm getting weird looks as it is." I did smell really badly. I couldn't blame them for staring. Abel agreed to that, and we picked a place to meet before ending the call and heading toward each other. 16. 15 minutes later, Abel yelled to me, waving, and I headed toward him, trying to ignore the looks I was still getting. The light was fading, but that didn't keep people from staring. If anything, they were staring even more now. Probably because there were more people. Or maybe I was just extra sensitive after the walk I'd just taken. "Oh wow, you really stink," Abel said. I rolled my eyes. "Thanks. Ready?" "As ready as I'll ever be." I grabbed his arm and said, Hey magician guy. If you're there, we've got the key and are ready to get the fire now." "Very well." Same as earlier, we zipped upward and zoomed across the sky, faster than an airplane. My sense of time was all messed up now. I had no idea even what day it was. When we'd flitted across the sky earlier, the sun had been setting. It was still doing that, despite our entire trip to the UK. Was someone messing with something? Had I missed my deadline, or was I still ahead of it? I vowed to check the day and time as soon as we reached our destination. I couldn't afford to miss my deadline. This time, instead of falling, I landed on my feet. Oh yay! And as I'd promised myself, I pulled my phone from my purse, shielding it from the rain. I was roaming, it had no idea where I was, but the date was still the same as when the demon had given me my deadline. Excellent! I tucked my phone back into my purse and zipped it shut to keep the contents from being ruined. The man was waiting for us. He accepted the coin before putting his hand into his pocket and removing it. He held it in a cupping motion. Nothing was in it. I took a step toward him, inspecting his palm with a frown. "Am I supposed to believe that's the fire?" "It's invisible," he said. "All of them are. Protect it. Don't let anyone touch it. Keep it in your pocket." He came the rest of the way to me, dumping the contents of his hand into my own. My palm instantly warmed. It didn't burn though. Instead, a pleasant tingling feeling flooded up my arm, giving me goosebumps. I didn't realize how cold I was. The rain wasn't exactly freezing, but it wasn't warm either. "Does it hurt?" Abel asked. I shook my head, putting the fire in my pocket where it warmed my thigh. "I can barely tell it's there. It's warm and a little tingly." I turned to the man. "You can take us?" I stopped. He was gone. "Are you serious?" Abel asked. "Where did he go?" "Hello." I called out. "Hello. Please tell me you can get us out of here," Abel said. I looked over at him, impatiently wiping rain off my face. "And how am I supposed to do that? I'm not a teleporter or something." "They didn't give you a way back?" "They did." I waved briskly at where the man had been standing. He was it. "What are we supposed to do now?" Abel asked. "I don't know. Wait out the storm?" Abel shrugged, wiping his wet bangs out of his face. "Let's figure out where we are." We compared notes on what we'd seen as we'd traveled. Abel had been able to hold on just a bit longer than me through both trips, and we guessed we were somewhere in Asia. Probably India or maybe even the Philippines, though neither of us had seen water pass by. We started exploring around, but the rain was now falling too thickly. I couldn't even light a fire. Every time I tried, the rain and wind killed it. Not even cupping my hands worked. We paused, trying to decide what to do. I had to pop my ears a couple of times, and that, along with the jester's warning, clued me in on something. "We're somewhere high," I said. He warned us not to explore too far. My ears are popping, and that, along with the wind. Abel nodded grimly. He motioned to the rubble of rocks beneath us. "Notice how they go in straight lines? We're in ruins. If we're in India somewhere, and if we're really high up." He paused, thoughtful. "You said the guy's a joker." He suddenly grabbed me, pulling me close. "Don't go anywhere. Don't move an inch. I know exactly where we are. I planned a trip here. Never took it, but part of my planning involved watching a lot of videos and reading a ton of articles. I shivered, enjoying being in his arms again, but a little irritated that he wouldn't just spit it out. So? We're at Kalavantan Durg. It's known as the world's most dangerous fortress. It's in India, not far from Mumbai. I looked around, expecting something to jump at us through the torrent at any moment. Why exactly is it known as that? Not because of animals. And probably not because of people. Nobody would be crazy enough to come up here right now. He turned me, putting his hands on my shoulders, looking into my eyes. It's dangerous because of where it is. It'll take us hours to get down. We don't have food. We don't have a way to protect ourselves against the weather. And we don't have a choice. Shouldn't we wait it out? I asked. No. July in India. It's probably going to rain for a long time. And no one knows we're here except the jerk. Well, maybe we should wait until he sees fit to get us out. As soon as I said it, though, I realized it was a bad idea. We had no reason to believe the guy would be sympathetic at all. Just because he'd given me what I needed didn't mean he wasn't hoping I'd die soon after. We headed to the ledge, Abel in the lead. He seemed to recognize the pattern of the ruins and was able to find stairs leading down. I took one look at said stairs and backed away. Oh my heck! There is no way I'm going down those. The stairs poured over the side of a cliff so steep, I couldn't see the bottom. I couldn't imagine climbing down them in good weather. One misstep, and I'd tumble into the complete blackness that surrounded the ruins. With the wind whipping heavily around us, and with stones slick from rain, the chances of a misstep were high. Very high. I wouldn't do it. 17. Abel turned to me, frowning. You don't have a choice, Lizzie. Either we go down or we starve to death up here. The longer we wait for the weather to clear, the weaker we'll be. And trust me, we'll want as much energy as possible to get down this thing. I closed my eyes, trying to draw from the stores of courage I'd been using so much over the last 2 weeks. Nothing was coming, and I was afraid I didn't have any reservoirs left. What a wimp! To be fair, I really had been through a lot lately. But sheesh. I looked over the edge again, and nearly passed out. Nope. Hadn't imagined the fear or the heights. Dropping to the stone underfoot, I put my head between my knees, careful not to touch my legs, because sewage, ick, and breathed deeply, barely able to see the rain as it dripped from my hair and joined other puddles. I was so dizzy. I couldn't do it, I couldn't. A random thought popped into my mind. With the rain and wind, I wasn't able to smell the sewage. Hey, a little blessing. Abel plopped down next to me, putting his hand on my back and scratching absent-mindedly. The fire in my pocket warmed me somewhat, and from that and Abel's touch, I drew as much comfort as I could. We can wait for a couple minutes, he said. Get a quick break. But then we've got to go. I nodded. He was right. Once I felt like I could breathe properly again, I got to my feet and gripped Abel's hand. There aren't any ropes or fences or anything to guide us, he said. Naturally. We'll go slowly, one step at a time. I nodded, knowing he probably couldn't see me. The sun must have just barely set when we arrived, because I could see more at that point than I could now. Civilization was probably far away, and with the heavy clouds overhead, no light from the moon or stars was visible. It was completely pitch black. Abel carefully stepped forward, keeping a hold of my hand, and I followed. We're going to have to go on our butts, he yelled over the shrieking wind. Keep in contact with me so you know where I am. Clenching my purse tightly to my ribcage with my arm, I put my hand on his back, feeling as he sank to his rear end. I followed, taking care not to kick him as I scooted as close as possible. And then we started down. I focused on his back, barely able to see him, so grateful he was with me. To think I might have been experiencing this on my own. I couldn't even think about that. It made me start hyperventilating. I scooted forward, listening carefully, keeping my hand on his shoulder where possible. The stairs were far too steep for us to stay in contact all the time, though. Anytime we neared a sharp drop-off, Abel would alert me, then go ahead and coach me down, keeping a hand on my ankle. He was brave to touch me there, though by that point everything had been washed away and then some. I hoped. After a few minutes, we'd gone far enough that I could hold on to the stone to my left. Whenever my gaze drifted to the complete blackness to my right, though, the lightheadedness would return. I wasn't normally afraid of heights, but this, I was positive, would freak out even the most intrepid explorer. The wind tugged and pulled at us, yanking my hair out of my ponytail and whipping it into a huge mess. I had to fix it repeatedly, and almost gave up. If it wasn't for the fact that it stung my eyes when it whipped my face, I might have. The rain drenched us through, and my teeth began chattering despite the exertion of going down and twisting, turning, following the stone steps. The stone was slick with moss. At first, it wasn't a problem. My jeans on my butt gave me the traction I needed. But soon, my jeans were so soaked through that I began sliding on the slick surface. My arms and legs started shaking from the effort of keeping me glued to the stairs. Gratitude for Abel's method of descent welled through me because if we'd been walking, our legs would have given out by now. As it was, my limbs were shaking so badly, I could barely feel them. This was definitely the longest night I'd ever endured. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. "Hey!" I yelled, barely able to hear my voice over the din that surrounded us. "What?" Abel called back. "How high is this thing?" 2,300 feet. I closed my eyes, the dizziness hitting me yet again, and put my hand on his shoulder. Good thing I didn't ask that earlier. "How far do you think we've gone?" "Not even halfway." "We need to take a break." "We have to. There's no way we can keep going without rest." His shoulder dropped in resignation under my hand. "Fine. Let's move back to that landing we just passed." I shook my head. "No way. I'm not backtracking. Let's continue until we get to the next landing." I didn't want him to get his hopes up, but I might have actually had some suckers in my purse from the place where I banked back home. Yeah, I still ask for suckers at the drive-thru. It took us 15 minutes to get to the next landing, but it wasn't as miserable as the last 2 hours had been. Probably because I knew I was about to get a break. The place where we stopped had a big enough overhang where the water poured onto our knees and legs, but our heads and shoulders were out of the torrent. Grateful I still had my purse, I dug through it, pulling out the little Ziploc bag that sometimes had treats in it. We were in luck. There was one sucker left inside. I pulled it out, glancing at Abel. "Dinner is served, sir." He leaned his head on my shoulder. I thought I was going to die. A little sugar will go a long way right now. We shared the sucker, passing it back and forth until nothing was left but the stick. I tucked that inside its wrapper, returning it to the Ziploc bag, then pulled out a couple pieces of mint gum, wishing I had something more than just sugar-free. I saved the rest of the gum for later, and we decided it was time to start down once more. Abel again led the way. The next few hours were absolutely horrifying. My hands, bottom, and legs were numb. Even with my sneakers, long jeans, and light hoodie, I felt totally exposed. The fact that I was drenched didn't help. Finally, long after I'd passed the point of being unable to go farther, we reached the bottom of the staircase. Abel helped me to my feet, and with our arms around each other, we started forward, shaking and barely able to stay up. I'd been so focused on not falling off the stairs that I hadn't recognized they weren't perfectly cut into the mountain. They'd twisted and turned, following the available stone. Walking now, my body was so used to zigzagging, it was even harder to keep a straight line. With the luxury of mostly flat earth beneath us, we were able to take breaks wherever we wanted to, and moving slowly, we eventually entered a forest and found a large boulder that formed the perfect overhang to keep us dry. Abel cleaned it out and packed dead branches and leaves around the opening, trying to form a shelter, while I dug through my purse and found a thing of string cheese that was who knew how old, along with an old granola bar. We split the granola bar. It was stale but didn't taste bad otherwise. Abel shone his phone's flashlight on the string cheese. It was moldy. I stuck it back into my purse, regretting not replacing it at least a few months earlier. Abel continued putting things up, and I continued digging in my purse and produced a couple packs of gum. We chewed through both of them, swallowing the gum. I couldn't help but laugh at the old wives' tales. Maybe they weren't old wives' tales, that said if you swallowed gum it would stay in your stomach for 7 years. Was that 7 years for all pieces, or would I end up with like 48 years of gum stuck in my stomach? The water draining off the rock is safe to drink, Abel said. The rock was clear of moss and anything that would contaminate it, so we should be good. We both need to drink as much as we can. After we finished eating and drinking, Abel insisted I climb into the crevice first. He then wrapped himself around me, his back exposed to the wilderness beyond. With the rock on one side and Abel on the other, I felt oddly safe. I tried not to think of any critters that might be sharing our little camp, and felt myself drifting off to sleep. 18. I woke up the next morning to the smell of a fire and cooking meat. I jerked to a sitting position, careful not to bang my head on the rock. I hadn't forgotten where we were. Sleep hadn't been comfortable enough for that to happen. Abel was tending a fire he'd started about 7 feet farther along the crevice from me. The sun was obviously up, but the rain was still coming down in sheets. I shook my head, staring out at it. I couldn't believe I'd considered staying the night on top of that mountain. Thank goodness Abel had known where we were. I scooted over and joined him, taking a glance at him and feeling my cheeks heat up. He looked so fantastic. His hair was perfectly messy and I loved the scruff on his jaw. I undid my ponytail and tried to pull my fingers through my tangles, but it had dried in a completely frizzled mess. The center of the ponytail was still damp, and all the product that controlled the frizz had washed out. Disgusting. Not only that, but my waterproof mascara had become unwaterproof at some point in that downpour, and my fingers came away dark when I rubbed under my eyes. So not fair, I said, unable to keep my eyes off my companion. What? Abel asked, not looking away from the small animal he was turning over the fire. You look amazing. I'm a complete wreck. He met my gaze, his expression intense. Lizzie, he said quietly. You're beautiful. Even now. Especially now. I couldn't have gotten off that mountain without you. I wasn't sure what I did to get us down, but I wasn't about to contradict him and ruin the moment. His response made my cheeks heat up again and left me in tingles everywhere. I tried to find something safe to talk about and motioned to the fire. Where did you find all the dry stuff? He shrugged. I scouted around. What are we having for breakfast? Rabbit. Cool. Not really, but I wouldn't complain. Who knew where my next meal would come from? How'd you catch it? Set a trap. I rolled my eyes to myself. He still wasn't a talker, and asking him for details was proving to be painful. Abel grunted. By the way, I saw a leopard out there. We'll need to be careful. If it's hungry, we might have a visitor. I froze, staring at the forest in front of me. Great. Just great. We should be fine. I read up a lot on Mumbai while preparing for a possible trip out here, and apparently, quite a few leopards live peacefully alongside humans. From the way his voice trailed off, I knew there was something he wasn't telling me. I poked his leg. And? What else? He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. If she's not hungry, we shouldn't have a problem. I sighed in exasperation. What more would this adventure present us with? I'd never had rabbit before, never understood the appeal. But even the lack of spices and seasoning didn't stop me from finishing everything Abel gave me. Should we save any of the meat? For lunch or something? He shook his head. We're not that far from civilization. It'll take us a few hours, but there are camping areas and little towns between here and Mumbai. We should be able to find someone who can help us. And no one here will bite our heads off for being around, right? I didn't know much about India, but what I did know was comforting. They were good people, and the country didn't seem unstable. We'll be fine. Abel leaned against the rock behind him when we finished eating and opened his arms, an obvious invitation for me to enter them. I did so willingly and without hesitation. He pulled me in close, nuzzling against my neck for a moment before saying, "I never took you for a wimp, but even so, I've been very surprised by how you've handled everything recently." I enjoyed the tingles his close proximity gave me. Things weren't ever easy growing up. My parents had a lot of health problems when I was younger that didn't get resolved until I hit junior high. Regardless, it's just not my personality to shirk from a challenge. I know. I love it. I closed my eyes, resting my head against his shoulder, enjoying the feel of his mouth near my ear. He tightened his arms around me, then nibbled my neck a little, causing more tingles to race across my skin. I was tempted to turn my head and kiss him, but before I could do anything, he sighed. "We should get going. You still have a deadline to meet." I groaned. I'd almost forgotten. I mean, it had been in the back of my mind, but I hadn't given it full thought since getting to the top of that fortress. There'd been way too many other things on my mind. Like immediate survival. He glanced at his watch. "We have at least 24 hours left, but it'll probably take us that long, if not more, to get back to Amsterdam." I nodded. "We'll go straight to Lord Canaan. I'm going to see if he can accept one flame, because if not, he'll have to extend the deadline. There's no way I can get all 7 flames in 2 days. How's the fire doing?" I patted my pocket. "Magical fire is awesome. It hasn't gone out." Abel got to his feet, then pulled me up beside him, and we stepped out into the rain. I grumbled and complained inwardly, not wanting to be soaking wet all over again. But Abel was right, we needed to head out. He and I got drinks from the water pouring off the rock. We put the fire out, left the remains of the rabbit for the leopard, and then followed a trail down the hill. We walked for an hour before the rain stopped and the sun finally broke through, lighting the world around us. It was beautiful, lush green. Tons of vegetation and animal noises, no sign of the leopard. After another hour, I finally started drying a bit. The humidity was insane. Much worse than Seattle, if that was possible. 3 or so hours after we started out, Abel veered off the trail, heading toward a few bushes that had reddish-purple berry-like fruits growing on them. He picked one, sniffed it, then popped it into his mouth. I cringed, waiting for him to start foaming at the mouth. "Are you crazy? That could have been poisonous." "Do you even know what it is?" "It's a carvanda." "Oh, what?" "It's like a cranberry. Here, try one." He offered me a branch that had several berries attached to it. "Not on your life. At least, not until I know if it's going to kill you first." He chuckled, popping more in his mouth. My stomach growled watching him eat, and all my willpower left. I plucked a berry from the branch he'd handed me, and tried one. The bitter taste had me cringing, and Abel laughed. "They'd taste a lot better with salt on them or in a jam of sorts, but they'll give us some energy to keep going." I motioned to a fallen log. "Let's have a seat. Make this an official break." He agreed, and after picking several branches worth of carvanda, he joined me on the log. We ate in silence, me coming to enjoy the crisp flavor of the dry-tasting fruit. I found that the darker fruits, the more purple ones, had the best flavor. Made sense since they were the ripest. We got our fill of fruit, and energized, I jumped to my feet and took Abel's hand, pulling him up. "Come on, survival guy. Let's get going." 19. Before I could start down the trail again, Abel tugged my hand gently. I glanced back and smiled at the teasing, "come thither" expression on his face. I had no problem closing the distance between us. He stepped even closer, brushing my hair out of my face and tucking it behind my ear before resting his hand on the back of my neck. Abel's brilliant blue eyes held me captive. His other arm tightened around my waist, and my own arms instinctively went up and around him. He moved to kiss me on the forehead, but instead lowered and placed gentle kisses along my jawline, leading toward my mouth. I completely melted in his arms. Holy cow, this guy was good. Before he could reach my lips, though, I felt the amulet warm against my neck. I gasped, my hand going to it instinctively. Was it working already? Just then, a man came into view on the trail below us. Abel, I said warningly. He turned, keeping his arms around me. We watched as the man approached. Hi. How do you do? His accent wasn't strong. I honestly couldn't even tell where he was from. He looked Middle Eastern, with a little Eastern European thrown in. His eyes briefly took in Abel, then didn't leave my face. Good. You? I said cautiously, waiting to see what the guy wanted. I already knew from the amulet's brief reaction that he wasn't a casual visitor. My name is Omar, he said. As a guardian of knowledge, I know your task and am duty-bound to help you fulfill it. I tilted my head. You're a hound? He nodded. Those of us who are still privy to information have been trying to find you for several hours. When you ended up on top of the fortress, being the most knowledgeable of the area, I was sent to get you. Abel's arm tightened around me. How do we know you're not here to destroy her? Omar shrugged. You don't. My eyes dropped to where the flame should be in his chest. It wasn't there. That didn't surprise me, though. The amulet's not quite functioning yet, I said. You probably know that, though. He nodded. If I were one of the evil ones, I wouldn't be able to approach. I nodded. That was the promise I received. I have a car at the campground, not far from here. I can take you to the international airport in Mumbai. Abel still hadn't relaxed his grip on me, but he nodded. Very well. I glanced at him, surprised he'd agreed so quickly. Rather than question him in front of our new guide, though, I decided to go along with it. Abel had good instincts. I was learning to trust them. My hand went up and encircled the amulet. Please work soon. I could really use your help. It had been at least 10 hours since Lord Canon had given me the missing piece. That meant I had around 4 to 5 hours to go. It felt like an eternity. We started down the path again, and Omar kept up a long string of conversation. He told us of the good and bad lives he'd experienced since becoming a human. It was fascinating, and I could tell that despite Abel's hesitation, he was also enjoying Omar's narrative. I can't always predict when I'll switch sides. A part of me is always conscious, but when I'm bad, I don't care. And when I'm good, I really don't want to be evil. How do you live life when you're bad or good? I asked. He shrugged. It's pretty much the same in either instance. I tend to stick to myself, regardless of which side of my personality I'm entertaining. I'm unlike Alexander in that way. Alexander is a more social being. I like to avoid people, generally. It's just too hard to know when I'll switch to being evil again. And the last thing I want is to put someone in danger. He continued talking about the experiences he'd had. Omar seemed to have an instinct for important times throughout history, and somehow had managed to be at many of the things I'd grown up learning about. Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech, Abraham Lincoln's assassination, the signing of the Declaration, the death of Alexander the Great, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the coronation of several important kings. Once he finished answering our questions, seriously, who wouldn't want to know what it would have been like to see the first airplane fly? He began teaching us about our surroundings, including the trees and underbrush we walked through and the animals we could hear and see. Apparently, Abel had been correct. The fruit we'd eaten really had been karvanda. As he spoke, I realized something. He was nervous. Not because he was dishonest, but because he didn't spend a lot of time with people. It felt like he was trying to convince us that he was safe and could be trusted, not just as a hound, but as a human. His earnestness and honesty were refreshing, and I found myself growing to like him. His narrative continued once we reached his car. I couldn't help but wonder when his voice would give out. It obviously wasn't used to so much activity. Despite my growing feelings of trust, I still didn't want to sit up front with Omar, and before Abel could tell me otherwise, I hopped in the back. The road was really muddy, and I could see where he'd left marks on his way up. Omar concentrated on driving for a while, and I was surprised to find myself missing his chatter. He glanced back at me in the rearview mirror. "We'll pass through a few little cities and towns on the way to Mumbai. Most of them won't have any food available for purchase, but if you need nourishment, we can stop and ask." "How long is it to Mumbai?" I asked. "Not long, maybe 2 hours if we run into traffic." Even though my stomach grumbled at the thought of waiting a minute more, I said, "We'll grab a bite when we get there." I hesitated. Does Mumbai have restaurants like McDonald's? I'd rather not experiment right now. I've been doing enough adventuring lately. He chuckled. "Yes. There are quite a few places in Mumbai that you would recognize. McDonald's, TGI Fridays, Chili's, even a Krispy Kreme, if you'd rather fill up on donuts." All of the above sound great. We lapsed into silence again, and I pulled my phone out of my purse and plugged it into the charger Omar provided. It was plugged into the cigarette lighter, and gave a good trickle of juice to my battery. Once my phone had charged for an hour, I powered it up and purchased tickets to Amsterdam. Luckily, both Abel and I had our passports on hand. The flight was a long one, 9 hours, and we'd only have a few hours before the deadline ended after landing. 4 if we were lucky. We went through a drive-through, then Omar dropped us off at the airport. He promised us that if he was ever nearby and could sense we needed help, he would assist. And then he said goodbye and drove away. I breathed a sigh of relief, putting my head on Abel's shoulder. That was fortuitous and stressful. Abel nodded, bringing an arm up to rub my back. "He's definitely a talker." I shook my head. "No, he's a filler of silence person. Gets nervous if no one is saying anything." Good point. Regardless, my ears got tired quickly. I laughed and we entered the airport. I grabbed a portable phone charger and finished charging my phone while we got through security and made it to our terminal. We only had an hour to wait before boarding, and once we got on, I gratefully sank into our first-class seats. Yeah, I'd splurged. Sue me. The plane ride was a blur. I was so tired that I could barely keep my eyes open. I hadn't had a good night's rest in ages, and I was still jet-lagged from traveling all over the world. We touched down in Amsterdam and took a taxi out to our hotel, where our rental car was waiting for us. Abel arranged for us to keep it for a while longer, paying all of the late fees. Frankly, I was surprised they hadn't tracked down the car and taken it back already. While we were approaching the hotel, I felt the shade amulet wake up. It was weird that I knew exactly what was happening. It suddenly warmed against my sternum, and its voice entered my mind. 20. The amulet spoke with the same voice from before, but this time it was clearer, more distinct. Lizzie. Oh my gosh. The necklace called me by my preferred name. Major points to it. Yes? I apologize. I knew immediately what the amulet was referring to. It's okay. I understand what happened, it's not your fault. Are you sure? The question made me pause, and something in my body language must have alerted Abel, because he glanced over. What's going on? He asked. The amulet's functioning now. Awesome. I returned to my conversation with the necklace, eager to understand. What do you mean, am I sure? Don't trust. Okay. How am I supposed to be able to get my work done if I can't trust you? I'm an object. Trust your friends. I rolled my eyes to myself. Of course I would trust my friends. And obviously, I knew the amulet was an object. Duh. It made me irritated with it, and myself, and even with the shade a little that I had to be told that. I'd been led to believe I could trust the amulet to get my work done. Trust was huge in the role I'd been asked to fill. I recognized what the amulet was trying to say, though. It was a device, created to help protect me and others from the influence of shades and evil creatures. And somehow, as part of its construction, it had been given the ability to destroy demons through their fire. Beyond that, though, it wasn't something that would save my life per se, because it couldn't act on its own. It couldn't pick up a sword and stab an opponent. Loyal to you. Okay, I understand. You can't compromise what you were created to do. Basically, it would only save me in places where it was supposed to save me, through warnings, guidance, and adding to my abilities. I shouldn't expect it to save me in other ways. Like from a car accident or an attack from a random person on the street. Precisely. I nodded. Good to know. What does that have to do with me knowing whether or not what happened was your fault, though? I was created to serve. I led you to my previous master. I am only loyal to my current master. I will be loyal to you as long as I am yours. Thanks for clarifying. Can you be stolen from me? Yes. Only through death or gifting, though, will I truly change ownership. That didn't make me feel good. I'll try to avoid dying. I leaned my head against the seat, exhausted from even that much conversation. I hoped we would learn to communicate without it requiring so much mental exertion. The taxi pulled up at the hotel, and I ran inside while Abel got the car. I still had the key from when we'd stayed there before, and miraculously, the hotel hadn't yet gotten rid of our belongings. I apologized and explained that we'd had an emergency that took us out of phone service, and could we please arrange to stay at the hotel for another night? I needed a full night's sleep after we extended the deadline. There was no way I could go another day without good rest. And I definitely needed a shower. Luckily, I no longer smelled. And I was finally dry. But still, just the idea that I'd been sloshing through sewage the day before made me sick. Maybe it was how I looked, but they were willing to work with me, and issued a new room and returned our things. They did fine us, though, and huge gratitude for Nicole's generosity with money flooded me. Once Abel joined me in the hotel lobby, he gathered me in his arms and placed a kiss on my forehead. Would you like to sleep now? He asked. I shook my head. No. We've only got a couple of hours until the deadline. I can rest in the car if you don't mind driving. Abel shook his head. I don't. Let's go. The trip to the graveyard went much the same as before, except this time I didn't have to pay close attention to where we were going and was able to doze a little. We walked the 15-ish minutes to the graveyard, arriving just before my 2 days were up. I stepped through the gate and gasped when I saw the demon standing in the doorway of the church. For some reason, he hadn't been visible until I'd crossed over into the graveyard, and nightfall had dropped across me. He was obviously waiting for me. I strode in as straight a direction as I could manage, dodging headstones, keeping my step confident and sure, knowing he was watching. How the next few minutes went would depend largely on how well I stood my ground. I needed him to believe I could do this task, but I also needed him to be willing to give me at least 2 weeks, if not more. You have my flame? Lord Canon asked, his voice raspy. I put my hands on my hips and glared at him. You didn't tell me it had been divided into 7. The demon hesitated. I didn't know. Was he lying? Well, it was. I've got the first, but in order to get the rest, I have to travel all over the world. I'll need a whole lot more time than just 2 days. I put my hand in my pocket, feeling as the warmth flooded my palm. Would you like to see the flame? The demon's wings fluttered excitedly. Yes. I scooped the warmth from my pocket, pulling it out. The only way I knew I actually held it was because my pocket started cooling immediately. I held the fire out to the demon. Lord Canon stared at my hand, an expression of glee. I didn't know how I could tell it was glee, I just could, crossing his face. He reached toward me, and I rolled the fire into his palm. He groaned, rubbing it over his mouth, down his throat, and across his chest. He acted like he was starving, like he hadn't eaten in hundreds of years. I knew that wasn't true. The darkness that surrounded his graveyard was because of the souls of ghosts he'd consumed. I wasn't about to mention that, though. No sense letting him know I was beginning to understand just how dangerous he was. He looked behind himself before sighing and glancing at me. It won't work. The demon gave the fire back to me, and I put it in my pocket. I need the rest of it, he said. I nodded. Yeah, I figured. You have to give me more time. I don't even know where all of the flames are. I'll need at least 3 weeks, if not 4, to get everything to you. The demon chuckled. 2 more days. I shook my head. No. The second flame is at least 13 hours from here by car, and who knows how far on foot from there. I didn't mention that the flight to Hungary would only be 2 hours. He didn't need to know that. There's no way I'll be able to get there, locate it, find the other flames, and return in 2 days. No way. Plus, I need time to sleep and eat too. I'm not the Energizer Bunny. What good is all of this, all of your waiting and work to arrange for help from me, if I die of exhaustion before I can return with all 7 flames? The demon grumbled to himself and flapped his wings, obviously thinking over what I'd said. Besides, I said, you've waited hundreds of years. What would another 2 or 3 weeks do? The demon pounced on my suggestion. Yes. 2 weeks. His hand snaked forward and gripped my wrist, pinching me sharply. If you are late, Dorothy Elizabeth Ashton, I will kill a family member each day until you return. Are you serious? You know, if you asked me nicely and possibly offered a reward, I might have been willing to sleep and eat on planes to save time. Instead, you threaten me and the lives of my loved ones? You're ridiculous. The demon didn't respond, but the patronizing amusement on his face was enough to tell me he obviously didn't care about trying to motivate me. I shook my head. Stupid man demon thing. Fine. 2 weeks. And don't go near my family. Don't give me a reason to, and I won't. I turned and strode from him, so annoyed I barely remembered not to step on graves. Poor dead people, it wasn't their fault Lord Canaan was there. So? Abel asked, once I'd returned to him. He gave us 2 weeks. I started back toward the car, and he fell into step beside me. Not much time, considering everything we need to do. I know. Did you get a chance to figure out where the Atemenanki is? Yes, and it's definitely in Iraq. We're lucky they even know. The locations of many ancient ziggurats is just a guess. I stepped over a fallen log. Okay, so we need to get the flame from the cave in Hungary first. But what key does it need? My head was starting to hurt. I don't even know where to begin. We could have you take another trip to Koven. I'd been doing so much of that lately. No, let's go to the cave, then I'll practice using the amulet to help me find a shade around there, who knows. It's what the amulet is for, after all. Which cave is it? I dug my phone from my purse, being careful not to trip as I did so. Going off of the description the shade gave me in Koven, I figured it out in the car with Omar. It's called Baradla. It's part of a series of awesome caves there. Like, really awesome. I'd want to explore them if we had time. Here, look. I showed him the pictures on my phone. Abel whistled appreciatively. Very nice. So fly to Hungary? Yes. I fell silent for a moment, thinking about the next fire and its location. But the 6th flame, how can we reach that tower without getting killed in the process? I've been thinking about that. I contacted Eleonora. She has a connection in Iraq, a very powerful Arate who owes her a favor. She's trying to track him down and is waiting for confirmation from us to go ahead and contact him. When should we have her do it? I smiled at him, unable to refrain from teasing him. Since when have you and Eleonora been good enough friends to call her for favors? Abel flushed. She had a job for me to do. Besides, she's not just your friend. Yeah, I know. Assume that all of my connections would be evil? He asked. Something like that. I'm sorry. In my defense, he did tend to gravitate toward less than scrupulous methods. Abel took my hand. Lizzie, He shook his head and fell silent for a moment, concentrating on where he was walking. I could tell he had something he wanted to tell me. I watched him, not sure how to let him know he could talk to me, that he could trust me. Finally, when the church and its parking lot were in view, he said, I haven't always been like this, you know. Your assumptions and accusations have all been correct. I mean, I mostly interact with violent and dangerous people who don't care about the well-being and safety of others. He rubbed his thumb across my hand, sending little tingles up my arm. He stopped walking, turning me to face him, trailing his hands up my arms, resting them on my shoulders. Lizzie, I need you to understand something. Abel swallowed repeatedly, and I waited. I could tell he wasn't sure. He wanted to let me know what was on his mind. I didn't want to push him. This had to be him. An elderly couple walking on the opposite side of the street smiled at us and gave us little waves, which I returned. Abel didn't notice. He finally released me and rubbed the back of his neck, his gaze not straying from mine, as if worried I'd judge him for what he was about to say. They killed my family. One at a time, starting with my littlest sister. Oh my gosh, Abel. I'm so sorry. They forced me to watch it happen. Only my mother is still alive, and she's... He looked away from me, his eyes glistening. Let's just say, she's not in a good position. I don't even know where she is, or how to find her. Is there anything I can do? He shook his head. Only I can approach them. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, releasing it slowly. Unlike most families, my parents were actually able to have a lot of children, 8. I loved having so many siblings, until they were used against me. But why? Why did it happen at all? My skill set, I had to take care of myself somehow and learned a lot in the few short years while I was away. That and my power. Or the power I would have. They were manipulating me to get what they wanted. They knew I'd be strong and wanted to trigger my magic, and to keep me under their control. It worked until... He paused, obviously feeling what he'd gone through all over again, then his voice dropped to a deadly dark tone. Until I'd had enough. I got chills at his intensity. Holy cow. I was so glad this man was on my side. I'd hate to go up against him. Abel continued. I refused to complete the job. They don't know that yet though, and I can't tell them. If I do, they'll kill my mother. I still have time to finish, but it's not worth it. On the other hand, I just can't face the thought of my mom dying too. So I'm procrastinating. I tilted my head, wondering what these jobs were, but knowing better than to ask. He would have told me if he felt comfortable having me know. What's worth more than the life of your mother? He shrugged. My soul? His eyes started glistening again, and he looked up, trying to blink the tears away. I don't want to go to hell. I don't want to be an assassin. I could tell it was hard for him to say those words, to voice what he'd become. And I don't want to be the person everyone fears. He put his arms around me and pulled me close, burying his face in my neck. I wish I could tell you. And someday I might. It's like your hounds though. These people know everything. Telling you would put you and my mom in danger. I just can't do it. He raised his head, meeting my gaze. But for now, please know that I'm doing my best. I'm trying to undo the mistakes I've made. I nodded, then kissed him on the cheek before resting my head against his chest. I wrapped my arms around his waist, listening to and feeling his beating heart. My own heart warmed toward him, and an urge to keep him in my arms and never let go flowed over me. I finally felt at peace with his past, what he'd become. I'd made some horrendous mistakes myself, and I knew what it was like to have guilt eat me up inside. My thoughts flew to the worst mistake I'd made, when I'd misjudged a bomb, and 3 people had been killed and I'd been severely injured. Abel needed to know that at least one person didn't judge him for the choices he'd been forced to make. I think I love him. The thought hit me hard, and goosebumps erupted over my arms. I'd never fallen in love with a man before even kissing him. Tears entered my eyes as I thought about my fiancé. I still couldn't call him an ex when it was death that had broken us up, and how much I'd missed him. Was I ready to open my heart? I hadn't realized until now, listening to Abel, how inhibited I'd become from that heartbreak. Abel took my hand and motioned to the car, a smile on his lips. Should we go? I nodded. He was right. I had a job to get done. I took a deep breath, returned his smile, and said, yes. Let's do this. Then I tucked my feelings aside for later inspection and headed to the car. 21. The drive to the hotel was silent. Each of us was in our own thoughts. That feeling of peace followed me, though. Abel was doing his best. I knew that now. What more could I ask of him? What did he even want me to ask of him? He'd been so cautious where I was concerned, tender and brusque and compassionate, and yes, even a jerk sometimes, all in one. But he was trying. And he was a good man with a kind heart. He'd shown me over and over again that he was someone worth trusting. How many times had he saved my life now? I couldn't count on one hand. Something told me I wouldn't ever find out what his jobs were, the ones that filled him with so much guilt. Would I be okay with that? I pondered it for a few minutes before realizing that yes, I would. There were plenty of professions where a loved one couldn't know precisely what the person did for a living. I reached over and took his hand, giving it a tight squeeze. He chuckled. What was that for? He asked, glancing at me. I was at a loss for words, something that doesn't happen to me regularly. I don't know, I said. I guess I just want to say thank you for helping me. For being an awesome support and protection. And for being there. Abel chuckled again and leaned over and kissed me on the cheek, not taking his eyes off the road. Thank goodness for tiny economy cars. Eleonora made me promise I would. I glanced at him sharply. Eleonora again. What all did you guys talk about? He shrugged. She loves you as much as she would a daughter or granddaughter. She recognized in me someone who could help you with a task that you'd been given unfairly. And she's right to place that trust in me. I have incredible self-control and will make sure that you are safe from everyone, including from me. I laughed. Your cranky ways are definitely dangerous. He turned a corner, sending me half a smile. You have no idea. Actually, I sort of did. I smiled at him, gave his hand another squeeze, then turned and watched the Netherlands pass by. It really was a beautiful country. Tulip fields, it's not just a cliché. Holland really does have a lot of tulips. Tall, brightly colored apartment buildings crammed together, little canals lined by cobblestone roads and flower boxes, and some of the friendliest people I'd been around. More than once, someone waved as we drove past. Once we reached the hotel, Abel gave Eleonora a call. She must have asked to talk to me because halfway through the conversation, he handed me the phone. Lizzie, are you okay? She asked. Yes, I'm fine. It's been a rough few days, but things are better now. I can't believe this mess you're having to deal with. Yes, the amulet is worth the help it'll offer. In fact, you can't complete your task without it. Things are so much more complicated for you than they were for me. Seriously? Abel told me about your agreement with him. Thank you for that. Agreement? I could hear teasing in her voice and laughed. Yes. The whole keeping Lizzie alive thing. He's quite good at it. He knows a lot more than I gave him credit for. Abel rolled his eyes at me, and I chuckled. And he's been able to keep us alive so far. Not an easy feat given what we're dealing with. I've had your help, he said. You weren't just a passive participant. Eleonora said pretty much the same thing at the same time. Then she said, international calls aren't cheap, so let's get things figured out. Putting you on speakerphone, I said. Go ahead. You said you need to find a flame in Hungary, right? That'll give me time to finish getting things in order. But I've got a connection in Iraq who will help you get in. A local man. His name is Hamza. He's Iraqi, an Arate, and a leader of a group of militants. He owes me a favor, and he's promised not to harm either of you. Great. He's promised not to harm us. Abel's sarcasm definitely matched my feelings. He'll pick you up at the Baghdad airport. Get me your flight information when you've got it. We ended the call and I handed Abel's phone back, then started searching for flights to Iraq. What are you doing? He asked. Trying to find a way to Iraq. They're not making it easy, not a lot of airports fly there. He chuckled. For good reason. Here, give me your phone and card. I'll do it, and I'll arrange for our flights to Hungary too. You sleep. I'm not the only one who needs sleep, you're just as exhausted as I am. He nodded. Yes, but you've already had to face more than I have. And I have a feeling that's not going to end. Get a head start. I'll buy tickets then sleep too. I couldn't argue with that. I handed over my phone and card, then went to the bathroom for a quick, luxurious, glorious shower before changing into a random pair of sweats that had ended up in my suitcase. Then I slid between the sheets. Oh wow. I'd missed sleeping in an actual bed. This was going to be wonderful. Abel pulled out the couch bed, closed the drapes, and made sure the door was locked, then said goodnight. I don't remember closing my eyes. 22. The next morning, Abel and I checked out of the hotel and headed to the airport. The flight to Hungary went fairly quickly. I spent most of it reading up on the caves we were heading to, specifically Baradla. I really did wish I'd have more time to explore. For now, the book I'd found at the airport would have to suffice. Abel spent the time sleeping and looking out the window. I was glad he was getting rest. We both needed to keep up on that. We rented yet another car and headed toward the caves. I was dismayed to learn from the rental agency that it would take almost 3 hours to get there. I frowned at Abel. I'm going to go insane if I don't have something to do with my brains during this trip. Same. How about we see if we can get some audiobooks? Good idea. I opened my library's app, and the two of us discussed books for several minutes before deciding on one. I seriously looked forward to the hours and hours of entertainment it would provide us. With the narrator's voice keeping us company, we continued our trip. I stared at the mountain the cave was in. Okay, so the wall of rock was pretty awesome, and the beautiful greenery that covered everything not made of rock was beautiful, but I couldn't believe that such a huge expanse of caves could be found in something so little. I made the comment to Abel, and he nodded. Yes, I see what you mean. However, caves don't always have to be up in mountains to be big. A lot of them go underground. I guess I've been living around Utah's huge mountains for too long. Resolving to get my job done, I grabbed the amulet and said, I need a shade who knows where this flame is hidden. The amulet warmed in my hand. One shall join you shortly. Thank you. I loved how much it was talking to me now. We didn't wait long. Apparently, this area was old enough for there to be plenty of ghosts nearby. Kind of cool, honestly. The teenage girl who approached definitely wasn't what I'd been expecting. She was modern looking, like she might have come from the early 2000s if I wasn't too far off. The fire you seek has been moved. It and its key now reside in St. Stephen's Basilica in Budapest. Wait, really? Why was it moved? Its location became known by too many. St. Stephen's hand is the key to the flame. The flame resides under his hand in the basilica. Good luck retrieving it, it is under constant surveillance. They will not look lightly on break-ins. That last sentence was directed at Abel, and I couldn't help but giggle a little. Especially when he gave me a confused expression. Oh, I forget you don't hear what they're saying, I said. Come on, let's go. It's not here anymore. I thanked the ghost, then Abel and I headed back to the car. Not here? Couldn't they have told you that in Koven? I closed my eyes, leaning against the headrest as Abel pulled out of the parking lot. Their job isn't to make mine easier, as much as I'd love that. Abel grunted in response, and as we passed the visitor center, I sent a last wistful glance to that huge stone wall. Sure wish things weren't so stressful. I would have loved to explore the cave. Abel pushed on the brake and glanced at me. We can still do that if you want. I shook my head. I just want to get this done and go home. The longer we wait, the more time it'll take. He nodded. Very true. I sensed a bit of teasing behind his response, but didn't investigate to figure out what he was teasing me about. Probably the time thing, waiting taking more of it or something. We grabbed a bite to eat and headed back to Budapest, listening to the audiobook along the way. By the time we arrived at the capital, it was dark and we were both exhausted. We checked into a hotel and I promptly fell asleep. Unfortunately, sleep didn't stick around for long, and I found myself tossing and turning most of the night. I seriously missed my own bed. St. Stephen's Basilica was gorgeous. Like really, really gorgeous. And we hadn't even gone inside yet. The building towered over the rest of the city, its peaks and large dome several stories above the surrounding buildings. And those buildings were at least 5 stories tall. The exterior was a creamish white, and the roof a sort of grayish teal. Yeah, I'm not very good with the exact names of colors. Regardless, it was beautiful. We went inside and grabbed a couple of brochures in English. And then we started wandering the place, along with at least 100 other people. The brochure informed me that the basilica could house 8,500 people, and looking around, I totally believed it. It didn't take long to find where St. Stephen's hand was located. It was in the Holy Rite Chapel, named for the dude's hand, and inside a little golden glass vestibule. My jaw dropped when I realized it was a real hand. Like it had belonged to a living person at some point a very long time ago. Did they really chop it off? I whispered. Abel nodded. Well, at least they believe this is his hand. I'm going to assume they might not know for sure, since it has been around 1,000 years since he died. But cutting off body parts of special or holy people was common practice back in the day. Parts of saints' bodies were shipped all over the place. I guess it was viewed as sort of a good luck thing. Like, having a foot in the St. Madeleine Cathedral would grant a portion of St. Madeleine's spirit to watch over the place. At least that's what I understand. I could be wrong. The lights that illuminated the hand turned off, and we stepped back as another tour group came up and inserted a coin. The lights came back on, and we looked at the hand from behind the group. How on earth am I going to get the flame? I asked quietly, but still not caring if anyone heard. They wouldn't have any idea what I was referring to, since there obviously wasn't any flame in the vestibule. Have you considered asking for it? I looked at Abel, not doing a very good job of concealing my surprise. Ask? Do you really think it might be that easy? I mean, it would be cool, but still. It shocked me that he had suggested it. Might as well try. If they say no, we could always try to break in. I shook my head. Something tells me the ghost's warning from earlier was legit. We won't be able to access the flame if we don't do it legally. Then asking is the only other option. He had a point. And so, we approached the first official-looking person we saw and asked to speak with someone who had authority. Of course we were brushed off. And I didn't blame the man. We were disheveled American tourists. It wasn't likely that we'd get any attention. Now what? I asked Abel. He shrugged. It was only an idea. We definitely need to find someone higher up. Well, obviously. I mean, that was what we were trying. But how do we do it? We go get cleaned up and change our clothes, buy some nice ones, and come back. We could pose the question from the important tourist angle. Do an actual interview or something. I like that idea. And so we left the basilica and went shopping for nice clothes and better shampoos and some makeup and body wash. Then we returned to the hotel, glad we hadn't checked out yet. We hadn't known how long it would take to get the flame, and primped and preened until we actually looked nice. Abel was stunning in a silver suit that brought out his hair and brilliant blue eyes. And according to him, I looked great in a dark blue dress suit with black pumps and pearls around my neck. I did my hair in a nice updo, not too formal, and applied makeup. After we had each other's approval, we headed to the basilica again. I pulled out my badge, prepared to use it if needed, though I still wasn't sure what angle I'd take with it. I'd spent a lot of time trying to come up with a plan while getting ready. I'd asked to talk to the bishop or cardinal, or whatever, wanting to get information on the fire safeties that had been put in place. Once we had his attention, we'd tell him what I was up to and why we were there. We approached a different person than earlier, just in case, and the plan actually worked. Soon, we found ourselves seated in a plush office, waiting for the archbishop to come. 23. He didn't keep us waiting long. Maybe the fact that we had come so far intrigued him. After we'd introduced ourselves, I leaned forward. I apologize ahead of time, but we asked to meet with you under false pretenses. I'd like the opportunity to explain why we're really here and what we seek. The alarm on the archbishop's face had me rush to continue. We're not looking for anything that should alarm you. No money, no ancient relics, nothing like that. What do you want then? He still hadn't relaxed in his chair, and I didn't fail to notice his frequent glimpses at the door. A flame that resides under St. Stephen's hand. The archbishop turned very slowly to me. How do you know about that? I felt my own eyes widen. How do you know? I am its guardian. It was entrusted to me years ago. I was told someone would eventually come seeking it. But I'd been led to believe it would be a demon, not a beautiful young woman. Something told me honesty was the only way I'd be able to appeal to this man. The demon does seek it. He sent me to get it. I don't work with or for him. I am merely trying to fulfill a calling that was extended to me thousands of years ago. The man frowned. What are you talking about? The question was a bit abrupt, and I'm sure others might have been offended by it, but English obviously wasn't his first language, and I chose to overlook his curt tone. I can't tell you much without putting your life in danger, but it has to do with this. I pulled the amulet from my blouse. I can't fulfill the duties placed on me unless it is functioning correctly. And it can't function correctly without the flame. I took a breath. Supernatural creatures roam the earth and devour anyone who knows too much about them. My calling is to destroy them, to rid the earth of their presence, and to make our planet safe again. He steepled his fingers, staring at the amulet, obviously thinking over what I'd said. Yes, I know these hounds you speak of. When the flame was placed in my care, other protections were established to keep them from finding me or it. He frowned. I honestly didn't believe anyone would come. I'm sure it's a surprise. Yes, it is. He leaned back in his chair. I'm relieved to have the flame removed, though. I haven't felt truly safe since it was entrusted to my care. He looked at his watch. However, it cannot be done until after we close. Please return at 5 o'clock. We have a concert scheduled at 6, but an hour should be enough time for you to get the flame before patrons begin to arrive. I got to my feet and shook his hand. Thank you for your cooperation. If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. Taking the flame is enough. As I said, it is a burden I'm glad to be rid of. I'm surprised you even believed it existed at all, since it can't be seen. Eyes aren't the only sense we possess. I felt evil when that flame first arrived. I understood the importance of guarding it, but I look forward to having my space back. Abel shook the man's hand as well, and the two of us left the basilica. Once we were outside, Abel glanced at me. Ready for some touring? I shook my head. I want some food. And a nap. I didn't sleep well last night again. Sounds good. We found a nice little cafe and ate, then returned to the hotel. Well, I returned. Abel opted to wander the streets. He hadn't been to Hungary in years and wanted to soak it in. I wasn't much of a napper, as it turned out. I hadn't tried to take one in a long time, and I just couldn't fall asleep. Instead, I ended up turning on the TV and trying to make sense of the foreign language. Hungarian was very different from English. Finally, it was time to return to the basilica. Abel met me there, and we went inside together, ready for whatever would happen. 24. The Archbishop was waiting for us. "Follow me," he said before leading us back to the vestibule of the Holy Rite, which he proceeded to unlock. "Where did you say the flame was?" he asked. I could tell by the tone of his voice and the expression on his face that he was testing me, making sure I really did know what I was talking about. Which was kind of pointless since I'd already told him it was under the hand. But procedures are procedures, and I didn't want to mess things up now that we were this close. Under the hand. He put on a pair of white cloth gloves and very, very carefully lifted the hand. It hasn't been touched since the flame was placed here, and before that not since the mid-1940s. Probably for the best, keeping it untouched will help it last longer. Precisely. We take it out, in its vestibule, for a yearly parade to allow more people to see it, but we don't touch the hand itself. He held the hand out to me, but before I checked it out, I reached into the vestibule where the Holy Rite had lain, wanting to make sure the flame hadn't fallen out or something. No heat there. I hadn't thought there would be. Next, I put my hand underneath the Holy Rite and felt warmth seeping from it. Creepy. It was almost as if the hand were still alive. I stared at the artifact, trying not to feel grossed out. It was mummified, the fist tightly clenched around the flame, and a necklace, with the thumb crossing slightly over the index finger. The necklace circled upward to drape across the wrist. "It's here," I said. "He's holding on to it pretty tightly." The Archbishop nodded. "Yes. Now, how do you retrieve the flame?" By this point, a couple of the hosts or clergy people or whatever they were called from earlier were gathered around us, including the man who had refused to let us talk to the Archbishop. I could tell by his expression that he recognized us and was frustrated that we'd gotten what we wanted after all. Too bad. "Tell me about St. Stephen," I said, wanting to distract everyone for a minute while I inspected the hand and tried to figure out how to get the flame from it. He was the first king of Hungary over 1,000 years ago. He was both a secular and religious leader, the perfect king. He was the patron saint of Hungary. "What does that mean, patron saint?" I asked. I'd probably learned it sometime in college or high school, but I couldn't remember. I bent over and looked up, staring at the bottom of the hand as the Archbishop held it patiently, taking extreme care with it. "It means he guides and protects Hungary. He watches over us. Having the hand here allows us access to miracles the hand performs on our behalf." "That's cool," I said, thinking through my options. I really didn't know what to do. I'm going to have to find help from other sources. Would you excuse me for a moment? He shook his head. "No, actually, I won't. Whatever you do, you must do in front of me." I blinked. He was still testing me. Of course he was, he wouldn't let me get the flame easily. Fair enough. Feeling awkward because of my audience, I grabbed the amulet and said, "Bring me a shade who knows how to access the flame." "I'm right here." I jumped. The voice was only 5 feet away. It belonged to one of the clergymen who was watching. I'd assumed he was living, why wouldn't I? I hadn't given him more than just a passing glance. "Oh, hi," I said, watching him warily. I could usually tell how the ghosts had died. They didn't always hide it from me. But this guy was, for some reason. The Archbishop glanced where I was looking, and I tried not to let his reaction distract me. "You know how to get the flame, then?" I asked the ghost. "Yes, I do. Would you be offended if I approached?" His accent was awesome, very Hungarian. I don't normally hear accents when talking to ghosts. Usually they speak to me in my own English dialect. That would be fine. He approached cautiously, his hesitance making me nervous instead of reassuring me. Once he was standing next to me, he reached for my hand, pausing with a question on his face. Go ahead, I said, trying not to show any signs of frustration or disgust. The ghost took my hand in his own. His fingers were cold, causing me to shiver. I apologize, he said. It's hard to regulate my temperature. Totally understandable. No need to apologize. He gripped my hand, turning it palm up and guiding it until it was under the holy rite. Open your fingers. I did so. Now say, please bequeath me the flame that sent its vanguards. Oh heavens. Okay. Please bequeath me the flame that, what did you say? I didn't miss the surprised expression the Archbishop gave me when I started speaking. Sent, the ghost said. It means saint in Hungarian. Sent. It's Von, it means Stephen. Oh, got it. Okay, let me start over. Just in case it needed to be said all in one. Please bequeath me the flame that sent its vanguards. The Archbishop raised his eyebrows, glancing near me. Arel? Are you here? The ghost beside me started. Yes, I am here. Please tell him. Yes, he's here. Tears flooded the Archbishop's eyes. We miss you ever so much, Arel. It has been difficult since your departure. Arel closed his eyes, his face downcast. Tell him I'm sorry, I had no other choice. He says he's sorry. That he had no other choice. There is always a choice, dear Arel. But I understand. So much was asked of you, and you gave everything in return. I noticed then that the other clergymen were also sniffling, some looking upward, trying to hide tears in their eyes. Arel noticed me looking at his friends and said, I was entrusted with the proper words to unlock the flame from St. Itzvin's hand. In order to hold this role, however, it was required that I die to ensure that the person who sought the flame had the power to retrieve it. Whoa. Okay, I'd been totally off in my guesses. I'd assumed he'd committed suicide. Do your friends know why you died? He shook his head. They assume, as I would guess you did as well, that I killed myself. They found my body at the base of the basilica, broken as if I'd somehow thrown myself from the upper windows. But none of the windows had been opened or destroyed. Would you like me to tell them what happened? He nodded. I turned to the Archbishop. Arel was entrusted with the words I just spoke. In order to do his job, though, he couldn't be alive. His death was required. But how did he die? I glanced at Arel. A great force overcame my body, crushing me instantly. I do not recall what happened after that moment. I repeated that, then said, I'm sorry this flame has caused heartache for you. At least now you know it won't be in your charge anymore. The Archbishop gazed at me for several moments before responding. But to release the flame is to release even greater horrors on the earth. I nodded. I was coming to understand that. And I will do everything in my power to right any wrongs committed while obtaining what I need. The Archbishop met my gaze for a moment. I trust you. Please care for yourself. Your gifts will be highly sought after, and not just by those who are honest. He cleared his throat, glancing at the hand. Now then. Let's get this flame to you. He closed his eyes, then mumbled something in another language, probably Hungarian. I gasped when the hand unclenched. Luckily, I was still ready, and I felt it as the flame dropped into my palm, warming my skin. The holy rite clenched into a fist again. The Archbishop sighed, his shoulders slumping as if a great burden had been released from him. And it is done. Yes, it is, I said. Thank you for your help. He quickly returned the holy rite to the vestibule, locking it up before turning to me again. Tell Arel we love and miss him. That we especially wish he could return to us now that his task is complete. I glanced at the ghost, an eyebrow up. Any last words for your friends? I asked him. Only that I will continue guarding them. They don't need just one patron saint. He blinked a few times. I mean, that is, if they decide to saint me. I chuckled, repeating what he'd said to the Archbishop, who smiled. We will see that you are nominated. RL grinned. Tell him thank you. Thank you very much. I repeated the words to the Archbishop, then tucked the flame into my pocket with the other fire. I immediately wished I hadn't done that. I'd wanted to watch the flames unite. I promised myself I'd watch next time. Abel and I thanked the Archbishop and his clergymen again for their help before leaving the basilica. You were really quiet in there, I said. He shrugged. Didn't have anything to say. True. The man practically became a ghost himself when he didn't want to be noticed. Now what? Abel asked. We've got 2 flames. The third is in Iraq. We should head there now. What about the ones that were already found by Sir Christopher? Do you know where they are? No, I don't. I've been trying to get a hold of Sir Christopher, but he's still ignoring me. In the meantime, we'll work on getting the 6th flame. Do they need to be collected in order? I'm not sure. The 3 flames Sir Christopher collected weren't the first 3. So probably not. Either way, I hope I'll be finding out their locations soon. 25. I swear, something out there really didn't want me to sleep. I'd only been out for maybe 45 minutes when someone tapped me on the shoulder. With a start, I struggled to a sitting position. I apologize, Miss Ashton, Sir Christopher said. I didn't know when else to contact you. I overheard your plans to head to Iraq in the morning, and I wanted to make sure you found the flames I guard before leaving. Okay, I whispered, trying to wake up all the way. You can tell me where to find them, and we'll look in the morning. I hoped Abel was sleeping well on the little couch. He'd insisted, again, that I take the bed. I would have preferred separate rooms, but he told me he'd just sleep in the hall outside my room if we did that. And so I made him promise at the beginning of this trip that we would have our separate space. I know it's old-fashioned, but I believe in abstinence before marriage. I didn't know what Abel believed, but perhaps I was reading into things where he was concerned. He still hadn't kissed me, despite numerous opportunities to do so. Maybe he wasn't even attracted to me in that way. Maybe he was tender with me because he thought of me like a sister. So much confusion. Did you hear me? Sir Christopher asked. I started. Oh, sorry. I didn't. I'm going to take you to the flames now. Okay. Glad that I'd been sleeping in semi-presentable clothing, I scrambled from bed before leading the way out into the hall. I made sure to take my purse, phone, and room key. Were you trying to gather flames too then? I asked once the door was shut. Sir Christopher nodded. It didn't go so well for me as it has for you. What do you mean? You gathered 3. I've only got 2 so far. The demon didn't give me nearly as much time as he gave you. When he sent his minions after me, he claimed I'd failed due to fear. No, I failed because he... The man seemed to be searching for the appropriate term. Because he's a jerk? I said. Yes. Jerk. I suppose that conveys well enough how I feel. I was tempted to ask if he knew what the word jerk meant, but didn't. He must have learned from you and is applying that to my situation. I bit my lip, following Sir Christopher down the hallway. I'm sorry about that. He brushed me off. Please, don't worry about it. Death isn't the end of everything, you know. So they keep telling me. I still preferred being alive. I wanted to ask exactly how he died, but I figured it had to do with the demon sending his minions after him. A bite from anything that worked for Lord Canon would definitely give anyone an infection. For now, I put my curiosity aside and focused on the task at hand. Where are we going? Back to the cave. Wait, are you serious? Is that really where the flames are? He nodded. I was attacked just after entering, before reaching the flame that used to be stored there. So many demons. I wish they'd finished me off, but they didn't, and the infection prevented me from completing my task. As I told you already, amputating my leg didn't do anything. It was a miracle that only my leg got infected. But regardless, I was confined to a hospital bed for several days before death finally saved me. Poor guy. Lord Canon really had figured out a lot of things since I'd met him. I paused as Sir Christopher headed out the door of the hotel. I can't walk all the way there, you know. He stopped. Oh, right. I forget. Time and distance are different after death. We don't struggle with them as much as mortals. Aha. Well, I need to get the car. And that meant going back up to the hotel room. I should have asked Sir Christopher before we left if we'd need car keys, but I hadn't wanted to risk waking Abel. Sigh. Abel was still asleep when I returned, and I quietly took the keys and slipped back out into the hall. One thing about that man in there, he slept through everything except danger. I was grateful for that. I led Sir Christopher to the car in silence, unlocking the doors so we could start the long drive back to the cave. Only 10 minutes into the trip, Sir Christopher started fidgeting. After half an hour, he was driving me nuts. What's up? I asked, trying to keep my voice even. I forget just how tedious things are for the living. I figured it was something like that. I'm sorry, dude, but we've got a long way to go. Feel free to leave, but remember, it's the middle of the night. I haven't slept well in days, and the chances of me falling asleep and driving off the road are very high right now. What if I return to check on you frequently? I could make sure to give you a little surprise each time. Oh, fine. I would be grateful not to have him there anyway. Not that I minded his presence per se, but having someone I don't know well in such close quarters was starting to grate. True to his word, Sir Christopher visited frequently, making sure I stayed awake. I appreciated his efforts, but at the same time, I hated what he did. No one likes being freaked out every 10 to 20 minutes by a ghost. And freak me out, he did. Once, he appeared on the road straight in front of me. I drove right through him, screaming the whole way. He popped up in the seat next to me, laughing so hard I wanted to slap him. Another time, he tickled my neck, making me jump. Yet another time, I looked down to find his head in my lap, his face gray and completely dead. So gross. I really couldn't wait for this to be over. But it kept me awake, and I arrived at the cave in one piece. Hopping from the car, I stretched, enjoying the resulting pops as the kinks worked themselves out. I was starving, exhausted, and cranky, but excitement started bubbling up inside when I realized I was about to find the other 3 flames. Where to? I asked Sir Christopher. He pointed. Visitors are required to use the front doors, but those didn't exist when I was here. So we must go another way. He glanced at me. You'll want to hide yourself. Tourists aren't allowed to approach the cave through the original entrance. Ha! I'll bet tourists aren't allowed to approach the cave at all, when it's not visiting hours. I wasn't sure if Sir Christopher was aware of time, but something told me he really didn't pay attention to that sort of thing. It's 2 a.m. They're not going to let me casually stroll inside, regardless of which entrance I use. Good point. Which is why you need to hide. Okay. Doing it now. Please hide me, I thought to the amulet. I felt the familiar tingle, and sensed as my body became invisible. Ready? He whispered. I nodded. All right. Follow me. And so I did. 26. Sir Christopher led me through the parking lot and past the visitor center. To the right of it was an old sidewalk. We followed that to a chain-link fence, which Sir Christopher walked right through. Pissed? Sort of alive here. Can't walk through fences. He glanced back at me with a dumbfounded expression. Oh, right. Sir Christopher walked over to a gate, fiddled with the padlock on it, and the gate swung open. How'd you do that? I asked. I'm technically the guardian of these flames, he said. I have access to them, and can grant access to the one who seeks them. Gotcha. Now be silent. Just because visiting hours haven't started doesn't mean there aren't guards here. I motioned, zipping my lips shut, and made sure I was still hidden by the amulet. We continued down the sidewalk, walking toward the big stone cliff. The closer we got to it, the more it swallowed the sky, until I could barely see where I was going. The night hadn't been very bright as it was. I kept my eyes on Sir Christopher's back, doing my best to stay as close to him as possible. Soon, we reached a large crack in the stone that I assumed was the entrance to the cave. Sir Christopher led me into it, and we were plunged into blackness. 27. I stumbled to a halt. Can't see. It won't be for long. Give me your hand. Gross. I hated having to touch dead people. But I did so anyway, feeling as his cold, clammy palm enveloped my fingers. And then he led me forward. As he promised, the blackness didn't last long. We took a few turns, then Sir Christopher flipped a switch and light bathed the cave. They must have installed electricity at some point. Thank goodness. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust, and when they did, I gasped. The cave was magnificent. Massive crevices everywhere. Glistening stalactites dropped from the ceiling, and huge stalagmites rose from the floor. And all sorts of colors. Now I really wished I could take time to explore. At least I was getting to see it at all, though. We stayed on a walkway with railings for the most part, but after about 15 minutes, Sir Christopher climbed over the rail to the left, indicating for me to follow. This is where I was attacked, he whispered. I dragged myself from the cave. It took days for someone to find me. I still don't know why Lord Keenan's demons didn't destroy me fully the first time. Long and slow deaths, that seems to be right up his alley. Sir Christopher nodded. Indeed. He led me around a huge stalagmite, then dropped to his knees, indicating for me to follow. They're here somewhere. You can't see them? He shook his head. Of course not. They're invisible. How do you know someone hasn't taken them already? Hasn't it been, 200 years? He froze. Well, that is a very good question. He closed his eyes, then said, I feel them here. That's the main thing. But also, as their current guardian, I must know their location at all times. And that applies to all the time except right now? Wouldn't you be able to lead me to them directly, if that were the case? He snorted, a half-laugh, half-scoff. Okay, Miss Ashton, I get your point. I know their general location. Now help me find them. And so I did. We searched the floor of the cave for several minutes, scouring every inch of it. Finally, I felt a bit of warmth. I think I found them, I said. Sir Christopher joined me. Yes. I feel them. They'd somehow been shoved into a tiny ledge at the edge of the cavern we were searching. With some finagling, Sir Christopher and I pulled them out. I kept referring to the flame as 3, but by this point they had been combined into 1. Once I had the flame in my hand, we got to our feet, and I pulled the other one from my pocket, rolling them together into my cupped palms. I felt a little bit of a spark as they joined, and the heat grew a tiny fraction. And that is it, Sir Christopher said, a smile on his face. Let's get back to your friend. You have 2 more flames to gather, correct? I nodded. It occurred to me then that he hadn't done anything to make my job harder. Good. It was probably because he'd already gone through the proving trials. I definitely didn't mind missing out on them. The 2 of us retraced our steps to the light switch. Sir Christopher flipped it, took my hand, and led me outside. Yet again, I needed a ghost with a hole in his forehead and missing 1 leg to keep me awake the whole drive. The sun was rising by the time I finally got back to the hotel. When was I ever going to sleep again? Abel had awakened at some point while I was gone, had found my text that let him know the guardian of the 3 flames had come to get me, and was waiting for me when I pulled in at the hotel. "We have 5 hours until we need to head to the airport," he said the minute I entered the building. "I vote we grab a bite to eat and sleep as much as we can." I agreed with that. Once we finished eating, I was able to get another 3 hours of sleep. Wonderful. 28. While on the way to the airport, Hamza, our contact, gave Abel a call. They made arrangements for him to pick us up in Baghdad and then escort us wherever we needed to go. "Barnoon," Abel said. "There's a mosque we need to visit." He glanced at me and I nodded. We'd come up with the cover story that morning over breakfast. The Atemenanki Tower was between Hilla and Barnoon. We were worried that if we told him to take us directly there, or to Hilla, he'd get suspicious. We had no reason to trust this man, especially after Eleanor's comments the other day, that he'd promised not to harm us. Yeah. And Hilla, to locals, is known for being close to Babylon and the Tower of Babel. Oh, that was another thing we'd recently learned. Apparently, the Atemenanki was the actual Tower of Babel. Seriously? We Googled it. Historians all agreed on the location, and even Google Maps told us where it was. So, one of the fires I would be stealing for Lord Canaan had been placed for safekeeping in the Tower of Babel. Yeah. I know. It blew my mind. As we were walking through the terminals of the airport, I tried conversing with the amulet. Now that it was really mine and would actually work, I wanted to know more about it. What it could do, what it couldn't, all of that. "Are you there?" I asked. A muffled response came, and I panicked before remembering that the amulet drew its power from darkness. "Didn't you get enough during the night last night? Store it up. And you used me." Good point. I'd used it a lot throughout the entire night. You store it up? Or are you asking me to do that? I store. Keep me covered, if possible. Good idea. I tucked it under my hoodie. Will you still warn me if hounds are coming, even without enough darkness? Yes. It was a testament to how completely exhausted and stressed Abel and I had both been this whole time, that not once had either of us thought about protecting against hounds. I still couldn't believe how foolish we'd been. Of course, now that the amulet was functioning, and I still needed to test that out to be sure it really was, the hounds would stay away. The smart ones, anyway. They'd be off causing problems elsewhere. I took a deep breath, trying not to think about that. I could only tackle one thing at a time. I continued trying to learn more about the amulet as we walked through the airport. True to the creator's word, it was becoming more familiar than I thought it could, sort of an extension to my personality in some ways. It rarely spoke, but I felt emotions from it regularly. Usually in the form of varying degrees of heat. Our flights were uneventful. We ended up having to fly to Turkey and then on to Baghdad. Both of us slept as much as we could, since we didn't know when the next opportunity to do so would come. Man, I really hoped my life would eventually calm down enough to where I could actually visit these great places instead of just flying through. We stepped outside, finding the place where our ride would pick us up. I gasped at the solid wall of heat we walked into after leaving the airport. The air-conditioned interior of the building had been incredibly misleading. I'd never felt such heat in my entire life. Outside of fire, of course. The dryness made my lips feel like cracking ahead of time, just to get it over with. Oh, I so hoped this part would go quickly. Hamza picked us up just as he promised. I was a little surprised to find he was driving a Humvee. I mean, stereotypes would say that's what he'd be in, but the fact that it actually happened caught me off guard. He wore jeans, a button-up shirt, and a gray cloth head covering. His chin and cheeks were covered in stubble, and despite the smile on his face, I immediately recognized him as someone to keep in sight at all times. A shrewd, mercenary-like feeling surrounded him. Hamza shook our hands, his face full of curiosity. The fact that Eleonora had asked him to help us probably raised plenty of questions in his mind. Magic flowed around him, powerful magic. He wasn't a silver yet, though he did have some streaks of gray in his hair, so he was getting close. That would explain why he was the leader of a group of militants. Once we got everything packed up inside his Humvee, with me in the back seat and Abel up front, Hamza directed his attention to me through the rearview mirror. "Where are we going, Miss Ashton?" I met his eye, not sure why he was asking again. "Barnoon. I'm looking for something in a mosque there." "What are you looking for?" I frowned at him, hoping he'd get the hint and leave it be. The more lies I had to tell, the harder it would be to keep things straight. A mosaic tile. I directed my thoughts to the amulet, wondering if it had anything to say about our guide. It was completely silent. Obviously, this man didn't pose a threat to me where the supernatural, fire vampires and hounds so far were concerned. That was a relief. "You realize that Barnoon and Hilla are very dangerous, correct?" I nodded, not missing him adding in Hilla when we hadn't given him the information. "I figured pretty much all of Iraq is dangerous." He chuckled. "Smart." Was he testing me by mentioning Hilla? Of course he was. I felt like smacking my forehead when I realized that by not contradicting him about Hilla, I'd just given him more information. I would be a horrible spy. Hamza concentrated on driving while making small talk with Abel, and I followed our progress on Google Maps. I frowned when Hamza exited the highway before I expected him to. Maybe he needed gas. But no, we passed a couple of gas stations. "Where are we going?" I asked. "You exited the highway long before you should have." "I'd like to meet up with my family and a group of my friends, if that's all right with you. They're just outside Suwaira." Every cell in my body screamed that no, that wasn't all right with me. I quickly looked up Suwaira. It was at least 2 hours out of the way. I didn't need to see Abel's face to know that he was tensing up. Maybe we were overreacting. I didn't know, and I didn't want to find out. "Why don't you drop us off at Hilla, since we have to go through it to reach Barnoon?" Abel said, his tone friendly. "We'll contact you when we're ready for you to pick us up again." "No, it's all right. This won't take long." It occurred to me that Eleonora hadn't said anything about payment to Hamza for his help. Would he be expecting us to do something? I didn't think he was the type to do all this for free, but maybe I was stereotyping him again. Maybe his character was excellent, and he wouldn't be wasting our time for no apparent reason. And maybe by thinking that, I was being idealistic and ignoring the warning signs my gut was giving me. I kept my phone plugged into my portable charger the whole time. I wanted it to be at 100% in case anything happened. I actually had service out there, which surprised me. We finally pulled up in front of a yellow and white house. It had been painted to match the desert that surrounded it. Alarm bells inside me clamored for attention even more when I took a look around the neighborhood. The building to the right of the yellow house had been hit by shrapnel, or maybe a whole lot of gunfire. It was in ruins. An old car with bullet holes all over it was out front. A man was sitting on top of the car, watching us with curiosity. I was grateful I had skin that tanned somewhat well for a redhead. I would never be able to get as tan as Abel or Nicole, but I wasn't completely pale like a lot of redheads are. My hair was dyed dark brown, and I had naturally brown eyes, so maybe I blended in a little. My stomach clenched, though, when a woman exited the house. She was covered head to foot in robes. Only her eyes were visible. I was way underdressed. I felt a brief moment of relief when several children followed her. Maybe Hamza really was visiting his wife and children. That relief dropped a notch, though, when several men followed, all carrying heavy artillery. Hamza jumped out of the car and gave the woman a quick hug before picking up a little boy and swinging him in the air. Abel glanced back at me. "Family man, huh? Didn't expect that." "I'd hoped it," I said. "Well, we're in a bulletproof vehicle. I propose we stay here until he finishes whatever he's here to do." I nodded. There was nothing that would get me out of this vehicle. 29. I ended up having to eat my words. Hamza absolutely insisted that we join him and his family. They were just sitting down to eat in the large front room when we entered the house, my palms clammy and ears ringing. They half-heartedly offered us food, which we easily turned down. Hamza's wife didn't seem disappointed. In fact, she acted a little relieved. Maybe she hadn't cooked enough. Or maybe she was insecure about what she'd cooked. Either way, I was totally okay with not joining them. I was surprised that several of the people in Hamza's group were Arates. Most were weak, but still. Arates. Judging by the pulses washing over the room, Hamza and 2 others were the strongest. Hamza's wife was not an Arate, but their youngest child was. He was their 4th. No magic flowed around him, but that didn't surprise me. An Arate's power doesn't begin to draw to them until closer to the age of 18. The boy would eventually build up that magical pressure until it forced its way through as his restart. Halfway through the meal, someone outside began shouting. Instantly, Hamza's men grabbed their guns and poured out of the building. Hamza ushered his wife and children into one of the back rooms, and Abel and I were soon alone. We stepped to a window, shifting the drapes aside. Hamza's men were lying on the ground behind cement barriers, their guns trained on a group of people about 50 yards away. I didn't get a chance to see much else before bullets started flying. Abel and I dropped to the floor quickly. Hamza rushed back into the room and joined us under the window. He cracked the window, pointed the barrel of a machine gun out through it, and I covered my ears just as he started firing. Abel and I looked at each other. Abel grabbed me, pulling me to his chest. Bullets struck the front door and the cement wall we hid behind. Nothing came through that wall. It had been a long time since I'd felt helpless around guns. I didn't want Hamza to know what my abilities were, and I couldn't reach the enemy fire. I felt powerless to do anything. He knew I was an Arate. There was no way to hide that from him, not without help from a magical device of some sort, but the type of Arate was none of his business. As suddenly as the fighting started, it stopped. Men began shouting. One of the 2 more powerful Arates entered the room. I assumed he was an officer by the way he and Hamza acted toward each other. He yelled at Hamza in a different language. Hamza said something and motioned to us, and the man shook his head, responding. I can't get you out of here, Hamza said, until they stop attacking. I didn't want to know who they were or why they were shooting at Hamza's group. How long will it take? Hamza shrugged. Days, probably. They're my greatest enemy. They're regrouping, caring for their wounded. But they won't stop until they get what they want. What's that? Abel asked. My head. He was completely serious. How do we stop them? I asked. We kill their leaders. Abel glanced at me, then at Hamza. And if I told you we could stop bullets, would you be willing to get us out? Hamza hesitated. You can stop bullets? Abel also hesitated, then nodded. Yes. We can. The greed and excitement on Hamza's face was enough to tell me that such a skill was something he wanted to possess. He thought for a moment, then said, I may be able to get you out. But not the way you are now. He clapped his hands, startling me. It wasn't applause, he was simply calling his wife, who appeared at the door he'd taken her and their children through earlier. After he conversed with her in their language, she nodded, disappeared, then came back with her arms full of robes. With her help, I donned several layers of cloth, making sure every bit of me, clothes, hair, everything but my eyes, was covered. I immediately began producing more sweat than I thought physically possible. How on earth did people tolerate this much clothing in such extreme heat? Hamza watched, his face troubled. These customs are not my favorite. But they do keep my wife safe, and for that, they're worth it. Hopefully, they will do the same for you. Once Abel had also put on robes, Hamza deemed us ready, and let his soldiers know we were coming. The other Arate, the second strong one, opened the door and Hamza stepped out, followed by me, then Abel, then the first Arate. I assumed both were officers. I'm not normally the type to avoid making eye contact, but I was worried the fear would be too evident on my face. I was shaking as I reached out magically, sensing the guns around us. Any that weren't trained on us, I ignored for now. As I'd figured out earlier, the enemy were about 50 yards away. I felt about 10 guns pointed at us. There were plenty of others that could, at any moment, also be pointed at us. I locked onto all of them. It was hard to concentrate without my eyes closed. I hadn't worked with guns at this distance for a very long time, almost since my internship, and there was a huge chance that these guns were out of range. At least I could sense them, though. We'd nearly reached the Humvee when people in the enemy's group started shouting. Seconds later, I sensed as the fingers began pulling triggers. Despite all my efforts to control it, I couldn't help but cry out as the machine guns went off. Abel's arm was around me in an instant, keeping me on my feet, pretty much dragging me to the Humvee. I'd never had to keep up with something this fast in my entire life. It was worse than the spark plugs because there were so many of them. I heard bullets whistling through the air and striking the dirt around us, and knew I wasn't catching them all. But the ones I was catching were enough. Yells of dismay came from the enemy line as they realized something was stopping their bullets, and the pressure in my skull released when they threw down their guns in disgust. We ducked into the Humvee and pulled away, speeding past the line of enemies and leaving a cloud of dust behind us. We hadn't gone very far when Hamza looked in the rearview mirror at me. "Your talents are valuable, Miss Ashton. Very valuable." Despite my extreme exhaustion and the struggle to keep my eyes open, I met his gaze and said, "I didn't get them overnight." Hamza didn't respond, but his dark eyes kept going to me in the mirror. Abel obviously sensed the man's interest in me. "You promised we would get to our destination safely," he said. "Are you going to keep that promise?" Hamza nodded, his face instantly contrite. Of course. You have nothing to fear from me, I keep my word." The rest of the trip was silent. I took off the headdress gratefully, appreciating the air conditioning as it blew in my face, and allowed myself to fall unconscious for a while. 30. We finally arrived in Barnoon, late in the afternoon. Hamza took us to another house, this one tan-colored and bigger than the first, which had been pretty small. We'd only been there for a couple of minutes when the rest of Hamza's men showed up. He must have asked them to follow us just in case. I appreciated it. We set up camp in the house, which had a huge stock of food, including fruits, breads, and nuts, and Hamza invited us to eat with the rest of his people. He must have sensed our unasked question because he motioned to the house and said, "I have one of these in nearly every city surrounding Baghdad and Hilla. It makes for easy relocation." Abel and I nodded, filling our paper plates with food before digging in. Once we finished eating, Hamza told us where the mosque was located, where we would supposedly be searching for a mosaic tile. We thanked him, and I put on the headdress reluctantly before we left for the mosque. It was mostly abandoned. I could tell they still used it, but it had received quite a bit of damage over the last decade. We entered and made a show of searching. "How are we going to get you to the temple?" Abel whispered. "I'm not sure. We can't trust Hamza and his men, though." Abel agreed. "I hate saying it, but you might have to leave without me." I nodded. I'd been thinking the same thing. It would be much easier to hide just me. I wasn't even sure if the amulet could hide another person too. Now wasn't the time to experiment. If I stay behind, they'll be less likely to panic and try to find us. At least I can cover for you. Besides, the chances of me being allowed where you're going are pretty low." I nodded. While we'd been on the phone with Eleonora earlier, she'd told us a bit about the temple. Apparently, during many periods of time over the last several thousand years, only Arates who controlled fire were allowed to enter. Others were rarely admitted. I'd planned on sneaking away as soon as the sun went down anyway, but Abel made a good point. If he knew ahead of time, he'd have a better chance of preparing himself. Of course, on the flip side, if he really didn't know, he wouldn't be able to tell them at all. I didn't want to think about that, though. He was my partner, and he'd already decided I needed to go alone. After a safe amount of time and plenty of searching, we returned to Hamza and his men. Everyone had gathered around in camp chairs, still munching on the food Hamza had provided. He motioned to 2 chairs and we took them. The conversation switched to English for our sake, but we didn't join in. Instead, the sunset caught my attention. I watched as the sun dipped to the flat horizon, surprised at the goosebumps it gave me. I'd never felt anything like it before, a sort of high, but how? The air practically tingled around me, as if the final rays of sunlight were bursting, showering us with magic. Hamza's first officer joined me. "They say it's a natural euphoria," he said, his accent clipped and broken. "The setting sun of the Middle East, that is. I can understand why." The confidence and happiness it filled me with almost made me wish I could experience it every night. I shook my head to myself. No, it wasn't worth it. I liked my comfortable little city that wasn't bathed in a flood of extreme heat each day. Don't get me wrong, Utah is called a desert state for a reason. 100+ days in the summer are very common. But it didn't compare to the heat I'd been experiencing in Iraq. Either way, I wanted to appreciate for as long as possible a sunset that made me feel like I'd drunk a can of straight caffeine. It was amazing. When the sun fully set and the temperature had finally dropped to probably the mid-90s, Hamza turned to us. "Did you find what you were seeking?" he asked. I shook my head. "No. We will go again tomorrow." "Very well." I waited for at least an hour after everyone had stopped moving in their beds, before quietly getting to my feet. Hamza, assuming Abel and I were married, offered us a pile of blankets, which we shared. I was fine with the assumption. It offered some protection. Abel watched as I slipped away. I gave him a little wave, then asked the amulet to hide me. I felt the tingling that indicated it had done what I requested, and looked back at Abel. His eyes roved the area where I'd been, but he couldn't see me anymore. He returned my wave, then rolled over to sleep. I knew he wouldn't get much rest while I was gone, but I hoped he'd get some. I slipped between the sleeping bodies that filled the main area of the house, pausing near the front door. Inside a huge vase on the floor near the door were several machetes and other weapons, poles, swords, and comically an umbrella. How often did it rain in Iraq? Sending a quick glance around the room, making sure no one was watching, I took one of the machetes. A weapon would be a good idea. I nearly dropped it when it warmed in my hand. It had been a while since I'd felt that. Glad that the machete accepted me just as much as I accepted it, I stepped outside and breathed deeply. My guess was that the temperature was probably around the 80s now. And that was great. The moon was bright overhead, but the light from nearby Hilla was too bright for me to see many stars. Apparently, and I'd been surprised to learn this, but Hilla had over 1 million people. I'd never even heard of it before this whole ordeal began. My phone was still almost completely charged. I'd kept it on airplane mode for over a day now, wanting to conserve the battery as much as possible. It was insane how quickly it drained out here, where I was constantly roaming. Before I'd turned on airplane mode, I'd noticed several missed calls from Chief and Nicole, probably making sure I was okay. Wishing I could contact them, but knowing I had more important things to do, I slipped my phone into the back pocket of my jeans, glancing around first to make sure no one was watching. Jeans under robes was probably against a rule somewhere, and even with the amulet hiding me, the instinct to be cautious was still there. And then I started south. I knew the Tower of Babel was in that direction. Lord Canaan had promised the amulet would guide me. I hoped he was correct. The amulet kept me company, its positive emotions encouraging. It didn't converse with me, but warmed happily against my sternum, as it kept me hidden from any casual observers. In a couple of minutes, I was joined by a ghost. "Hello, Miss Ashton," he said, making me practically jump out of my skin. "Hi. How are you?" I cringed. Probably not the best question to ask a dead person. "Fine, just fine." He glanced at me. "You can remove those robes if you'd like. It's not necessary to wear them around me, and they're really hot." "Yes, they're hot. But I'd better keep them on, just in case." I had no idea how long the amulet would be able to hide me. This was the first time I'd really used it since it had awakened. And I needed to keep up pretenses as much as possible, since a woman out walking around in jeans and a tee would definitely draw attention. "I understand," the man said. He gave me a sad expression. "It didn't used to be like this, you know. Women were treated so much better in my day, with respect and care. Things have changed a great deal." A sort of wistfulness, a melancholic feeling, surrounded him. It made me feel nostalgic as well, missing the good old days when I was a student and only had to worry about dating and grades. With reluctance, I pushed my thoughts aside and focused on the task that lay ahead of me. 31. I turned to ask a question and got distracted, noticing for the first time that half of my companion's face was missing. He'd probably been hit by a bomb or a bullet or something. Pushing aside my shock, I asked, "Do you know anything about the Temple of Flames?" The man hesitated, then nodded. "Yes. It's located not far from here. It's an ancient ziggurat that only chosen people are allowed to enter." He glanced at me. "Are you one of those people?" "I'm not sure. I hope so." "Why do you seek it?" "I need to get something that's been hidden in it for hundreds of years." "And you do it for a noble and good reason?" Things had gotten official quickly. I nodded. I wasn't sure what I felt comfortable telling him, so I opted not to say anything more. He was friendly, but who knew what would change that? I was surprised, though, that he didn't seem to know anything about me or my task. "I will guide you. Follow me." He put out his hand. "My name is Koven, by the way." I tried to shake his hand, but my own went through it. Instead, I shook in the general area. "I'm Lizzie. Nice to meet you. And thanks for your help." Koven sighed, looking at our hands longingly. Some shades are able to control how tangible they are. I'm not one of them. "I'm just grateful you speak English." He blinked. "I don't. Your amulet translates for me." "Oh. Right. I think I knew that at some point. I had noticed that some people spoke with perfect American accents. I just assumed they'd traveled a lot." "Ready?" he asked. "Yes." The man veered off to the right, and soon we entered a more vegetated area, complete with palm trees that lined a river. Koven motioned to the water. "The Euphrates. We'll follow it for as long as possible. It'll give us cover in case your amulet runs out of energy. It's faster than the roads, which do not lead directly to the temple." I thanked him, and we increased our pace and continued heading south, walking along the river. I blinked when the temple came into view. It was huge, gorgeous even. An amazing ziggurat. I'd only ever seen things like it in illustrations and paintings, and it was so much better in person. I'd studied ancient world history and knew that the outside of the ziggurat was mostly stone and sun-baked adobe-type bricks. We approached the back of it, but the closer we got, I could see one of the large side staircases leading up. I knew that on top would be a little building that only priests could enter. The theory behind these temples was to decrease the distance between heaven and earth. Judging by just how flat the surrounding terrain was, they'd done well. My view of the temple was obscured as Koven and I started passing some ruins. They distracted me, and Koven glanced at me. "King Nebuchadnezzar's palace," he said. I halted in my tracks. "Are you serious? It's a real place?" I knew from Bible study growing up that King Nebuchadnezzar was the guy who'd had Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego act as his servants. Koven also came to a stop. "Yes. Let's keep going, though." The temple is large, making the distance hard to judge. I can answer your questions as we walk. We started forward again, and I asked, how do they know it's actually his? Qasim motioned to the huge stones. They found far too much evidence to discount it. Several stones and epitaphs have been dug up that have King Nebuchadnezzar's name on them, written by his own hand using his language. All of the carbon dating has shown that the stones originated from the time when the Bible said he lived. I gave a low whistle. Why don't people talk about this? He shrugged, a sad expression on his face. Iraq is usually the center of attention for other reasons, often not historical. I nodded. He was right. Almost everything I'd heard about the country was negative. I stared at the palace, wishing I had time to explore it, knowing there couldn't be any side trips or distractions. We continued past the palace and headed toward the huge ziggurat. The closer we got, the more amazed I was with its incredible construction and fantastically preserved stones. We certainly hadn't seen any of this on Google. In fact, pretty much everything we'd seen had been a painting or illustration. Why, though, when it was in pristine condition? I would have thought photographers would have flocked here in droves, regardless of how dangerous the country was, just to show off this magnificent structure. Crazy how closely the surrounding cities and people guarded it. I turned to Qasim, unable to conceal my excitement. It's in fantastic condition. I mean, I expected it to at least show some signs of wear and tear. Isn't it like 4,000 years old? He gave me a smile. Yes, at least. Qasim didn't say anything else, and I didn't want to make myself look like an idiot for not knowing the history of the area, so I dropped the subject, keeping my enthusiasm to myself. About an hour after we started walking, we finally reached the tower, and I started up the steps. The moment I placed my foot on the first one, fire erupted all around me, blinding me. I gasped, falling back, and was bathed in darkness. "Holy Hannah!" I said, turning to my guide, but unable to see him due to the spots filling my vision. "Did you see that?" Qasim shook his head. "No. And I will not be able to accompany you." He looked behind us, and I was surprised to see several ghosts there, watching. Qasim beckoned a man dressed in elaborate priest robes to come forward before turning back to me. "You do require an escort, though." 32. The priest joined us and frowned. "What? Would you do it?" Qasim asked. "Take her to the top?" The man folded his arms, his glare deepening. "She does not belong." Qasim sighed in exasperation. "Even so, she must gain access, and it is your duty as a shade to help her." "She hasn't made such a task known to me," he said. "It is not my duty to do anything until she uses her amulet too." "Fine," I snapped. "Whatever." I grabbed my necklace and said, "As owner of the Shade Amulet, I respectfully request that you take me to the top of the ziggurat." The priest clenched his jaw, the muscles in his cheeks bunching. "It gives me no pleasure, but I will do as commanded." I rolled my eyes. Such a baby. He didn't complain again, though, but started up, and I followed. The moment I was on the stone of the temple again, fire erupted all around, blinding me once more. This time, I didn't freak out but followed my new companion, keeping one hand on the wall to my left. My eyes adjusted quickly, revealing multiple sconces full of burning torches lining the wall to the left, all the way to the top of the ziggurat. The heat from the torches made the already hot night air super uncomfortable. I looked over at my reluctant companion, who was now walking beside me, and asked, "Why couldn't I see the fire before?" The priest raised an eyebrow. "It's spiritual. Invisible to the naked eye." He didn't offer any further explanation, and we continued upward. By the time I reached the top of the first staircase, which was also the largest one, my legs were burning. I took a break, standing under an alcove of sorts, and turned to check out the view. It was spectacular. The bright lights of Hilla twinkled, and slight sounds of the city drifted toward us. The air was getting colder, but all of the extra fires around me made it hard to appreciate the slight breeze that teased my hair. My guide cleared his throat, and with a reluctant sigh, I turned and started up the next set of stairs. By the time all this was over, I was going to sleep for a whole year. I didn't care what anyone said or needed, or how much danger I was in from the hounds. I was going to sleep. And eat. Lots and lots of food. My diet had been horrible since all of this started, and I was sick of it. The second flight of stairs wasn't nearly as long as the first, and I didn't need to take a break before starting up again. Finally, we reached the little building at the top. I stared at the huge wooden door for several moments, catching my breath before trying to open it. It didn't budge. I turned to my companion. "What now?" He looked at me as if I was an idiot. "You need a key." "I know. Shouldn't you have told me where it is by now?" The priest looked at me with exasperation. "You don't belong here, and now you ask my assistance for a second time?" I rolled my eyes. What harm would a second time do to him? Probably nothing. "Look, I have access to the Akashic. I'll find out where the key is, whether you want to help me or not." I wasn't sure where I was going with that. It wasn't like it was an actual threat. He didn't want to help, and if I went elsewhere, it wouldn't hurt him. I couldn't do anything to him, and throwing useless threats around wouldn't change his mind. Oh, wait. I didn't need to change his mind. As owner of the Shade Amulet, I request again respectfully that you show me where the key is. Or at least, tell me where to find it. I tossed in that last part because I really didn't want to be with him any more than necessary. I just wanted to get this next stupid flame and get back to Abel, and ultimately home. The priest closed his eyes as if it pained him to look at me. "It's in King Nebuchadnezzar's palace, hidden inside a door. The door is wooden. The key is made of the same wood. The only way you can access it is by using the flame in your pocket to burn the door. Will you take me to it?" The priest shook his head. "Even if you commanded me, I cannot set foot in that palace." Okay, whatever. Too tired to ask him why he couldn't enter the palace, I started down the stairs. Going down was even harder than up, probably because by that point my muscles were so fatigued they almost couldn't support me anymore. I was shaky and wobbly and had to lean against the wall to get to the bottom safely. When I stepped off the last stair, the sudden blackness was a shock. Qasim waited. "What did you find?" he asked. "Only the location of the key." The ghost nodded, then thanked me for giving him something different to do. "I need to return to my tasks and duties. If you need anything else, the Shade Amulet will help you find another Shade who is willing to assist." "Thank you so much," I said. He walked toward Hilla, disappearing as he did so, and I started back the way I'd come, heading for the ruins. King Nebuchadnezzar's palace was at the top of a slight hill, and the tall, imposing walls loomed overhead as I approached. It took about half an hour to get there. I passed under huge archways and entered the building, not liking the darkness that dropped around me. No spiritual fire lit this place. Moonlight filtered in through archways, lighting the path for me. The light spilled across a nearby wall, and I got distracted, inspecting the ornately designed mosaic tiles. It was beautiful. I looked around, hesitating, unsure where to go. "Where is the key?" I asked the amulet. It didn't answer. Great. Time to start exploring, looking for wooden doors that burned by magical fires. I just stepped down a side hall when I noticed smoke building in a corner and a hound taking shape there. 33. Friend or enemy? I asked the amulet. No response. Oh, great. Not this again. I turned to run just as the hound shifted into a man. Wait. Miss Ashton. Omar called after me. I slumped against the wall, so relieved I couldn't think straight. Holy cow, you freaked me out. I said. Don't do that again. I'm sorry, he said, stepping into a shaft of moonlight where I could see him. I know where the key is. How do you know what I'm looking for? He raised his eyebrow. I'm a guardian of knowledge. Oh, right. Why are you here? I thought you were in India. He chuckled. Hounds travel through corners. It doesn't take much time to get from India to Iraq, when all I need is the correct angle. Either way, Alexander was busy elsewhere, and someone needed to come. I volunteered. Oh. Well, I appreciate it. Don't mention it. Let's go. He turned the opposite direction I'd originally been heading, and gratitude rose up inside me. I would have been searching the huge building forever. My heartbeat gradually calmed, but the quieter it got, the more I could hear my internal alarms going off. Something was wrong with Omar. He was quiet, far quieter than he'd been earlier, and he kept glancing at me, his expression guarded. I grabbed the amulet, hoping the hound next to me wouldn't notice. Is Omar someone I can trust? No response. I shook the amulet, giving it a squeeze. I need to know. Don't ignore me. Can I trust Omar? I don't know. I don't know him. That wasn't exactly reassuring. Is he going to hurt me or betray my confidence? Can you tell that much? Omar glanced back at me and I dropped my hand. The amulet didn't answer. Stupid thing. Sorry, not stupid. I'm grateful to have you back again. The amulet warmed at my neck but didn't respond. I was learning that when it couldn't add anything, it wouldn't, regardless of how much I wanted it to. Keys were invented in Mesopotamia thousands of years ago, Omar said, breaking the silence. The first one was a simple wooden stick with 3 prongs attached at the end. Not exactly complicated, and newer models have been much more secure, but they were quite a miracle when they were first invented. This key you seek, and yes, it's an actual key this time, is one of the originals. Wow. That's really cool, I said. And it was. I couldn't believe I was about to touch something that old and rare. I hoped I didn't break it. Especially not before I'd used it. The Egyptians took that design and improved on it, making it so the prongs were constructed of metal. He looked back at me, pushing a door open and motioning for me to go ahead. You see, the prongs would sometimes break off after use and would need to be recreated. I nodded, carefully walking through the doorway, keeping my eye on him, then waiting for him to join me. No way was I letting him pounce me from behind. Why did I distrust him so much this time? What was warning me when the amulet was silent? This specific key has been reinforced with magic, and it won't break. I promise. You read my thoughts, I said. The moment you mentioned it was one of the originals, I worried I'd do something to it. He chuckled. I figured. He led me into a large hallway lined with big windows that allowed in quite a bit of moonlight. It was pretty. The magic imbued with it also made it so only someone like you can find it. You already know it's hidden inside the door it was created from. That prevents Arates from sensing it. Pretty smart, honestly. Yes, it was. He fell into silence, and I was content not to fill it. The next hallway we stepped into was too dark. I couldn't see a thing. Omar turned to me. Can you light the way? I nodded, spotting an old torch in a sconce on one of the walls. I pulled it down and lit it, and we continued into the long hallway. At the end was a blank stone wall. Omar pushed hard against it, and it shifted back, then slid into the neighboring wall, revealing a nearly black room. Only my torch cast light in it. We entered the room. Omar motioned for me to go first, and I did so, the back of my neck prickling as he stepped behind me. Since he wasn't talking to me anymore, I didn't really have a legit reason to wait for him to catch up and walk alongside me. I racked my brain, trying to think of an excuse to turn and look at him without seeming nervous. I didn't want him to know I was uneasy, especially if I didn't have a reason to feel that way. My heartbeat increased, and I had a hard time keeping my steps even. What was it about him that was freaking me out? He hadn't worried me when we'd met in India, and the amulet obviously wasn't concerned. So what was going on? At the end of the large room was a simple wooden door with a faint square outline on it. Omar gestured to the door. "Here you go, Miss Ashton." I placed my hand against the wood, trying to sense what was inside, unsurprised when I couldn't feel anything. Not only was it designed to resist detection, but I have very little earth ability, the element that gives access to wood. Feeling Omar's eyes on me, I pulled the flame from my pocket, not wanting to expose it to him, but not seeing what else I could do. Before putting the fire up against the wood, I glanced at him. "It won't burn the key, will it?" Omar hesitated. "I'm not sure. That isn't a known piece of information." "I don't believe so, but be careful just in case." I held the invisible flame against the wood, watching in awe when it caught fire and the flame there became visible. Almost without needing to decide to do it, I reached out with my magic and stopped the fire from burning too fast. It required a lot of control. I sensed the edge of the key as soon as the fire got there and had to pull back, burning around it but not causing it any damage. A couple of times, I extinguished the flame completely so I could take a break. Omar watched all of this with fascination. Finally, I'd exposed all of the key. It hung in the center of the now burned square, and I couldn't figure out how it stayed in place. No glue had been used, otherwise an elite would have been able to sense it. I reached into the box with the hand that didn't hold the flame, and with a gentle tug, I pulled the key from the place where it had been mounted. I looked at it, a little disappointed at how simple it was. Of course, Omar had told me it wouldn't be complex. I pushed the negative feeling aside. Seriously, the thing was thousands of years old. Why did it need to be cool looking too? Omar growled. "Put that in your pocket. Having it out is not a good idea." The gruffness in his voice startled me. "Are you okay?" He stepped away almost skittishly, motioning for me to hurry. I put the fire into my left pocket and the key in my right. I'd need to remember to keep them separated. It would be bad if I accidentally ruined the key before I could even use it. Once I'd put the key away, Omar and I turned and left the room, passing the secret stone door. We hadn't gone far into the hall when the amulet began freaking out. I couldn't tell what it was saying. It was too muffled, too quiet. Crap! My torch was stifling its power. Not hesitating, I quickly extinguished the fire, plunging us into absolute blackness. It felt like the amulet breathed a sigh of relief before sobering. "Step to the right." As quietly as I could, I obeyed, moving up against the wall. "Hide me." I felt the familiar tingle as the amulet obeyed. Might as well take advantage of as many of its powers as possible. "Your amulet must be working," Omar said, his voice still gruff. What was going on? Had he suddenly turned bad? Or was another hound approaching? "I can feel your fear," Omar said. "You may hide, but your emotions will lead me to you." He speaks the truth. Great. Just great. I stepped away, but Omar was suddenly there, pinning me against the wall. "Give me the key so it doesn't get ruined," he whispered. "Dude, what's your deal?" Omar chuckled, but didn't release me. I acted as if I was digging around for the key. Did he want me to hand it over so he could devour me without fear that he'd destroy it too? Or did he want it for other reasons? The fire in his sternum was visible this close. How had he turned evil that quickly? And was this why my instincts had been screaming at me the whole time I'd been with him? What was I supposed to learn from this, if I survived? My palms were sweaty and a headache pulsed in my forehead. My breath came in short, frightened bursts. Hopefully, I would survive. 34. The amulet's voice was strong in my mind. Kill? Not yet, I need to understand. He hadn't destroyed me after all. Seriously, Omar? What's going on? Do you really need to ask? I thought you were smart. Rude. Okay, that's it. K. Before I could finish the word, Omar's fire disappeared. He shook his head and stepped back, releasing me. The fire reappeared, but now I was really confused. What the crap? What's going on? Omar asked. I could ask you the same question, I said. Omar gasped. Oh, Lizzie. I'm so sorry. I thought I was safe coming to help, solid in my stance. I'm too close to evil. Is he speaking the truth? I asked the amulet. It didn't respond, and relief poured over me. Omar really had switched sides that quickly. I gave a sort of panicked laugh. Great. Having to deal with a schizophrenic dog on top of everything else? Not exactly what I signed up for. Unfortunately, Lizzie, all hounds are schizophrenic. Some are better at hiding it than others. My thoughts immediately turned to Alexander. What do you mean? Omar chuckled. Why do you think he's not around as often as you'd like him to be? He knew exactly who I was talking about, and that was creepy. Of course, it was also predictable. Alexander and Omar were the only good hounds I'd met so far. Regardless, was Alexander really jumping back and forth between good and bad? Those of us who lean more toward good recognize when we are about to switch. We go somewhere far away to wait it out, usually north where it's cold. We found it's easiest to stay in control when we are in dog form, and coldness helps us get over it faster. You count yourself with the good hounds? I asked. Yes. But Lizzie, it's a struggle. I'm only good about 20 to 25% of the time. If I'm in dog form, I stay good for a lot longer than that. He sighed. I hate dog form. It's demeaning and impractical and inconvenient. I've loved the life of a human and wish I could enjoy it more. He wiped his forehead, his actions barely visible in the muted light. There are stronger hounds out there. I'm definitely not one of the strongest on either side. But I am well acquainted with them all. Thank you for not destroying me. He chuckled. Thank you. You must have had the opportunity. I did. Omar gave a pain noise. I wasn't sure if he was trying not to cry from relief over not being dead, or if he was struggling to stay good. I picked up the torch, but hesitated before lighting it again. My instincts were still screaming, and Omar was way too close. His flame flickered, and I stared at it, able to see it better than I could see him. Kill? So he had gone bad again. Wow. That was fast. I shook my head. I couldn't do that to him. Not with this new piece of knowledge. How many hounds had I killed who were good most of the time, but had a moment of weakness? No. I couldn't think that way. Each hound had a choice. Omar hadn't attacked me, not like the others. Yes, he'd pinned me against the wall, but that was different from teeth out and knives flashing. He was trying to be good. I wouldn't punish him for that. Let's go, he said, his voice gruff again. Okay. Lead the way. Rather than be stuck with a psycho hound, I put a foot out and tripped him as he stepped past me. Juvenile, I know, but I couldn't think of another way to get rid of him. Hide me, I told the amulet. And then I ran. Miss Ashton. Omar called after me, his voice trailing off in exasperation. I realized how stupid it was for me to run from a dog. Even when he was in human form, giving chase would be first nature to him. He'd been a hound before he was human. For all I knew, he couldn't help but chase me. My instincts were accurate. I heard his footsteps thundering behind me. I needed to find a hiding place. There was no way I'd stay ahead of him. Help me find somewhere to hide. Fast. I wasn't sure if the amulet knew the palace, but I had to ask for help. Gratitude flooded over me when it gave me instructions. Straight. Left. Right. Right. Duck. I continued following its instructions, ultimately ending up in a little alcove that was almost completely black. I felt my body tingle as the amulet hid me again. It must have stopped as soon as I began running. That would make sense, since footsteps would be hard to hide. Distract. Huh? Your emotions. Distract yourself. Oh, right. Thanks for the reminder. I started going through the very first song that came to mind. Oh, Canada. Our home and native land. Only seconds later, voices filled the hallway. Holy cow, how many hounds were out there now? I continued singing Canada's national anthem, struggling to remember the words, hoping it was distracting me enough. Where is she, Omar? She escaped. I couldn't hold on to her for a long. She's strong, the amulet helps her. Omar didn't say anything about me tripping him. I didn't blame him. There's no way I'd admit it myself. A moment later, 7 humans and 3 dogs stepped into view, walking down the hallway where I'd just been. Did you get the key? A tall man with an African accent asked Omar. No. I asked her for it, but she didn't give it to me. The man laughed. Idiot. You really think she'd just hand it over? You were supposed to kill her first and then get the key. I shook my head. I couldn't believe how close I'd come to death. What if Omar actually had killed me? Poor Abel. My poor family. Poor everyone. Who would stop the hounds if I didn't? Omar growled. I don't need you reminding me. As they walked past, I realized I was close enough to reach several of their fires when the amulet asked me if I wanted to kill. I almost said yes, then bit the word back. I was only close to 3 of them. The chances of me being able to fight 7, possibly 8, were very slim. The moment I killed those 3, the rest would know I was there, and I for sure wouldn't escape. The group came to a T just beyond my little alcove. Where did she go, Omar? The man asked. Omar glanced in my direction, then pointed the opposite way. She took that hall. She's a fast runner, we're going to need to hurry to catch her. The tall man rubbed his hands together. I love a hunt. He and the others shifted into dogs, their clothing becoming the thin fur on their sleek, almost black bodies, and they all raced down the hall, surprisingly quiet for their bulk and speed. Did Omar know where I was? Was he taking them away from my hiding place? I wasn't sure, but I was grateful. I waited until I could no longer hear the sounds of their paws on the stone floors before moving. Unfortunately, without my guide, I had no idea how to get out of the palace. It was as if the building had been built with the whole purpose of keeping visitors in. Who knew? Maybe it had. I wandered aimlessly for a good 10 minutes, my stomach cramping from hunger and my legs going completely numb. They'd been doing that a lot lately. The amulet was of no help at all. When I followed its directions, I went around and around in circles, always ending up at the same spot. Apparently, it only knew an older part of the palace, the section magically hidden from outsiders. The alcove I'd hidden in had been in that part, as had the key. But the amulet didn't know where the magic ended and the real stone began. Omar had led me through the rest of the palace, and the amulet was just as lost as I was. I was passing through a doorway for probably the 20th time when a voice in the darkness made me jump. I spun around. An apparition hovered not far from me. Are you lost? The woman asked. I breathed a sigh of relief. Ghosts I can handle. Yes, I am. Do you know the way out? The woman nodded. Follow me. She took me back the way I had come, and then instructed me to help her push a stone wall. It shifted open, revealing a hallway I hadn't seen before. My heart clenched when I thought over the implications. Someone had shut me into the magical section of the palace, knowing I wouldn't be able to find my way out. My heavens! Could this night get any worse? I was so exhausted that I could barely put one foot in front of the other. The hunger I'd been experiencing for the past several hours had proceeded to a dull ache in my stomach, and I didn't know how much longer I'd be able to go on. Discouragement, combined with exhaustion, made me feel like curling up in a corner and sobbing. Yes, I had the key, but that was the only thing I'd accomplished since leaving Barnoon. Would I even be able to get that sixth flame? Should I go back to Abel, sleep, and try again later? No. I had help now. The woman was guiding me. Things would be okay. I'd make it out of the palace and to the temple before Hamza and his men knew I'd left. Following the ghost, though, I got even more mixed up. Nothing looked familiar, not even a bit. And when the woman led me into a huge black room before disappearing, I wondered if I should have trusted her in the first place. Hello. I called out, my voice echoing. The woman didn't answer. I froze, unsure where to go and unable to see a thing. The amulet started to heat up rapidly. Warning. Danger. I heard someone running behind me and had turned to face whoever was approaching when something struck the back of my head. Everything went black. 35. My head throbbed. I almost groaned before remembering everything that happened. I needed to be as quiet as possible, pretend I was still unconscious. I knew immediately that I was being carried. At least 2, maybe 3 people supported my weight. They were very gentle. Why though? And why wasn't just one person carrying me? I wasn't exactly heavy, my short dancer's frame didn't allow for much bulk. Should we take her to the priests to let them have their way with her? No, idiot. He wants her. I couldn't have been out long because we were still in the palace and it was nighttime. Apparently, I couldn't trust all ghosts. Duly noted. Of course, I should have known that already. I know, I'm a bit naive still, despite everything I'd been through. The amulet warmed at the side of my neck, and I practically stopped breathing. Why hadn't they taken it? Were they that stupid? My headache began subsiding, allowing me to think more clearly. I reached out magically, and was able to grasp the flames of all 3 people who carried me. At this point, I didn't care if one of them was Omar. Kill? Yes. Without a sound, the hounds carrying me dropped to the floor with me on top of them. The person nearest me, a woman with her mouth opened, staring at me, held a pickaxe in her hands. I sprang to my feet and grabbed it, yanking it from her loose grip. You didn't remove her amulet? The tall guy who'd been talking to Omar earlier shrieked. I thought he had to. I didn't give the woman a chance to respond before dispatching her with the axe. Help me fight, I commanded the amulet. And then I began. Right away, it became evident that Eleonora had been correct when she said the amulet was supposed to magnify my natural abilities. I've been a dancer since I could walk. And now, with the amulet truly on my side, I practically flew through the air around the hounds. Most of them still hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing 4 of their friends killed, but 2 of them were faster and far more skilled than the others. I stayed a couple steps ahead of the ones who adjusted slowly, sending them to join their fallen comrades. Those faster ones, though, were able to land several kicks and punches. I faltered long enough for the big man to grab me by the hair and swing me around, slamming me into a nearby pillar. I jumped to my feet, jerking out of his grasp, slicing his arm with the sharp point of the pickaxe. Not allowing myself time to concentrate on the fact that I was killing people, I let my weapon swing through the air, and soon the last 2, the fast ones, were also dead. Barely panting, I paused when I spotted my machete about 10 feet away from where it had fallen when they'd knocked me out. I'd only been out for a few seconds, good. I raced across the room and snatched it up. And then I turned to survey what I'd just done. Omar was standing opposite me, jaw slack as he took in the mess of bodies, agony on his face. Kill me too, he rasped. You have to. I'm too much of a threat. He growled. Don't kill me. They trust me. I can act as a spy. He took a step toward me, the agony deepening the lines on his face. You'd be a fool to let me live. I put my head in my hand. Stop. Now. I gazed at him. I'm not going to kill you. Stay away from me unless you have complete control over yourself and have information that will help me. One of the hounds started to move, and I quickly stepped to him, holding the machete at the ready and grasping his fire with my mind. Kill? Yes. It only took me a moment to get through all 9 hounds. I was astounded at how easy this was compared to the last time I tried to kill a group of their kind. I glanced over. Omar was still there. You're not gone? He shook his head, mouth still open. I knew that was how it was done, but I've only ever seen one hound die before. I got to my feet and wiped the machete and pickaxe on my robes, trying not to look at the dead bodies. I was glad it was nighttime. The blood was just dark liquid everywhere. My robes were totally coated in it. I removed them, glad to see that only a little blood had soaked through to my clothes underneath. When was the last time you ate something? Omar asked. Neither my instincts nor the amulet were warning me about him now. He'd probably been too scared to consider switching. I hope this isn't making you hungry, I said, because that's disgusting. He chuckled but didn't respond, motioning me to answer. I sighed and said, I had some fruit and bread about an hour or two before sundown. 7 hours ago? It's been pretty rough. Omar pointed at the taller man. He's got energy packets. He always carries them. He made no move to approach the dead man, so I did, digging through his pockets and producing 4 packages of the stuff. I turned back to Omar. Thank you. If I trusted myself, I would offer you MREs. I've got several of them, but I'm worried that leaving here will trigger a shift. I shook my head. These are fine, better not risk it. I opened one, drinking the contents. It had a sickly sweet flavor that burned as it went down. Once finished, I had to clear my throat several times. Nasty, I said, wiping my mouth. How does he tolerate them? Omar chuckled, motioning for me to follow him down the hall. I'll lead you out of the palace, but then I'm afraid I'll have to leave. I moved to open another energy packet, but Omar stopped me, his hand hovering just above my arm. Have you had one before? He asked. I shook my head. That type is more powerful than a cup of coffee. I wouldn't take another until you know what the first will do to you. Thank you. I tucked the rest into my back pocket, the one that didn't have my phone in it. Sheesh. My pockets were full. The key was in my right front pocket, the flame in my left, and my phone and the 3 energy packets in the back ones. I really needed to be careful not to lose any of these items. They were all very important. Omar and I parted ways when he sensed a turn about to happen. He quickly gave me directions. The palace door was only a hallway away. Then he shifted into a dog and disappeared through a corner in a cloud of smoke. I made sure he really was gone, not wanting to get ambushed, then exited the palace. 36. About 20 minutes later, when I was nearing the temple, the energy packet started to hit, and I was glad Omar told me to take only one of them. My eyes suddenly felt like they were open as wide as they possibly could go, my head cleared, and a bounce entered my step that hadn't been there before. I practically skipped as I sneaked back to the Temple of Flames, watching for ghosts, honest or otherwise, hounds and regular humans alike. My first step on the tower was much the same as before, with the stairs becoming lit by fire. I started up, grateful for the new energy coursing through my veins. My muscles were no longer screaming. Thank goodness. I was about halfway when I heard a noise and glanced behind me. I nearly stumbled off the staircase at what I saw. Hundreds of ghosts were following me. Hundreds. All were priests, wearing the elaborate robes the guy had been wearing earlier. They had their hands in front of them, in a praying position. Their heads were bowed, but their eyes were on me, their expressions intense and full of hatred. Crap. I turned and started up again. I didn't have a choice. I knew what would happen if I didn't return the flames to Lord Canon. When I got to the top of my staircase and looked down the other 2 sets of stairs that led to the ground, my heart did a double beat. Both were full of priests as well. I couldn't believe it. Why were they following me? And why were they all staring at me like that? Then I remembered what the priest said earlier. I didn't belong there. He must have alerted them. Or maybe they already knew and had been waiting to see if I returned with the key. I started up the next flight of stairs, gripping my weapons, putting some distance between myself and the ghosts. By the time I reached the third staircase, they'd increased their speed too, and by the time I reached the door, they were only 10 feet behind me. I switched the machete to the same hand that held the pickaxe, pulled out the key, and thrusted it into the hole, turning it. The door swung open. I stepped inside, slamming it shut behind me and moving away from it quickly before checking to see if the ghosts would follow. They didn't. I put a hand to my heart, breathing a sigh of relief. I knew they were still out there, but for the time being, I was alone, and I appreciated that. Now, where was the fire? The entire room was flooded with magical flames. Torches covered each wall high above, shining bright light on everything. I couldn't look up without needing to cover my eyes. An altar stood in the middle of the room with an empty bowl on it. Could the fire be there? I stepped closer and put my hand over the bowl. My palm warmed. That had to be it. Setting my weapons on the altar, I pulled the flame, previously 5, from my pocket. Then, using my other hand, I scooped the flame from the bowl and combined them. A vision suddenly opened. I gasped and stepped back. My sight raced across the skies, fleeing from Iraq and back toward Europe, crossing Turkey, Austria, and Germany. Soon, a very familiar graveyard came into view, and my sight was whipped through the church and into the basement. Inside the crypt where the demon rested, a shelf had been placed on the wall several feet above head height. The flame glowed there, invisible to the demon. How had Lord Canaan not known it was there? The vision ended, and a voice entered my mind. There is no key. Do not let him see you, hear you, or know you're there. The warning didn't tell me what would happen if he found out, and I wasn't in the mood to learn for myself. The first 6 flames were now won, and I put it in my pocket where it warmed me immediately. I stepped to leave, but a voice echoed through the room. You must leave that behind. I looked around. What? The fire? The key. I grumbled, fine, feigning annoyance while I really felt relief. Thank goodness, I wasn't being forced to leave the fire. I set the key on top of the altar and turned. The door was open. The priests were pouring into the room, lining the edges. Surrounding me. I stepped away from them until my butt hit the altar. We need a sacrifice, the priest closest to me said. I put a hand on my heart and batted my eyelashes. Are you serious? I've always wanted to be sacrificed. What a dream come true. Sarcasm, my true weapon when I'm completely freaked out. I dropped my hand and glared at the priest. What makes you think I'd be sufficient? The priest chuckled. You are the ultimate sacrifice. You are the one we've waited for, the one all fire calls to. We would do anything to have you on our altar. So that's what the hounds were talking about. I'd almost forgotten. I'd just barely been coming back to consciousness. But now the gist of the words rushed into my mind. Let the priests have their way with her. I grabbed my amulet, holding it up threateningly. Stay away. The priest laughed. It won't work on us. Oh, that's good to know. Just my luck. I snatched up my weapons and attacked, but the machete and pickaxe simply flew through the priest without hurting him. Great. Fighting wouldn't work. The priest stepped forward, head bowed, eyes on me. We will make it as painless as possible. I promise. Painless to whom? Him or me? Obviously, this guy didn't have my best intentions at heart. I kicked him, but my foot went through the air again, putting me off balance. The priest grabbed my wrist. Hey. No fair. How was he able to touch me, but nothing I did worked on him? I struggled out of his grip, easily fighting him off. He wasn't exactly strong. The guy was like the other priests, only a tiny bit taller than me and pretty scrawny, but something told me that with 1,000 of them against me, I would be the one to lose. Someone grabbed my ponytail from behind. I stumbled backwards, trying to stay on my feet, and bumped against the altar again. Right where they wanted me. Without any sort of plan or grace, I started kicking, hitting, and punching, surprised when a few of my hits landed on something solid. Once it was the stone altar, and the back of my heel throbbed painfully. That would definitely bruise. My efforts were pointless, there were simply too many priests. 37. They swarmed me, grabbing me, lifting and carrying me to the altar, tossing me on it. I gritted my teeth, still fighting as hard as I could. In desperation, I called out, "As owner of the Shade Amulet, I command you to jump off the ziggurat." To my surprise, the ghosts nearest me stepped away, walked through the ghosts behind them, and through the doorway. I stared at their retreating backs. Holy crap! It worked! As more ghosts replaced the first, I continued giving the command. Okay, lesson learned twice, don't trust ghosts. Being trusting was getting me in a lot of trouble. I sat up, grabbed my weapons, and hopped off the altar. It was only at that point that I realized one of the ghosts wasn't obeying me. As thousands more poured into the room and left when I commanded them to, this one merely stood there, hands behind his back, head bowed and eyes on me. A grin tickled the edges of his lips. He wasn't dead. That much was obvious. But how had he gotten to the top of the ziggurat? I just assumed I was the only living person who could do it. Obviously not. Eventually, the ghosts tired of being commanded and left me alone, staying just outside the door, watching with interest as the lone priest stepped toward me. I set down my pickaxe and gripped the machete with both hands, then jumped for him, swinging. He hit my hand, sending the machete flying. He was much faster than the other priests. I paused, then my eyes widened when I sensed flame in him. "What are you?" He laughed. "I'm an Ifrit." Ifrit? I tested the word on my own. I have no idea what that is. The priest cocked his head. "You've never played Final Fantasy?" I laughed. The name of the popular game sounded ridiculous on his mouth. I don't play computer games. Other than Solitaire. And sometimes StarCraft. The man didn't wait for me to finish. He attacked quickly, sending a kick that was well planned and turned out to be well executed too. I tried stepping away, but he caught me in the hip, and my body spun, slamming into the altar. Realizing I wasn't using the power the amulet gave me, I commanded it to help me fight. Soon I was dancing around him, able to stay just a split second ahead of him. It wasn't enough, though. He was tireless and experienced and was getting closer, slowly gaining the upper hand, even with my supernatural help. If I ever get out of this, I'm learning every single type of fighting I can, I thought. The priest got in a good punch, knocking me to the ground. I rolled over, groaning, and expected him to attack immediately, but instead, he invited the priests back in. "Finish it." I immediately commanded them to leave, borrowing power from the amulet. But their response wasn't nearly as fast as before, and I remembered that the amulet needed darkness to work. Yes, it had stored up power, but it was running out in all the light we were bathed in. Hoping it would help me hide from this man well enough for me to escape the ziggurat, I reached for the torches and extinguished each and every one of them. Blackness descended. I heard the priest breathing heavily and was relieved to find he was as out of breath as I was. The exhaustion was catching up to me though, and with how much adrenaline I was burning through, my energy packet was completely spent. Time to take another one. Knowing it might be stupid, but also realizing I would be a fool not to, I pulled an energy packet from my pocket and quietly opened it, drinking the contents. I did my best not to grimace, hoping I wasn't making any noise, as the thicker-than-water liquid sloshed down my throat. The priest laughed. "Miss Ashton, you do not realize who or what I am. Your incompetence will only hurt you." As he continued speaking, talking of being born from flames and embers, his voice deepened, seeming to come from a higher point in the room. Flames roiling under the surface of his skin became brighter as he shifted, turning into something not human, something much larger than the priest he'd been before. And I began panicking. How was it possible? How many freaking awful, indomitable creatures were on this planet? When the beast finally stopped shifting, massive horns, covered in flames of course, rolled away from his head and pointed forward. His body was huge. His feet were large. They weren't exactly hooves, but they definitely weren't human feet. He had a small tail that was also lit with fire, and waved back and forth behind him. He held a rather long whip. With a crack he flipped it, sending sparks everywhere. Naturally, this beast lit the room enough for my amulet not to be able to hide me. I scrambled toward the door, but he jumped forward, cutting off my escape. Crap! Not having light was only hurting me. I had no idea if the ghosts were surrounding me, ready to take me to the altar again. Knowing that using my Arete power again so soon would probably drain me, I commanded the torches to light once more. We were bathed in whiteness, and I blinked, waiting for my eyes to adjust, before I saw my machete and the pickaxe not far from the altar. The demon was much scarier than I'd imagined. His entire body was completely black. With the lights on now, the fire was barely visible. Smoke wafted away from him. His beady black eyes landed on me, and he laughed, drawing my attention to teeth like a saber-toothed tiger and a snout like a bull. He spoke, but the only thing I heard was a garbled language. He spoke again, but once more I couldn't understand him. Could the amulet only translate his speech when he was in human form? Calling on the amulet for help, I flipped across the room, rolling to a stop next to my machete and pickaxe. I grabbed them and jumped to my feet, turning to face him. He grinned at me, obviously amused that I was still trying to fight him. With one flash of his whip, he tangled me around the ankles, pulling my feet out from under me. I slammed to the floor, the wind rushing out of my lungs. Gasping for air, I clutched at my burning chest. The demon stepped to me, and I swung as hard as I could with the machete. The beast expected me to try to strike him and blocked, but I hadn't been aiming for him. With a whoosh, the machete sliced the whip clean apart near the handle. I hadn't expected it to work that well. Maybe the thing was old. Who was I kidding? Of course it was old. The demon roared in anger, then took a deep breath and blew hard. Flame rushed from his mouth and surrounded me. I screamed, expecting my entire body to burn and blister. Instead, I was engulfed by a warm and tingly sensation that honestly felt quite good. I laughed, jumping to my feet, feeling as the next packet of energy hit and my adrenaline was fed. My earlier pain flooded away from me, and I turned and focused on him. He stared at me in confusion, and I laughed again. I'm a fire Arete. Magical flames don't hurt me. I took advantage of the demon's surprise and attacked with all my might. My parries were untrained but fast and hard for him to block. The machete sliced an arm at the same time the pickaxe stabbed him in the chest. No blood came out of either wound. Instead, the holes oozed flame and scabbed over with black. I couldn't tell if it did him any damage, but I kept attacking as fast as I could. We fought for what felt like hours. He was strong, fast, and much larger than me. I had the amulet speeding me up, making me agile, able to predict his moves by a hair. After several successful strikes on his part, I would be more bruised from this than anything I'd ever gone through before. He finally started showing signs of slowing. What could I do? How was I supposed to defeat him? All the wounds I'd given him were superficial. I checked his sternum for flame, mostly out of habit, but didn't see anything there to extinguish. My hesitation was just long enough for him to land another punch. This one got me in the chest, and I heard a sick crunching sound before pain flooded my system. I shrieked, which caused even more pain. So that was what broken ribs felt like. I slumped to the floor in agony, tears pouring from my eyes as the sharp, intense pain spread. The demon grunted in satisfaction, and rather than inviting the priests in again, he stepped on my hand. I screamed again. I couldn't fight him anymore. I'd lost the machete when he punched me. And I knew he'd done serious damage to my hand. I nearly gave in to despair, to the idea that my life was about to end, that my loved ones would die when Lord Canaan didn't get his fire back. And then something occurred to me. The Ifrit was created from fire, magical fire. He'd just bragged to me about it. And aside from my natural powers, The amulet allowed me to snuff out magical fire. Why couldn't it be located somewhere other than behind his sternum? Closing my eyes, blocking the tears and the pain, hearing as priests filled the room again, I reached toward him with my magical senses and grasped his fire. I pictured it all, from the tip of his tail to the points of his horns. And when the amulet warmed at my chest, I knew I'd been correct. I could destroy this monster. 38. Kill. Kill. I snuffed out his flame the moment the amulet granted me the power, opening my eyes in time to see shock register on the beast's face before his entire body crumbled into huge chunks of ash and coal all around me. The coals were hot, and I had no doubt that if I were a regular person, they would have burned me. I rolled to a sitting position, gasping at the pain it caused me, and cradling my arm with the broken hand around my broken ribs. Had to go, couldn't stay. The energy packet still gave me strength, but if I didn't leave now, I would never be able to get out of the temple. The priests watched me solemnly, not moving from where they stood, lining the room. I didn't trust them not to sacrifice me if I fell unconscious. Using my good arm, grateful it was my dominant hand, I hooked my elbow over the altar and pulled myself to my feet. The ghosts watched in amazement. I could tell they hadn't expected me to survive. Beat that, dead jerks. My phone was on the floor near where my weapons had landed. It probably fell out while I was fighting. I picked it up, ignoring the weapons. I wouldn't need them again, at least not here, and tucked it back into its pocket. When I stepped toward the priests, they backed away, leaving a path through the door and down the stairs. I lurched forward, unable to believe the agony a broken rib was causing me. I wasn't sure if I was lucky or not, but the pain seemed to originate higher in my rib cage, away from my abs. If it had been lower, where my ab muscles attached, would I have been able to move at all? Breathing was exceptionally painful, and I hoped I hadn't punctured a lung. Something told me if I had, things would be a lot worse than they currently were. I did my best to calm down, trying not to move too quickly as the adrenaline wore off and the pain really hit me. I braced myself against the stone wall and continued down the stairs, still holding my bad hand around my chest. I looked back once. The ghosts were staring at me. Menace, peace, anger, and sadness were on their faces, but none of them moved to stop me. I would have commanded them to jump off the ziggurat if they had. It occurred to me then that I could actually command them to help me. If they could become physical enough to punch and pull me, they could carry me down the stairs. Would that be more comfortable than walking on my own? Probably. Pointing to the two nearest priests, I said, "I command you two to lift and carry me down the ziggurat." The men glared at me but stepped to do as I asked. Be gentle," I said, hoping they'd interpret it as a command. They did, and lifted me carefully. I still screamed from the pain as they did so, though. I think I might have blacked out because we seemed to jump down a few steps without me noticing. One priest supported my legs, the other my upper body. We moved slowly, cautiously, passing hundreds of priests, and I was glad I'd had the idea. As painful as it was to get jostled when they stepped downward, it was much, much better than walking on my own. Partly from the pain, but also because I was way too exhausted to hold myself up any longer, and the energy packet I'd drunk was all but spent. We started down the second flight of stairs, and soon made it to the top of the alcove where the three massive staircases began. I told them to take the one to the right, the one I'd used. We'd only gone a couple of steps when the priest closest to my head said, "We will not be able to leave the temple. Our abode here is a spiritual one." "What do you mean?" I asked, barely able to recognize the individual words, let alone the meaning behind them. "The temple does not exist in your plane." That got my attention. "I don't understand. I've been physically in and on it for the last who knows how long." The priest mumbled an agreement, then said, "Yes, but your presence here was only allowed because of who you are. You've become acquainted with the spiritual representation of the temple, not the physical." I looked at the stone wall next to the staircase. "And what's the physical representation like?" "It doesn't exist." The Atemenanki Tower was torn down hundreds of years ago. I stiffened, wincing at the pain the action caused me, and stared at the stone, willing my eyes to see it physically. The stone faded away, leaving a dark night behind. Even the fires faded. The ghost was right. Nothing was there. In fact, I could see faint lights from Barnoon through the walls of the stone. Sudden gratitude that I wasn't walking flooded through me. If I had been, I would have fallen, I was sure of it. Once we neared the bottom, I commanded 2 other priests to help lower me to the top step. By this time, the stone had appeared again. It was so completely real-looking that I didn't have a problem believing it was real. I stepped down, expecting darkness to greet me, but instead I was met by the approaching dawn. I nearly shrieked when I saw Abel, Hamza, and all Hamza's men standing around. The first thing I noticed was that all of the guns present were casually trained on Abel. He was standing in the middle of them. Hamza wasn't carrying a gun, and the expression on his face was one of impatient determination and hope. Abel looked stressed and worried. He wasn't looking at me, though. I realized it wasn't bright enough yet for them to see me through the effects of the amulet. I was tempted to stay hidden, but I knew I couldn't walk on my own. Besides, once the sun peeked over the horizon, my presence would be revealed anyway. I glanced back. The temple was no longer there. Instead, I saw nothing but a little mound of rocks and dirt in a near-perfect line stretching away. The remains of the foundation of the ziggurat. Mixed emotions rolled over me. Gratitude that the place didn't actually exist and those priests couldn't hurt anyone else, but also sadness that such a magnificent structure had been destroyed. Sending a silent thanks to the amulet, not sure why it was still hiding me when I couldn't even remember the last time I'd asked it to, I told it to go ahead and stop. My body tingled, and I didn't need to ask if anyone could see me. Their shrieks and yells of surprise told me plenty. Obviously, they weren't expecting me to appear before them. Abel's shoulders slumped in relief, and he stepped closer to me, concern and tenderness on his face. "What happened? You look like crap." I laughed and cried from the pain. "Such a charmer," I gasped. Abel gently put his arms around me, shushing me. "You've been through a lot. Seriously, what hurts, so I know how to proceed?" "Hand, ribs, head, legs, everything. Can't talk. Need painkillers, food and sleep." Abel glanced down, noticing that I was cradling my arm around my ribs. He tried to take my hand to inspect it, but I gave a yelp of pain when he touched me. "Broken?" I nodded carefully. "And my ribs?" Abel turned to Hamza. "Can you do anything for her?" The tension was palpable as Hamza stared at Abel. I couldn't help but wonder what had happened while I was gone. 39. Hamza finally said, "Painkillers, yes. Vicodin, and we can bandage her hand. There's nothing we can do for her ribs, though. She'll need a doctor's care, more than what she can get from me." Abel nodded. "We need to get back to Amsterdam," he said sternly. Hamza's eyes flicked to mine, then back to Abel. "Yes, of course." Now, I really didn't trust Hamza. His voice was full of lies. But Abel gently picked me up, cradling me against his chest, and no one did anything to stop him. I did my best not to cry out, knowing Abel was being as careful as he could, but it was hard. Tears stabbed my eyes. I kept my bad hand against my chest, grateful to be near Abel again, and so very grateful for Omar and those energy packets. I wouldn't have made it without them. I leaned my head against Abel's shoulder as he carried me to the Humvee and gently set me in my seat in the back, making sure I was buckled in before closing the door, running around to the other side, and hopping in the back with me. Hamza got in the driver's seat and glanced at me in the rearview mirror. "There's a hospital in Hilla. It's 20 minutes in the opposite direction. Is there anything in Barnoon you need?" I leaned my head against the headrest, content to let Abel answer for us. "No," Abel said. "I've got everything we brought." Hamza nodded. "Very well. The house in Hilla I told you about will be comfortable. It'll meet your needs once she's discharged from the hospital. What needs could we possibly have, other than getting to the airport? I sent Abel a glance. His steely gaze met mine, and I could tell he was irritated. I was too tired to try to figure out what was bothering him, though I knew it must have had something to do with them waiting for me at the base of the temple. The ride to the hospital was bumpy, painful, and I barely stayed conscious for most of it. Once we got there, I stared at it in dismay. This looked more like a supermarket than a hospital. Determined not to be judgmental before I'd even gotten inside, I tucked my worries aside and tried to undo my buckle. I didn't get far before Abel was there, helping me. I mumbled an apology and a thanks as he took me out of the seat, wincing as he shifted my weight. Abel saw the expression on my face and pressed his forehead against mine. "I'm so sorry," he whispered. "It's okay, I know you're being gentle." "Not just for that, for everything." I shook my head. "You don't have anything to apologize for." I gasped at the pain. It hurt so bad to talk. "I got us into this mess." He nodded. "Still, I'm sorry." I leaned against his shoulder again, unable to continue talking, and we entered the hospital. An attendant found me a bed and asked questions, trying to figure out what had happened to me so they'd know how to help. Abel obviously didn't know everything, so I did my best to fill in the blanks without being too specific. Something about a fight that didn't go well. They x-rayed me with an ancient-looking machine and found I'd cracked several ribs as well as part of my sternum. I couldn't help but wonder if that was karma from me destroying flames that rested near sternums. I also had multiple broken bones in my hand. The doctor who talked over my x-rays with me said I'd probably need surgery and to look into it when I returned to the States. They insisted that I drink something, and I gagged down some orange juice before they gave me medicine. Hopefully, the painkillers would help quickly. That night was rough. I yearned to be out and on my way to Amsterdam. The doctor insisted that I stay overnight since I was so dehydrated. I hadn't even thought about water. I'd been so distracted by fighting and hounds and dead people. I refused to let them change my clothes, not wanting to lose the fire I felt still burning in my pocket. Thank goodness for magic. Abel never once left my side. I think if it wasn't for him sticking up for me, they would have made me change. And for good reason. What I was wearing was filthy, and they were probably worried about infection. The following morning, Hamza was there waiting. Again, Abel buckled me into the seat, then sat in the back with me. Hamza was nervous, and even in my loopy state, I could tell he had something on his mind. Finally, he pulled over and looked back at us. "I gave what you said a lot of thought, Abel. We'll skip my estate for now, and I'll take you to the airport. But we could really use you, Miss Ashton. You must understand how difficult it is for me to let you go." "Oh," I said. An impatient expression crossed his face. "I have a mind not to. If I had you on my side, I wouldn't have problems from any of the other groups ever again." I shook my head. "You wouldn't have me on your side." "Not really. Besides, if I don't complete my quest, I'll be bringing terror down on you and your family." He made an oath with me that he'd destroy my loved ones and those who know me one day at a time until everyone is gone. You might be pretty far down that line, but rest assured, you are in line. Hamza raised a skeptical eyebrow at me. "Surely you have enough protections on your side to prevent that." I chuckled, leaning my head back and closing my eyes. "You'd think." "No, Hamza, this demon isn't like anything you've met. He's not an Arate, but he is still powerful and terrifying. I don't have to see what he can do to know that he never gives threats he can't carry out." I raised my head and stared at our guide in the mirror. "This demon has more power than any creature I've met in a very long time." "Then why are you helping it?" "It's a long story. I had no desire to get into the amulet, my calling, and the hounds. Please, Hamza, just take us to the airport. You don't want to get involved in this mess." Hamza turned forward, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. His gaze hardened. Something told me he would very much love to be involved in this sort of thing. Instead of contradicting me, though, he said, "Very well." And then we started the nearly 2-hour drive to the airport. I finally let myself doze, knowing Abel would take care of me if anything happened. At the airport, I put my good hand on Hamza's shoulder. "I have a feeling our paths will cross again. You're a good man, Hamza. I'll help you, if I ever have the chance to do so." He nodded, promised to do the same, and we parted ways. 40. The flights from Baghdad to Turkey and then on to Amsterdam were uneventful. People mostly ignored us, and we ignored them. If anyone was curious about why I was bandaged and bruised, they didn't say so, and I hardly even got second glances. Abel wanted to rent a hotel and let me sleep as soon as possible, but I insisted that we head straight to the graveyard. He didn't protest too much. I think he sensed I was on the verge of collapsing, emotionally and physically, and really did need to get home as soon as possible. On the way to the graveyard, I filled Abel in on everything that had happened. When he found out about Omar betraying me, he hit the steering wheel, vowing to kill the hound himself 1,000 times. But then I told him about Omar's role in the rest of my adventures, and he calmed down and agreed with me that Omar was a valuable ally. While he was good, at least. When I told him what Omar had said about Alexander, Abel sent me a worried expression. "How do you know when he's on your side?" "The amulet. And I'll always err on the side of caution." As we were nearing the little village of Austerlitz, I pulled out the last 2 energy packets, and with some difficulty opened one of them and drained it. My hand was still splinted from the hospital. It was going to make things interesting for a while. The pain from my broken ribs was still excruciating, but the pills they'd given me at the hospital were taking a tiny edge off of it. Abel carried me from the church parking lot all the way to the graveyard. I so appreciated it. Along the way, using the amulet, I sent out a call for ghosts. It was weird, sort of like seeking the fire behind someone's sternum. I reached out magically and felt their presence, then asked them to come. By the time we arrived at the graveyard, I'd gathered 4. I hoped they would be enough. I explained to them what I needed them to do, and they agreed, though it terrified them. These were good ghosts. I hoped they wouldn't end up getting consumed, though it was a real possibility since they'd be acting as bait at the gate while Abel carried me around almost to the back. I had him stop where I could still see the front door. The ghosts did their thing, and apparently they knew what would draw Lord Canaan out because soon I saw him leave the church and float toward them. I had Abel set me over the fence. He immediately disappeared, and I was pushed into perpetual nighttime. I commanded the amulet to hide me once it had built up a little power. The demon didn't notice me, and I downed the last energy packet. Adrenaline buzzed through my veins, giving me energy and taking me past the grogginess of the painkillers. A little fuzziness remained, but I was alert enough to make my way across the graveyard. Even through the adrenaline, my ribs hurt so much, I had a hard time not gasping with each step. I didn't have any choice, though. I had to continue. I sneaked through the open door, sending a quick glance back at the demon. Not once did he pause as he glided through the gravestones toward the ghosts that stood nervously waiting for him by the gate. Compassion flooded my system as I saw how terrified they were. They'd been so willing to help, even knowing they'd probably get destroyed. I hadn't even needed to command them. Bless their souls, literally. I walked across the church and started down the stairs, clutching the wall with my good hand, breathing heavily against the pain and wiping sweat from my forehead so I could see. I didn't have much time. Either Lord Canaan would devour the ghosts immediately, or he would bring them back here. A slight warmth rushed over me as I stepped into Lord Canaan's crypt. Getting up on the stone bed under the shelf where the fire had been hidden was the most difficult thing I'd done so far. I sat on it and pulled my legs up. Then, with a lot of gasping and some tears, I got to a kneeling position and slowly stood. I reached for the ledge and felt warmth tucked in one corner of it. I scooped up that warmth and brought it down. With care, I lowered myself from the stone bed and returned to the hall outside his crypt, wanting to use the light from those little windows to see what I was doing. Standing next to the torch Lord Canaan would light with this fire, I gently set the new flame into my broken hand, taking care to hold my palm as flat as I could so it wouldn't drop. The warmth seeped through my bandages, telling me the flame was still there. With my good hand, I pulled the larger fire from my pocket and joined the new one with it. There was a brief spark, and then a real fire erupted in my hand. It was magical, and as such it didn't burn me or my bandages. I transferred it carefully to my good hand, and then waited. 41. Lord Canaan returned, the ghosts trailing him. He paused at the foot of the stairs when he saw me, then glided straight to me. He glanced back at the ghosts. "I won't be needing you anymore." With that, the ghosts fled. I didn't blame them. I wouldn't have stuck around either. The demon reached for the fire, taking it from my hands, then he rubbed it along his neck and sternum, before putting it in his mouth and swallowing. I could see the flame as it snaked its way down his throat, becoming slightly dimmer as it entered his chest cavity, then brightening as it moved forward and came to rest behind his sternum. I stared at the demon. I'd suspected that the fire wasn't actually for his torch. "Who are you?" He laughed, his voice already stronger. A sudden terror flooded over me, practically dripping down my body, freezing my joints and clouding my mind. Lord Canaan took a step toward me, and I involuntarily moved back. My heart thudded painfully against my ribs, but the agony I'd experienced earlier was all but forgotten as I saw the expression in the demon's eyes. He motioned to the amulet. My hand closed around it instinctively. There was no way I would give it to him. "It's not yours. I'm keeping it, you promised." "Oh, you don't have to give it to me." He took a step toward me again, and again I backed up, bumping into the wall behind me. A new fear struck me, this time waking me to my situation and the danger I was in. Lord Canaan reached for me, then paused and said, "I'll give you a head start." This has been Temple of Flames, Koven Chronicles Book 3. Thank you for listening. Would you like to gain access to exclusive audiobooks only available to members of Andrea's Readers Group, including a story about Omar and Nicole protecting Lizzie? If so, click the link in the description to learn more.